One had to know that even a higher existence might not survive the temperatures at the center of a star. A Dao expert might be able to withstand surface temperatures within a few hundred miles, but that was their limit. It had to reiterate it once again that the only reason Dian and the various fire Dao geniuses were so comfortable so close to the hottest star in the tower quadrants was precisely because so many Dao experts were shielding them. Afterward, the trial to enter this golden flame mystical world mitigated the heat of the star with a barrier, only using a portion of it as a test. With this technique, if one was nearby a star, they could use the cultivation of a higher Dao expert to battle a peak Dao expert. This may seem like only a single tier of difference, but the reality was that the gap between a higher Dao expert and a peak Dao expert was akin to more than 5 times the gap between a lower celestial and a peak celestial. However, after this technique was created, the Golden Crow clan remained unsatisfied. The requirement of having a star nearby was good, but they desired more flexibility. This led to the creation of the 9 Sons of Armageddon technique. Although using it was still weaker than having a true star, it could replicate at least 70% of the sun god's true power. Of course, Dian wasn't interested in this technique just for this purpose. Firstly, he already had a technique that explosively increased his strength in Titan Emperor's will. In fact, even for his subordinates, they had Demon Emperor's will. After unlocking Titan Emperor's will, Dian had given all of his demon generals the full copy of Demon Emperor's will. Within one of these booklets was Orcus' diary. It was because of this diary that Dian understood Orcus' thought process behind stowing away his skeleton army. One thing Orcus always lamented was that fire had always been tied to the breath of life. The creation of fire was tied to the true awakening of all races, especially the human race. It represented hope and innovation. Due to this fact, Orcus' death god body always clashed violently with his Golden Crow bloodline, and he found it difficult to balance them. Of course, there were always flames like the Dark Phoenix's death flame, but those were the exception, not the rule. For Orcus, who was born with innate golden flames, he didn't have the luxury of having a death flame. In the end, Orcus found it difficult to use sun god body at all. Infusing such flames with his death chi-ridden body was too tall a mountain to climb. After years of lamenting the fact he was unable to use his clan's most powerful technique, Orcus decided to finally do something about it. Over millions of years, he slowly modified the technique. Using the condensing and concentration characteristics of sun god body, Orcus began to apply the technique externally. Instead of infusing the power into his body, he split the technique down 2 new paths. The first was what he called Sun God Halo, and the second was what he called Sun God Domain. Sun God Halo explosively increased the power of any technique by applying star power, a different concept from star chi. This was the case even for techniques completely incompatible with the Fire Dao. In fact, this didn't even require Dian's ability to perfectly fuse wills either. Sun God Domain was exactly what it sounded like. It infused the Fire Dao into your domain regardless of whether it was compatible or not. By relying on the domineering nature of star power, one was able to explosively increase the dominion they had over their domain. When concepts of Sun God Halo and Sun God Domain were put together, especially with the 9 Sons of Armageddon technique, one was able to explosively increase their attacking power without putting any strain on their bodies at all. The only stamina drain would be that of the soul due to the control of the Fire Dao these techniques would require. The best part was that if one was capable of perfect fusion like Dian was, the power he could display would be even greater. Once Dian mastered this technique, his use would be far more agile and versatile than even Orcus, its creator. Dian continued to the next technique, making a mental note to begin practicing these techniques once he grew strong enough. After all of the pleasant surprises today, Dian thought that Orcus had run out of things that could stun him. Yet, when he pulled out the next technique, Dian's jaw almost hung open. This time, it wasn't a technique of the Golden Crow clan, but a technique from the Fire Phoenix clan. Dian often spoke to his wives about cultivation, so he was very much aware of what troubled them. Madeline had always been worried about her comprehension of life and reincarnation. Now that the problem of life was being solved currently, what she needed was comprehension of the latter. Unfortunately, that didn't come easy. Although Madeline had Amethyst's legacy, it had to be remembered that the union between Amethyst's parents was never accepted by the Fire and Ice Phoenix clans. In fact, it was due to their pursuit that her parents died horrible deaths after her birth. Knowing this, how could it be possible for Amethyst to have learned any of their core teachings? All her life, Amethyst had forged her own path. Even after Amethyst got her revenge and destroyed all 3 Phoenix clans, she was forced to transcend directly afterward, so she never laid a hand on their teachings. Yet, here was one of them in Dian's hands now. The technique in Dian's hand had a purpose so shocking that his hands trembled. The technique was titled Reincarnation of Heaven's Staircase. To make a long story short, this technique could be used 3 times in an individual's life. For each time it was used, one would be guaranteed a breakthrough without tribulation. If all 3 of one's chances was saved until the day they reached the peak Tao realm, those 3 attempts could be traded in to reach the higher existence realm in one leap. However, there was one very important caveat to the use of this technique. It could only be used by those with the rebirth flame. If one attempted to use it without those unique flames, all that awaited you was death. It was likely because they knew this that the Fire Phoenix clan didn't keep a tight lid on this technique. Dian laughed as he read about how Orcus got swindled into trading his comprehension of the Death Tao for this technique, only to realize he couldn't use it even if he wanted to. At the time, Orcus was worried the elves would interfere with his higher existence tribulation, so he wanted to skip the tribulation entirely if he could. He had always heard that the Fire Phoenix clan had an exaggeratedly high success rate, so he went to them with some offerings. Since they were both Flame Bird clans, they had a fairly good relationship to begin with. Still, none of this mattered now. Madeline ended up benefiting greatly. Those with weaker talents in the Fire Phoenix clan usually used this technique after entering the Celestial Realm. With one use, they could jump from the lower Celestial Realm to the peak Celestial Realm. With a second use, they could enter the Tao Realm. And with their last use, they could enter the Middle Tao Realm. Essentially, you were practically guaranteed to become a decent Tao expert as long as you entered the Celestial Realm. For those who were slightly more talented, they would wait until they became Tao experts first, then enter the peak Tao realm with their 3 attempts. In the end, only the most talented cultivated to the peak Tao realm under their own power before entering the half-step transcendent realm in 1 step. The best part about this technique was that there were no side effects. There was no drop-off in strength or a penalty of cultivation. The only thing that would be lacking was comprehension, but that could be slowly fixed over time. However, even that wasn't a big deal. Reason being was that after using this technique, a person's comprehension of rebirth would skyrocket and they would grasp a key understanding of the cycle of life and samsara. If one held back and entered the half-step Tao realm in one swoop, there was even an incredibly small chance they could advance their reincarnation Tao into a law. The only limitations Dian hadn't spoken of was the comprehension of reincarnation that was necessary. In order to advance into the higher existence realm in one fell swoop, a 7th-ranked reincarnation Tao was needed. Dian smiled in excitement, not for himself, but for Madeline. Because the Fire Phoenix clan felt bad about swindling Orcus, they left their comprehension of reincarnation as well. Since Orcus' lineage was connected to the Sovereign Flame, they thought he had a chance of one day finding an unclaimed rebirth flame. With this, both of Madeline's problems had been solved. Finally, there were only 4 techniques left. One was Shadow Escape, a fused movement and defensive technique of the middle divine grade. The next was Lord Creator, a mystical grade corpse refinement technique. The third was a high divine grade cultivation technique, demonic lore. And the last was a technique that intrigued Dian. It was a dual cultivation technique titled Death's Melody. Unfortunately, even after going through all of the techniques, Dian didn't find what he was looking for. He was hoping that the remaining portions of Soul Aid were hidden away here, but unfortunately they weren't. Dian could only hope to find some clues in the future. Shadow Escape wasn't a technique Dian was very interested in, but he planned to give it to his clone to learn. This technique was the first of what could be considered Orcus' true legacy. The rest had been the remnants of either his or another clan, but this was the first technique that relied on his uniqueness as the wielder of the Death God body. This technique allowed the body to turn ethereal like a shadow. Once that happened, a large percentage of an opponent's damage would fail to land properly. The second aspect of this movement technique was its movement. As a middle divine grade technique, it obviously provided incredibly swift movement. By using the same concepts that its defensive aspect did, it turned the body into a shadow. By doing this, one's movement would become far light and more flexible. Lord Creator was the third mystical grade technique here. The first being Sun God Body and the second being Reincarnation of Heaven's Staircase. Dian couldn't help but sigh as he read through the technique. Despite having such a technique, Orcus was still unable to form a higher existence puppet. The difficulty could be seen. This Lord Creator technique actually had an ironic name. While the entities many worshipped as God turned inanimate objects into flesh, this technique's greatest ability was the exact opposite, to turn flesh into an inanimate object. A wielder of this technique could refine fleshly vitality into hard, black bones that explosively increased the strength of their puppets. This also meant that the more a corpse killed, the stronger they became as they could absorb the vitality of those they slaughtered to grow stronger. This made Dian wonder, just why hadn't Orcus slayed some higher existences for his puppets to consume? That would have surely broken the bottleneck. But after he thought this, he laughed at himself for having such a stupid idea. How could killing a higher existence be so easy? To make matters worse, Orcus was injured during his trial, so he was somewhat weaker than the peakmost higher existences were. Even if he picked on those weaker than himself, since when were individuals who had lived for millions of years so easy to fool? Dian suddenly thought of the corpses of Elder Dayu and Ancestor Dayu. Ancestor Dayu had burned his soul and infused it all into his flesh, giving him an aura very close to the higher existence realm. At first, Dian wanted to wait to grow more powerful himself before using them, but it seemed like a better idea to hand them over to his clone instead. Now the question was, where would he find some corpses worthy of investing so much in? Dian shook his head, deciding to think about that another day. Demonic lore wasn't anything special, although it would cause an uproar if released today, compared to Dian's inner world sanctuary. It was severely lacking. Still, it was an excellent cultivation technique for males who followed Yin-type paths. It also contained a great series of energy manipulation techniques. The final technique was Death's Melody. Reading Orcus' diary, Dian couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This Orcus turned out to be quite the ladies' man. In fact, of his half a dozen wives, 4 were princesses of the Dark Phoenix clan and 2 were Devil Path princesses. This obviously didn't include his hundreds of concubines, but only those 6 were worthy of him using this dual cultivation technique with. Although Dian was intrigued, he eventually tossed the technique away into a corner of his spatial ring. This technique was a lower divine grade technique. Its specific purpose was meant to replace the function of a death abyssal core. By placing 2 lovers in a near-death state during their intimate relations, they became very familiar with death's door. Usually, doing such a thing was very dangerous. If done alone, it was too easy to make a mistake and never be capable of pulling oneself out of this state. This had forced many people into a perpetual coma for the remainder of their lives. However, this technique had next to no risk, or else it wouldn't be of the divine grade. By relying on your partner, it was possible to rely on the connection with one another to easily fall into and out of this state. It was a good technique, and Dian would gladly use it if he could. The unfortunate problem was that none of his wives practiced death will. Plus, even if he was willing to betray them for the sake of power and find himself another suitable partner, the Dark Phoenixes were extinct. This technique was far less effective with a woman not of their species. Even Orcus noted that this technique's rank would be far higher if one's partner was of the Royal Dark Phoenix for reasons he didn't explain. Taking a deep breath, Dian looked toward Orcus' skeleton. It oozed a black aura that Dian found sinister but still oddly pleasing to the eye. It's time. Dian took out the materials for forging bodies. Luckily, one of the 20 sets Orcus had set aside was meant to revive himself in the first place, so it was of far higher quality than the other 19. So, Dian took them out immediately. There were a few vital components to this process. The first was lifeblood. This didn't refer to true blood, but rather a liquid substance filled with enough vitality to match the blood essence of the person you wish to revive. The stronger that person was, the more lifeblood of higher quality you would need. The second component is the vital flesh. Once again, this didn't refer to true flesh, but rather spiritual ingredients that could match the strength of the spirit's body when it was alive. The third component was a runic vein master. One needed to lay a map of the veins and meridians of the spirit's former body. Luckily, both Dian and Orcus are human, so their maps were identical. The higher cultivation this spirit once had, the greater quality the runic vein and the material it was drawn on needed to be. The last component was the spark of life. This was most definitely the hardest and most expensive ingredient. If it was a clone, it would be enough to use a lesser spark due to the fact the clone could rely on the main body to sustain its existence. But Dian didn't want his clone to have such a flaw. He wanted to make a clone so perfect that even if his main body died, it would live on. Obviously, Orcus, who was reviving his true body, prepared the greatest spark of life one could ever ask for. The sovereign flame. However, obviously, Dian couldn't use this any longer. But he had other plans. With a smile, he grunted as he sheared his soul in half. If one was watching as a third-party observer, they would be shocked to see that the golden preteen boy in Dian's mind's eye split in half, each regressing in age to look about 5 to 7 years old once again. What Dian was doing was incredulous. Normally, one would separate more than 5% of their souls away from themselves, or else it would become impossible to heal. However, Dian had the soul tome. He wasn't worried at all. All he could focus on now was the irresistible pain as his divine senses range fell from 500,000 kilometers to 250,000 kilometers. Dian grit his teeth, withstanding the pain as best he could. Despite the fact his soul was split in perfect halves, it seemed the divine chains that sealed him reacted as though it had long since been prepared for this. Before Dian's eyes, the chains doubled, chaining both halves equally. Yet, Dian felt that he could still freely move his soul as he pleased. He couldn't help but wonder just what kind of seal had so much flexibility. It didn't even feel like a seal at all. However, Dian was in too much pain to think about it anymore. Even as a half of his soul slowly exited from his forehead, Dian brought 2 fingers to his chest. In the next moment, the first sovereign spark was formed. It floated outward, slowly following Dian's lead as he allowed it to enter his still meditating soul. Dian wasn't satisfied with just this. As things stood now, his clone would be too weak. If others heard Dian's words, they would scoff. This clone of Dian's, at least the bones, would have the durability of a higher existence who specialized in defense. Coupling that with its ability to gain a true undead body and the idea of it be weak was laughable. However, Dian still went all out. The sovereign spark entered his half-soul's chest, filling the gaping hole that once sat there. Then, Dian took out the soul tome once more. Dian immediately felt a comfortable feeling quickly dull the pain his soul was experiencing. If things continued at this pace, Dian was certain that his soul would be whole again in just half a year. This price was definitely worth it. He flipped the tome open, pausing when he reached a page containing an eerie flame that filled him with discomfort. Maybe the soul tome was one of the only vessels in existence that could contain such a flame. This flame flickered with a black and silver light. It wasn't as dense as Dian's chaos flames, but somehow its air wasn't any less sinister. Beads of sweat fell from Dian's brow. He slowly extracted a single wisp of the flame, allowing it to enter the sovereign spark. In an instant, the golden flame became agitated. It grew in size, surrounding the black-silver flame and imprisoning it. Only after Dian saw this did he breathe a sigh of relief. This was something only he would dare to do. If he failed, never mind the sovereign spark, but an entire half of his soul would be incinerated to nothingness. He could only succeed with the help of the soul tome that trapped an overwhelming percentage of this black-silver flame. Dian didn't know exactly what this flame was, but he knew it was dangerous. The most corrosive flame on the unique flame rankings was the 11th ranked Devil Wisp flame, but this black-silver flame put it to shame. That Dian was certain of. In all likelihood, after trillions of years, this mystical world had birthed a new flame by following its own evolutionary path. However, Dian could only speculate. Dian carefully protected his soul. If he allowed it to get too close to Orcus' skeleton too soon, it wouldn't be able to survive the death chi. Just as Dian was thinking this, his soul didn't seem to care for his feelings. While he had been focusing on retrieving the next piece he needed, it had somehow already made its way to what remained of Orcus. In fact, it entered his skull, assimilating before Dian's stunned eyes. Dian didn't have time to think. He realized immediately that it was his own stupidity that caused him to underestimate his soul. A nascent soul was the hallmark of a transcendent. How could Orcus remains harm it so easily? As his master once said, Even if his body and cultivation was destroyed entirely, what would remain steadfast was his soul. Normally, when Dayan's soul was harmed, it was actually just his mind's eye taking a beating. His core or his soul was never actually harmed at all. With the exception of when he burned it, of course. But even then, he survived far longer than anyone else would. In truth, Dayan didn't understand why this was. He assumed that it was a byproduct of being born with the soul kernel. But that didn't explain the divine chains. Nor did it explain why the soul kernel couldn't bind him like it sealed the rest of the mortal realm. Yet, even with all of this being true, he could somehow split his soul with ease as though it had long been waiting for him to do so. Well, easy insofar as he could ignore the heart-wrenching pain. Setting aside all of this, Dayan began to work quickly. First, he took out what Orcus prepared for vital flesh. Although vital flesh didn't have to be true flesh, it seemed that Orcus didn't take this to heart. According to his diary, the vital flesh he chose were the preserved hearts of his wives. It turned out that Orcus never forced his women into marriage with him. Or rather, he never did this with his official wives. This made sense. After all, the Dark Phoenix clan would never let him off if he stole their princesses. That aside, the reason that this was so important was because as they neared their deaths, Orcus' wives displayed their love for him by using their bodies to support his ambitions. Not only did they allow Orcus to use their flesh to refine his corpses to be stronger, they left behind their hearts and blood essence for him to revive himself with. Orcus' wives weren't as talented as him, so they never managed to make it to the higher existence realm. However, they were all peak Dao experts at a minimum, the strongest being of the 12th stage, and the weakest of the 11th. It turned out that Orcus set aside the blood essence of his wives to act as his lifeblood, while he planned to use their hearts as his vital flesh. Alone they weren't enough, but together they were more than. The only shame about all of this was that if Dayan used this blood essence for the sake of creating a clone, he wouldn't be able to use it to gain a Dark Phoenix bloodline. However, after diligently reading Orcus' diary, he understood why Orcus was willing to make the sacrifice. When Orcus was exploring the Pride clan tombs, he found a blood pool similar to the celestial beast vats. Orcus was willing to use the blood essence of his wives to revive himself because he saw the blood essence of the Pride clan to be more valuable. The only issue was that Orcus didn't have this blood pool with him. He had left it within the ancient battlefield. However, he had luckily left the location within his Star-Lord robe. As long as Dayan's clone entered the battlefield, he could teleport there immediately. This way, the cultivation of his clone could skyrocket. 6 massive hearts, several dozen meters across appeared. Orcus had long since connected them all, etching the appropriate runic veins into their bodies. The next thing to appear was a large vat of blood. The essence within was so pure that they shimmered with a slight gold, but the death chi still managed to blacken them. Dayan looked up to find his soul slowly devouring Orcus' skeleton. It was only now he understood why it entered of its own volition. However, Dayan didn't panic. Although it was a bit odd that this step was happening so soon, Dayan didn't mind it since this was what was meant to happen anyway. Plus, he somehow felt that this method was more perfect than the one detailed within his clone-creating technique. Projecting his celestial chi out from himself, Dayan created a string of blood essence, connecting the vat of blood to the 6 combined hearts. Soon, the lifeblood began to flow within vital flesh. The heart began to pump. First, it was incredibly slow, almost unnoticeable. But then, the deep resounding lub-dub sounds pulsed throughout the throne room. Sensing vitality, the blue flames tried to surge toward the heart, but Dayan used his remaining strength to block them. There was a reason Orcus didn't want to use life as a basis of his resurrection. According to Dayan's original thoughts, it was because Orcus had a death body that it was detrimental to him to use life essence to reawaken. However, after reading his diary, Dayan found out that this was wrong. Orcus always lamented that he could never break into the final stage of his death god body. He spent years trying to understand just why that was, but in the end, he couldn't find a solution. To him, his resurrection was a chance. Unlike Dayan, who could break into new stages of his Titan diamond body by simply refining his strength, Orcus had to also comprehend the Tao of death to a deeper degree. However, he felt that the fact he was alive was what was holding him back. So, Orcus devised a plan. He decided that upon resurrecting himself, he would rely solely on death. He would defy the heavens and breathe life into himself using only its direct opposite. The heart continued to pulse, growing more and more violent. Suddenly, Diane's soul finished absorbing Orca's skeleton. Without so much as a pause, it dove into the heart, causing its massive exterior to shrink at a visible pace. Diane felt his vision grow blurry. He finally couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. Despite having the soul tome in his hand, it just wasn't enough. The last thing he saw was the massive heart seemingly disappearing, and the last thing he heard was the wail of a baby. An unknown amount of time later, Diane groggily opened his eyes. He found that the soul tome was resting on his chest, but what he lay upon was a far cry from the hard, marbled floors of the third-phase castle throne room. By the time he readjusted to the bright lights, he recognized this room as the one he and Madeline shared within the Demon Sage Tower. Diane sat up, rubbing his head. He felt like his head was being continually hammered from the inside out. Because of his soul strength, Diane had never been sick in his life, even when he was immortal, so this feeling was truly novel for him. Maybe he was a bit too rash splitting his soul like that. Oh! Diane's eyebrows arched in surprise when he checked on his soul. It seemed to be 95% healed already. Could it be that he was asleep for almost 6 months? Originally, Diane had expected his soul to take about that amount of time to heal fully, but he didn't think that he'd sleep through most of that time. Just as he was thinking this, the door of his room slowly opened. Diane could hear what sounded like a woman with a sweet voice coaxing a baby. It didn't take him much to recognize that voice as Madeline's. "You're awake." Madeline sounded pleasantly surprised, but Diane couldn't answer. Not because he was hurt, but the image of Madeline holding a small child impacted him more than he expected. Did I sleep for more time than I thought? Could it be that Madeline was pregnant? Diane panicked. How could he miss something so important? His wife had to go into labor on her own without his support? What kind of husband was he? Suddenly, Diane shook his head. Wait, that's impossible. Diane knew quite well how effective his contraceptive abilities were. Plus, with his senses, it was impossible for him to not be aware that Madeline was pregnant. After all, when he was far weaker, he had been able to tell that Ulu was pregnant before anyone else could. Wah! This was all Diane managed to get out. He really was too confused. Madeline giggled. You were asleep for almost 3 weeks. You don't recognize this little guy? He's you. Madeline glided forward, showing off the happily gurgling baby in her arms. Diane blinked, looking at the little boy's small face. He could vaguely remember from picture albums of the past that he really did look like this when he was just a baby. In fact, the twin wristbands he turned into necklaces for Madeline and Ree still had those picture albums stored within. Still, while this baby reminded Diane of himself, there were still some striking differences. For one, this baby had large gray eyes that were somehow adorable despite the darkness hidden within them. As for Diane's eyes, they were hazel green before. Now they were golden with flecks of emerald. Secondly, Diane had a partially African heritage, so his hair was usually short, fairly sturdy, and had hidden curls within. But this baby's hair was the same white-gray color Diane's became when he entered his Reaper state and activated his death will. Thirdly, this baby was far paler than Diane was. While Diane's skin could be described as caramel-esque in color, this baby's complexion was akin to a sheet of pure ice. The baby blinked toward Diane with large, curious eyes. They seemed to have a hidden intelligence within them, but Diane could tell that this was far different from what he expected. He thought that he would have created a second Diane, a person who had his thoughts, just in a different body. But this supposed clone had next to no difference from a normal baby. Did he create a clone, or a new human being? Diane suddenly felt a headache coming on again. Still, he couldn't help but pinch the baby's chubby cheeks, causing the little guy to giggle. Somehow, he had earned not 1, but 2 sons on this trip. This wasn't how it was supposed to be, Diane said in confusion. He thought that even if he came out without cultivation that he'd at least have my maturity already. But he's no different than a real baby. Madeline nodded. I talked to the twins about this. They said that this little guy could be considered the perfect clone, he won't have any flaws. By coming out in such a nascent form, he's already been accepted by the heavens as a life form of his own. This makes things easier too, Madeline said with a smile. We can just say that he's our son. You're okay with that? Why wouldn't I be? Madeline's smile grew brighter. Am I not already yours? Diane pulled Madeline into his arms. It really did feel nice having both a wife and child. He should realize that you and him are one person once his soul awakens upon entering the celestial realm, with his soul talent being shared with yours. That won't take very long at all. Until then, he'll be just like any normal child. Like this, Diane and Madeline became unwitting parents again. Over the next few months, the family journeyed around the mystical world, but Diane was disappointed to find that the inner spaces of the Phase castles collapsed upon Orcus' death. They had spent so much energy making sure that the hidden space within his throne didn't collapse, that they neglected the other ones. Still, Diane was satisfied. He collected a total of 17 invisible castles that could be converted into warships. As for the remaining 5 visible castles, they would be broken down into materials. Like this, they were finally prepared to leave the mystical world after more than 3 years. Diane kicked open the cage of a dungeon, training his eye on a seemingly frail young lady. Even in this sort of situation, Yandavir's expression was blank. Diane couldn't help but shake his head. Yandavir was born with the second-ranked corrosive flame, right beneath Devil's Wisp. Her flames were the Devil's Fog flames and were ranked 36th. To have a top 50 unique flame in her grasp, her future should have been practically limitless. The truth of the matter was that Diane didn't start truly questioning her intentions until the matters of the demonic gorge took place. Back then, Diane had sensed the power of the corrosive flames hidden within the Devil Chi vein, and clearly, so had Yandavir. This was the first time Yandavir let some of her true disposition shine through. Diane knew that she thought of killing him back then, all in order to raise the strength of her unique flames. However, this reality only made Diane more confused. Yandavir clearly wanted to grow stronger, yet she agreed to break through before she reached her peak strength. Now, she was forever relegated to the 6th order. There was no changing this unless she abolished her cultivation. Ready to talk? This was the first time Diane had come to find her. Up until now, for all Yandavir knew, he and Madeline had long since died. You survived. Even Yandavir's normally expressionless features showed surprised. You believed that a pitiful Golden Crow sect could do anything to me? You're naive. A hint of disdain colored Diane's features. In truth, Diane wanted to refine Yandavir into a corpse puppet. In fact, that was what he had been planning on doing once his clone awakened. But who would have expected for his clone to be nothing more than a baby? Having a person with the potential of a false true god as a corpse puppet would obviously be very useful to him. In fact, if he didn't refine Yandavir's flesh into bone, then it would be like she never died and he could directly control her. Unfortunately, all of those plans had fallen through now. I guess we're all just ants to you then. Yandavir responded plainly. How lucky you were to be born into such a magnificent clan. Not all of us are so lucky. Diane suddenly erupted into laughter, confusing Yandavir. Everyone really does believe that I come from some great clan, huh? Diane's smile made Yandavir feel uncomfortable. Well, let me tell you a secret. I'm the last remaining member of the Celestial Deer sect. Even my master is nothing more than a spirit even you could kill with a single finger. Everything I have today are things I took with my own hands. I've had stronger enemies than you. A worse upbringing than you. In fact, believe it or not, my talent was also far worse than yours. My people had their cultivation sealed from birth. Maybe the only luck I've had in my life is that said seal slipped up when it became my turn. I wonder, why didn't you grasp your own luck like I did mine? Yandavir trembled at Diane's words. Every sentence was like a strike of lightning on her psyche. Not for one moment did she believe Diane was lying. What reason did he have to lie? If anything, him telling her this was detrimental to him. However, Diane didn't feel any sympathy seeing this. Since when did he have such a thing for those who tried to kill him? In fact, had Yandavir laid a hand on Madeline, he would have already killed her 3 times over. The reason Madeline never detected Yandavir was because she truly never felt any guilt about anything she did. With no guilt, there were no negative emotions. In the end, her heart was as pure as an individual who had never committed a bad deed in their lives. For Yandavir to have such a deep-seated belief in her own path, but to face such a reality now, the audible sounds of her Tao heart crumbling were too much to ignore. Unlike when Head Tudo's heart nearly collapsed, Diane couldn't do anything about this. Even if he slapped Yandavir unconscious, this reality was one she had to face no matter what. Compared to Head Tudo, whose actions were fairly minor and inconsequential, Yandavir had caused countless deaths and betrayed even more individuals, all for the sake of these beliefs. But in the end, the so-called instant redemption didn't happen. Yandavir's calm and expressionless features returned. There will always be those who are luckier than others. She replied emotionlessly. While you claim to have no one and your upbringing is worse than mine, just how many things did the Celestial Deer sect leave behind for you? You claim to have stronger enemies, but none of them know of your existence, while mine knew of me from birth. You claim to be less talented than I am, but I somehow highly doubt that. It's impossible for you to have made anything of yourself without being talented. Intelligence is a talent. Charm is a talent. Leadership is yet another talent. Which one of these things are you lacking? You say you grasped your luck while I wasted mine. Well, I say you had much more luck to grasp than I did. Diane looked down toward Yandavir silently. None of the words she had said were technically false. If Diane had been as untalented in the soul path as he had been on the energy and body paths, would he be here today? Had he not had the weapons and battle techniques of the Celestial Deer sect, would he still be here today? If the enemies of the Celestial Deer sect knew of his true identity, would he still be here? These were appropriate questions to ask, and each of them were like pillars that held Yandavir's Tao heart together, maintaining her firmness. However, unlike how Diane's words nearly shattered Yandavir's understanding, her words had no effect on him at all. Why? Because from beginning to end, Diane never shirked his own bottom line, nor did he ever manipulate his own values based on the situation. When one looked back on his life now, it was easy to say he was just very lucky to stand where he was, but how many people would have made the choices he had? Back at Focus Academy, how many would have taken Madeline's elder brother's strike for the sake of protecting a woman he cared for? How many would have put their life on the line for a frail boy he didn't even know in Eli? How many would have had the courage to kill a God clan's young master? How many would have risked everything to save the Elven Kingdom? How many would have given themselves up to despair if they had to fight Loki and Elder Daiyu? How many would have fallen from grace after facing Ancestor Daiyu? How many would have forgotten about the nonsensical trial they were in for the sake of Amphory? How many times had Diane put his life on the line? Would anyone in this world dare to say they had 100% confidence of escaping with their lives? Of course not. It was easy to look back on things and point a person out as lucky, but it was far more difficult to live through those things yourself. Few had Diane's talent, but even fewer had his tenacity and perseverance. This was something Yandavir would never understand even if he spoke out all of these words to her. From today onward, you will be my puppet. Consider yourself lucky. I had planned to make you into a corpse warrior, but various circumstances are impeding me from doing so. Yandavir didn't so much as turn her head away. It was as though she didn't care, and why would she? She had already spent her life as a puppet of the Golden Crow sect, all because she was born with these unique flames. So why did any of it matter? She was just going from one master to an even more powerful master. Diane pointed his finger toward Yandavir. Suddenly he felt that the seal was more excited than usually. He had never felt it respond too openly and happily to him. A line of sealing chi shot out from Diane, entering Yandavir's forehead. For the record, with my soul strength, I'll be able to tell immediately if you attempt to use your devil's fog flames to eat away at my seal. If you'd like to stay human and not become a corpse, it's best you don't do anything foolish. What's the difference? Yandavir muttered. The difference is that one can fight and the other can't. Diane didn't bother to explain his words. He stood Yandavir up. Not caring for her reaction, he stripped her of all her clothes. At first, Yandavir had expected to be raped. She even prepared some snide comments about Madeline and Diane's relationship. Clearly, even she found it difficult to remain unflustered in such a situation. Since when did she make snide comments? However, Diane didn't care about Yandavir's thoughts. He directly spun her around and found what he was looking for on the small of her back. The scar of a forcibly etched magic circle sat just above her slight but well-shaped ass. Diane's finger touched the scar, but he ended up frowning. An energy path-based seal was definitely novel to him. This seal is connected directly to her meridian pathway. If she disobeys, her cultivation will be crippled. Little Ian explained. This is a bit troublesome. Diane muttered. If she has to deal with conflicting commands, it'll cause her to self-implode. It's more complicated than even that, Little Yang suddenly said. It's a magic circle, but it uses concepts of runic vein theory for its inscription. This is a rare branch of magic. By concepts of runic vein theory, Little Yang was referring to the practice of inscribing one's body with runic veins, similar to Wilder. Much like runic veins, magic circles are found within the body as well. By etching this magic circle into Yandavir, it was like using her own power to bind her. Objectively speaking, it was ingenious. Unlike Diane's seals where he had to mind his soul strength in comparison to his opponents, this type of seal didn't care about such things. In fact, the more powerful the victim was, the more powerful the seal was. In reality, it was only a question of whether or not your opponent would just lie there and allow you to inscribe it. After thinking about it, Diane came up with a solution. He would sever her meridians and cripple her. This would shatter the seal easily. Afterward, he would feed her the meridian restoration pill. Pills for curing crippled cultivations were incredibly rare not only because of their healing properties, but for the after effects as well. The restructuring of the meridians that occurred afterward would be akin to a rebirth. In fact, it even allowed its taker the chance to advance in order if they were talented enough, that is. The only trouble was that this was a peak moon grade pill. Diane obviously hadn't had the skill to make it before. In addition, its success rate was dependent on its percentage purity. Whether Yandavir would be crippled for life or not was dependent on Diane's skill. Weeks later, Yandavir sat in her cell stunned. After Diane said he would sever her meridians, she felt nothing but despair. It wasn't that the martial world didn't know about meridian-nurturing pills, but rather that no one would ever bet their lives on them. For one, they were obscenely expensive. Even if one was somehow lucky enough to have a moon lord willing to concoct them for free, the spiritual ingredients would bankrupt any sect or clan ranked below 40 instantly. Secondly, the success rate was tied to the purity of the pill. Meaning, if the pill created was only 20% pure, then its likelihood of success was also only 1 in 5. One might think that this wasn't such a big deal since pills, even the worst, were normally around 50 to 60% pure, but those only referred to normal pills. One had to understand that within the Sapientia guilds, there was only a single Moon Lord alchemist, the head of the Alchemy Guild. Even if one took into account all of the Moon Lord alchemists of the Tower Quadrants, there wouldn't be more than 15 to 20 total. With such a shortage of Moon Lords, it obviously followed suit that the legacy of alchemy within the Tower Quadrants was incredibly poor, so how could their purity rate be high? This was why the guilds almost unanimously wanted to leave Diane be after learning he was a Moon Lord. With alchemic legacies being so scarce, the only way to learn more was by conferencing between experts. This made every new Moon Lord an incomparably valuable resource. Simply put, even the best Moon Lord of the Tower Quadrants would only be able to guarantee 30% purity of a moon-grade pill at most. How could Yandavir feel good about such odds even if it might give her a chance to reclaim her lost orders? From what she knew, Diane was likely just a recently promoted Moon Lord. In all likelihood, he might have Moon Chi, but not have the knowledge backing it. But who would have expected him to not only concoct the pill in just a few days, but also produce a 92% pure pill? What made Yandavir's lip twitched was the fact Diane all but threw a tantrum after seeing this result. He knew quite well that this 92% purity was only a result of Battle Cauldron and the fact he had used planet Chi to concoct a pill that only needed Moon Chi. Without these factors, his pill would have been 50% pure at most. How could Diane not be disappointed in himself? While he had spent his third trial of the epistemic tower studying comet grade knowledge, he hadn't spent nearly as much time on the moon grade. Now he had suddenly advanced to the planet grade. His knowledge was lagging far behind his prowess, and he didn't like it. In the end, Yandavir could only steady her heart. She didn't know why she was so moved. He was only healing her because having a crippled servant would be inconvenient. So, she bitterly swallowed the pill and began to circulate its medicinal essence. Outside the golden flame mystical world, just several thousand miles from the hottest star of their tower quadrants, the various Tao experts had begun to grow restless. Everyone here knew that the mystical world only had 3 phases, 1 year each. By now, the 3rd year had wrapped up for a few months already. Yet there wasn't a sign of anyone coming out. The only ones who didn't seem worried at all were the members of the Golden Crow sect. In fact, faint excitement could be seen on the faces of their elders. To them, the fact that there was this abnormality was a good thing, not a bad thing. They believed that this meant their ancestor had finally accomplished his goal and was now tying up loose ends. Although some of them were a bit worried about what the deaths of so many geniuses would entail, others thought it would be fine. After all, everyone knew how dangerous the mystical world was, especially when it came to the third phase. Yet, they had sent all their disciples in anyway. Still, those who were nervous thought it was better to make some plans now. After all, the upper echelons of their sects had gone off to the conference already. It wasn't a good idea to anger those other clans without their backing. Not yet. Anyway. This aside, clearly, due to the interference with the mystical world, Christian 3's soul jade had yet to shatter, so their moods were quite good. Vice Master Melisande bit her lip silently. Somehow, it was then that Diane's promise resonated in her ear. Oddly enough, this made her relax slightly all before she began to berate herself. Listening to the blind promises of arrogant, handsome young men? Was she a teenage girl? It was at that moment that the surroundings began to quake. The once steady space warped as the tip of a grand golden yacht began to appear. The image of a handsome young man standing beside an enchanting violet-haired lady, who only had eyes for the baby in her arms, appeared. Melisande finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. It seemed like it was finally the turn of the Golden Crow sect elders to sweat a bit. The large golden yacht pulled its way out fully moments later. At its full size, it was over 100 meters long and 20 meters high. But this wasn't the form Diane liked it best in. At most, it could reach 10% of its max speed in this state, and although that would still outrun most pseudo-Dao experts, it wasn't good enough for Diane's purposes. Still, to put on a little show, it was more than enough. Diane didn't step off the yacht, instead maneuvering it toward the Vice Master with a smile on his face. In truth, Melisande was shocked. She couldn't stop looking at the baby in Madeline's arms while sending glares toward Diane every so often. It was too early for Madeline to have a child. Yet this Diane actually put one in her during a life and death trial. Wasn't that too irresponsible? Although this wasn't the real story, the disciples of the Flaming Lily sect believed it. After all, there were a few months where Madeline didn't appear at all and Diane waved it off by saying she was in secluded meditation. Clearly they all believed that the real story was that she was pregnant. Madeline smiled. Disciple greets Vice Master. Melisande bitterly smiled. This would definitely affect Madeline's cultivation, and just after she was promoted to legatee as well. She was sure that if it wasn't for the fact such a title couldn't be so easily stripped, that those old fogies would go on a rampage. Although the Flaming Lily sect never abolished relationships, that didn't mean it didn't have its own unspoken rules. No one thought Madeline had to be told not to have a child so soon. Soon, the warp portal closed and those in the surroundings began to panic. Vice Master Melisande, it's probably best if you step onto my yacht for now, Diane said seriously. Seeing the look in his eye, Melisande's gaze turned serious as she followed his advice without hesitation. Clearly, there was something off about the current situation. As though on cue, Diane's pathway forward was instantly blocked by not only members of the Golden Crow sect, but also those of the Fiery Lotus sect, Flame Rebirth sect, and the Sapientia guilds. There were a few stragglers that exited the whirlpool of spatial chi behind Diane's yacht, but there weren't nearly enough. These people were those who hadn't participated in the third phase and had instead found places to hide and digest their gains. Many of them were from the Sapientia guilds, but obviously the upper echelon of those guilds mostly cared about Wilder and Blythe, who were nowhere to be seen. Young hero, Wilder's black-robed master suddenly called out, "Would you mind staying behind a bit to explain just what happened?" Although he tried to remain calm and kept a cordial appearance, it could be seen that he was slightly panicked. He had been prepared for losses, but a loss of Blythe and Wilder was too much. White-robed geniuses didn't grow on trees. Diane smiled. "There's no hurry. I wasn't planning on going anywhere without giving you all an explanation. It's just that I wanted to speak with Vice Master Melisande first. After all, I'm here thanks to her." The elders slightly frowned, but couldn't find anything within Diane's words to refute. With a wave of his hand, Blythe and Wilder suddenly appeared. Although they were slightly disheveled, they seemed to be in decent health. However, just when the black-robed Comet Lord was about to sigh a breath of relief, his face suddenly became incomparably ugly. True God Sacharo, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to make an enemy out of the Sapientia guilds? Why are their cultivation crippled? Simple, really? Diane said with a shrug. With a thought, images of what occurred during the third phase appeared in the air. This was none other than one of the tower's abilities to record everything that occurred around it. The black-robed master could only blush in shame as he watched his disciple lose his mind to attack Madeline, even ganging up with several Golden Crow sect disciples. He wanted to refute it, but everyone understood the theory behind recorded images in the martial world. The only way to perfectly fake an image was if one understood everything in existence to a level far above a Tao. Obviously, Diane wasn't such a person, which meant that since they couldn't tell these images were fake, it meant they were real. My wife crippled them because they wanted to kill her. Is that a good enough explanation? I believe it's giving your Sapientia Guild's face that they are still alive now, no? The black-robed master bitterly laughed. What use is it if they're alive? As they are now, they might as well be dead. Not only his expression was ugly, but so were the expressions of the sect elders, because they could all clearly see their disciples going against Diane as well. One golden-haired and red-eyed elder of the Goldine clan couldn't handle it anymore and burst out. Just why would everyone be against you like this? What did you do that was so shameful to evoke such a response? What did I do? Diane laughed. My only crime is that I was better than they were. As those words fell, scenes of what occurred before the second phase castle replayed. The faces of the elders reddened with shame as Melisande tried her best to hold back her laughter. See, Junior? Isn't Daddy very cool? Madeline coaxed the small baby. Since the little guy was essentially a younger Diane, they decided to give him Diane's name. For simplicity's sake, they settled on calling him Junior. Madeline's words only made the elders more embarrassed. There really was nothing they could say. Diane's background was more robust and he had reason on his side. The fact he hadn't killed them really was giving them enough face already. The black-robed man sighed and stepped forward to take Blythe and Wilder away. There's no rush, Diane suddenly said. I happen to have Meridian Restoration pills from my clan. The real reason I kept them alive isn't because I'm nice, but rather because this was a good opportunity to extort you all. Don't you think? Diane's blunt words made these elders not to know whether to laugh or cry, but they still felt excited. Was he really telling the truth? The black-robed master had just been preparing to bring these two back quickly in hopes their masters could help them get such a pill, but it was far better if he could buy them from Diane. Coughing awkwardly, he cleared his throat. Might I ask, was percentage purity these pills are? Diane smiled. 80%. 8% you say? That's not too good, but it isn't the worst either. Wait, what? Diane's hand waved, causing the Golden Crow sect inner disciples to appear. I can sell one for each one of them as well. Diane turned his attention toward the Golden Crow sect. However, you'll have to pay double whatever he pays. The faces of the three Golden Crow sect elders turned a sickly liver color, but they didn't dare refute. After all, while Blythe and Wilder had a chance to receive a pill even without Diane, they didn't dare be confident that their Moon Lord could replicate this feat even though they did in fact have one. The wealth of the Sapientia guilds was on another level compared to them. Master, don't let him exploit you. I'd rather die. Wilder's animalistic voice rang through the darkness of space, rage clear in his eyes. He still wasn't willing to forgive Diane. He killed Junior's sister. You mean the girl I killed because she schemed to steal my beast companions? Suddenly, yet another image appeared showing Wilder's so-called junior sister scheming to steal the beast babies at their lowest point. I've changed my mind. Everyone pays double except for Blythe. If you're confident in finding 80% pure Meridian Restoration pills elsewhere, then you don't have to be here, Diane said absent-mindedly. It was as though he didn't care about the proceedings at all. Wilder's features turned green with rage. It was clear he never cared about this junior sister of his at all. He just wanted to poke a hole in Diane's logic, only for him to fail miserably. Now, the price of his pill had doubled. Still, Wilder was no fool. He knew the rarity of these pills. All right, 100 enigmatic stones for her, so 200 for the rest of you, Diane said lazily. The truth was that Dian hadn't even spent a single Dao stone on the ingredients. For one, he simply found what he needed within the mystical world. And secondly, he was able to use immature spiritual ingredients due to the abilities of the battle cauldron. So, the price of production was significantly lower than normal. However, Dian's price was dozens of times higher than normal meridian restoration pills. When the elders heard his price, they almost fainted in anger. Young hero, please be a little more reasonable. A normal pill is normally just a few 100,000 transcendent stones, even for one that 30% effective. But you're asking for 100 million transcendent stones. Dian shrugged. Do I look like I'm in need of money? Dian's pointed question stunned the black-robed master, but the answer was obvious. How could a mere celestial riding a supreme-grade yacht be in need of money? That meant Dian was only making them pay for one reason, to teach them a lesson. After so many years in seclusion, it seemed that many thought they could take Dian lightly. This time, he would make them pay. But if there was a next time, he'd directly kill whoever was responsible. Plus, thinking about it from another angle, pill prices didn't increase linearly with purity. A 90% pure pill was sometimes 10 or even 100 times more expensive than an 80% pure pill. For a pill like the Meridian Restoration pill where purity was highly important, this pricing difference would be even more exaggerated. In the end, the elders scrounged up their funds. In some cases, they only had a few hundred enigmatic stones total to their names. They couldn't even bear to use them to buy things and strictly used them to cultivate, but here they were squandering their funds. In the end, 1,300 enigmatic stones selling 7 pills. Finally, the Golden Crow sect elders couldn't take it anymore and finally asked the question they were begging to ask. From the very beginning, they had been sitting on hooks, their hearts leaping into their throats and refusing to vanish. In the end, they could only finally muster up the courage to ask this, dreading what answer would be waiting for them on the other end. True God Sacharo, could it be that you have our God Goldine with you? However, Dian's response was an odd expression. Could it be that you haven't checked the Sapientia News Network recently? Dian shook his head, drifting away with Madeline and Melisande by his side. He sent one glance back toward the 3 sex elders. You might want to seek out the Tatsuya clan, your geniuses died at the hands of their true god. With those final words, Dian shot off into the distance. Wait! An elder of the Golden Crow sect called out once more. Despite Dian's intention to leave, neither the Golden Crow sect, nor the Flame Rebirth or Fiery Lotus sect elders moved. How could they? Although their upper management had all gone to the conference, they would still need to answer to their sect leaders for this matter eventually. Dian's features twitched with impatience. What do you want? Seeing Dian's blatant disregard for them as elders, how could the 5 of them not feel uncomfortable? Still, they were forced to swallow their anger. I accept that God Goldine was killed, but what of our Golden Crow sect's epistemic key? The leading elder of the Golden Crow sect continued. He wasn't of the Goldine or Crow families, but he had managed to work his way up the ranks despite this truth. His name was Elder Arush. He had brown skin and a slight stature, but it was clear he wasn't very good at controlling his temper. Despite his words sounding calm to a blind man, the twitching vein that looked more like a wiggling python on his forehead told a different story. Isn't it obvious? I've gifted it to my wife. You've improperly titled this treasure. Dian said without care. It isn't your sect's key. It's the Golden Flame Quadrant's key. Those who heard Dian's words were stunned into silence. This was especially so for Melisande, who suddenly understood the reason for Dian's serious expression. If this hadn't been exposed here, then maybe thing would have been fine. But now that it had, how could they allow them to leave so easily? You! Elder Arush's chest heaved through his robes. For such an action to be so visible despite how skinny he was, it could be imagined just how much anger he was trying to suppress. For Elder Arush, who didn't have protection of any of the pillar clans of their sect, to have his name tied to such a folly was tantamount to death. It didn't matter that he wasn't within the mystical world to change things. Nor did it matter that Christian III's death had nothing to do with him. There would definitely be a scapegoat, and it definitely couldn't be the already dead Scions, nor could it be the inner disciples because they were all children of either the Goldine or Crow clans. This is intolerable. To take the treasures of the Golden Crow sect, it doesn't matter how large the clan backing you is. No one would accept this slight, Elder Arush roared. However, his rage was only met with laughter. Dian's hand swept across his forehead, wiping off sweat from the unquenchable heat that pervaded the space around them. It was then that his eyes suddenly sharpened, their golden hue piercing through the veil of space and landing upon Arush's body. Elder Arush suddenly trembled, involuntarily taking a step back. By the time he realized he as a Dao expert had actually been startled by the gaze of a celestial, his face had already been lost. It was impossible for Arush to remember the last time he had felt so humiliated. He had become a lower Dao formation realm warrior several 10,000 years ago. Even when it came to Vice Master Melisande, he had no need to give her any face at all. The only person who gave him the slightest bit of pressure was Dian because of his background. The quality of experts in the Golden Crow sect were on an entirely different level in comparison to the Flaming Lily sect. This was obvious considering the latter sent their vice master while the other sent a normal elder. Melisande and Arush actually had practically the same cultivation, but Arush was a mere 8th-ranked elder. If the ancestors were ignored, Melisande was the second strongest in her sect, while Arush was the 10th, taking into account the sect master and vice master. If ancestors were taken into account, the disparity was even larger. Yet, a man who could so wholly look down on Vice Master Melisande had taken a step back in the face of a celestial. I don't have the time to bullshit with you. You have one of two choices. You either fuck off or you lose your life here. Which one is it? Dian asked. For the Flame Rebirth and Fiery Lotus sects who could only manage to send pseudo-Dao experts, Dian's words felt exceptionally weighty. But for Elder Arush, they were no less than a slap to the face. However, he had to remain rational. While it was true that both he and Melisande were both lower Dao expert, Melisande was a 3rd-stage Dao formation expert while he was still in the 2nd stage. In the Dao realm, even a single meridian made a massive difference, let alone a whole stage. If Melisande and he fought, he could hold on for a few hundred exchanges due to the superiority of the Golden Crow sect's legacy, but he would still undoubtedly lose. How could the Golden Crow sect teach outsiders their core teachings? Arush had never been allowed to learn the best they had to offer. Elder Arush laughed in anger. It seems that your Flaming Lily sect is intent on starting an all-out war with us? Knowing he could do nothing to Dian, Elder Arush turned his ire toward Melisande. He knew that while Dian could afford to take the key, the Flaming Lily sect wouldn't dare to. So what if Dian had a massive clan backing him? Would they cross hundreds of universes to fight a battle for someone else? Impossible. Melisande suddenly felt a weight on her chest. Arush was absolute correct. While Dian could afford to be willful, she couldn't. The Golden Crow sect didn't have any obligation to give their sects any face at all. They had been suppressing the 3 of them, including the Flaming Lily sect, for so many millennia that it should have already been possible for them to sweep over the quadrant. In truth, the only reason the Golden Crow sect was holding back until now was in order to keep a lower profile. While many have forgotten the might of the Golden Crow bloodline, those monsters of the outer quadrants definitely hadn't. Until now, the Golden Crow sect had been partially feigning weakness while waiting for the ancestors' plans to be accomplished. If they decided to drop all pretenses, taking command of 60 or 70 universes just like those largest clans and sects did would only be a matter of a few decades. Others might not know all these hidden truths, but how could Melisande not as the vice master of their rival sect? Although she wasn't aware of the role Orcus played in all of this, she did know that the Golden Crow sect was more than twice as powerful as their 3 lower-ranked sects put together. She had to smooth this situation out. Dian was still young and rash, and while he could speak for himself, Melisande knew that no clan would take part in a war so far from themselves. And, even if they chose to do so, the payment they would ask for in return wasn't something the Flaming Lily sect could afford to pay. However, before she could make her attempt, Dian had already chosen to speak again. While the Flaming Lily sect didn't understand the full scope of why the Golden Crow sect held back, how could Dian not? He had Orcus' diary, after all. With it, Dian not only understood the secrets behind the fall of the Golden Crow sect, he had also learned some truths behind why the Golden Era was the shortest of the 4 eras. On top of this, there were secrets about the ancient battlefield that opened Dian's perspective up to an entirely new world. Can you, as an elder who carries neither the Goldine nor Crow bloodline, take responsibility for declaring war? Diane's words froze Elder Arush in place. He had spoken in the heat of the moment, but he knew just how true Diane's words were. The Flaming Lily sect had been an eyesore for them for millions of years already, yet they hadn't gotten rid of them yet. There had to be a reason for this. Could he really take responsibility for declaring war? Of course not. If you'd like the key, it's not impossible for you to get it back. Diane suddenly said with a smile, his oppressive aura disappearing like the wind. Elder Arush narrowed his eyes, but he was forced to answer. How? Simple. Find someone below the 7th celestial stage capable of defeating my wife and you can have the key. Elder Arush's jaw clenched, but he could say nothing. God Goldine was their best talent, yet he was of the 8th order. Their Golden Crow bloodline had grown too thin in recent years. While their inner disciples were promising, they were all 7th order geniuses. They didn't have anyone capable. This time, the elders couldn't block Diane any longer. Doing any more would only cause them to lose more face. However, Elder Arush had already sent word back to the sect. The highest-ranking elder they had that stayed behind was the first elder. He was firmly within the Middle Dao realm, only he could deal with this situation. Hours later, Diane had brought the 50 or so disciples along with Melisande to the main base of the Flaming Lily sect, Planet Lily. The reason behind this name could be seen quite plain as day from standing in the sky above it. A large mountain range that took up half the size of the planet bloomed outward, its rocky edges forming the shape of a lily. According to the planet's history, there was a large volcano connected to the planet's core at the center. Sometime a few dozen million years ago, this volcano erupted. The eruption was so powerful that the molten waste it spewed tore into the skies and through the atmosphere, where it rapidly cooled before it could fully descend. This resulted in the unique lily shape they were all seeing now. In the past, this event was seen as a tragedy, so the planet was named Planet Lily in remembrance. As much as 95% of the planet's inhabitants died. Unfortunately, this was because cultivators had yet to settle here, so much of those who called this place home back then were weak foundation stage or meridian formation stage experts. It was only afterward that this eruption was seen as a blessing in disguise for the cultivation world. The lily carried dense fire essence and was a hotbed for the formation of unique flames. Those who practiced along the fire Dao path cultivated at twice the speed here as they would anywhere else. And the lily itself could be considered a massive Dao-grade fire abyssal core. Knowing a place like this existed, it really was curious that the Golden Crow sect had yet to attempt to monopolize it. At this moment, the golden yacht slowly descended upon the planet, but paused just before entering its atmosphere. You can all go, Diane said. Madeline has just given birth, so I must return her to our home. I'll be back to have that meeting we spoke about within a few months. Melisande frowned, but she understood in the end. Having Madeline here was too dangerous. After seeing them all off, Diane directly left with Madeline by his side. Not knowing that just minutes later, First Elder Crow entered Flaming Lily sect territory, completely uncaring for the usual rules and customs. Diane's mind was free and unfettered on his and Madeline's journey back to Soul-Rending Peak. In truth, he felt odd treating a child that was essentially himself as his son, but after seeing Madeline's enthusiasm, he couldn't bring himself to speak these thoughts aloud. Diane could only sigh as he watched his wife so enthusiastically take on her motherly role. Despite her not being able to breastfeed Junior, she cared for him in every other way possible. She doted on him so much that Diane was often forgotten in the background, much to his feigned depression. Still, he found himself enjoying these scenes for hours on end. He felt like he could watch Madeline be a mother for days without any boredom. These things made Diane sigh, though. He and Madeline had never sat down to speak about it, but he knew how much the truth behind her family's matters hurt her. At first, Madeline felt despair due to them, thinking that her mother and father were eager to sell her off to the highest bidder. In the beginning, it seemed that they only tried to tie her to Akihiko just to save her life. But if that was the case, what was their reasoning for backing her marriage with Lionel? What was their reason for ignoring her wishes and bowing to Connery Sapientia's wishes? Then, she found out that all of these things were a lie. The group of people she thought were her family actually weren't her relatives at all. It felt like in an instant years of emotional trauma and pain was wasted, only to form a new enmity. Madeline had never once spoken to Amel and Nora. These matters hung in the air like a tacit secret shared by dozens of individuals. But this only made things hurt more. Even when they came back and saw her, they still didn't dare to face her. What kind of parents were they? Seeing Madeline so invested in what Junior symbolized in her life, how could Diane not understand? He knew his wife better than anyone else in existence. She craved for family just as much, if not more, than he did. Soon, Madeline and Diane had made it back to Soul Rend Universe. In order to not attract attention and quietly observe the changes, Diane once again remained low-key. By now, development had taken a huge leap forward once again. During the first 3 years, Meiying had spent much of her time planning for the opening of Celestial Corner. But now that that goal had been accomplished, she spent much more time organizing Soul Rend Universe itself. In the end, Diane and Meiying decided that it was best if they kept the same 6 planets for now, with plans to increase this total to about 20 within 50 years. It was simply much easier to rely on already created infrastructure, especially since Diane's budget was lacking. Unfortunately, Diane knew that this might lead to some conflicts. There was good news, however. The clans under Diane's control were relatively small, with core members not totaling more than a few thousand. They were nothing like the juggernaut clans like the Goldine or Crow families that had millions of individuals with their bloodlines. As a result, they needed far less space. Still, there would always be intensive competition between clans. This competition was fiercest when it came to earning sect disciple positions. From Diane's cursory glance, he even noticed that some families were trying to monopolize the resources of the academies so they could control that path of entrance to the 6 peaks. Of course, Diane had already expected this to happen. It was for this reason that he employed the teacher grading system, allowing students to send anonymous reviews of their mentors. But it seemed that this measure wasn't enough. Maybe he was too naive. Firstly, the up-and-coming families, the Novril, Magi, Acor, and Cowdrey clans, had grown substantially and had banded together to suppress the Donari's Keeds family. One might wonder how this happened considering Donari was the key wielder. But the truth was that the moment those of Diane's home universe moved over, he no longer had the right to keep his title. He lost it to Stella just days after the Belmont family established themselves. This caused a major blow to the morale of the Keeds family and emboldened the up-and-coming families to suppress them. According to what Diane could see, the key had become a hot potato, switching between Stella and Aoife what seemed like every other day. Apparently, the two had an agreement that they wouldn't be allowed to take their trials and become the official key wielder until one of them won 3 times in a row. Not only had that delayed their trial, but it caused a minor headache for those who had to clean up after their battles. Still, Diane didn't care much about this. Although he didn't believe the 2 princesses should neglect their trials, they were actually training in their own way by placing pressure on each other. Instead, what gave Diane a headache were the countless other squabbles between clans. What remained of the Aumans, Gebs, and Horaces was essentially being treated like a slave class. The Nivea sect had risen up again in the form of a guild despite the fact Diane made it clear that they would only have 6 sects for now. The Patieniva clan was relatively stable, mostly due to Delia's backing, but this caused dissatisfaction among many. At the same time, the Pakal clan had become far too isolated. They were practically forming an ecosystem of their own. Countless problems piled together to form Diane's second headache of the past day. But who knew that the moment he stepped into Soul Palace for a breather, planning to figure out a course of action the next day, he would be hit with news that made his world flip upside down. "What did you say?" Diane stood, staring at Delia's beautiful crying features while holding a small baby that couldn't have been more than 9 months old in his arms. He had been so happy just moments ago. All his worries had vanished when he saw his best friend's child waddling about. But when he saw Delia's devastated appearance, a woman he saw as his own little sister, he felt that the world had come crashing down. Diane stood frozen. Had he not had a baby in his arms, he knew very well that this wouldn't be his reaction. It was taking his everything not to destroy the very palace he stood in now. The concentration took so much out of him that his tensed muscles experienced thousands of micro-tears under their own power. Diane's presence involuntarily leaked. The others who were in the throne room suddenly felt that they were facing an insurmountable mountain. After his Titan Emperors will perfectly synced with his body cultivation, the Titan air of his body increased to an entirely new level. Everything from Dian's innate lust to his bestial tendencies were many grades higher than they once were. It was even more difficult for him to control his own emotions now than it had ever been. Still, even with his attempts, a spider web of cracks ravaged Soul Palace, shattering the ground beneath Dian's feet. Now that his presence had perfectly fused with his body, even his words could affect the world around him, let alone his rage. Dian closed his eyes. He was well aware that no one here could get close to him in this state, so he needed to calm down. If not for their sake, at least for the sake of the child in his arms. Minutes later, Dian finally tempered his mental state to an acceptable level. In reality, he knew that this would happen at some point. But the idea that those bastards took advantage of the momentum of Eli's child's birth in order to track him down pissed Dian off more than he had the words to describe. "I'm sorry, little guy." Although Dian had tried to control himself, the one who likely took the brunt of his presence was a baby not even a year old. He felt ashamed. However, he was surprised to find the bright-eyed little boy with the same sandy blonde hair his father and aunt had looking up at him from his arms as though nothing had happened. He even patted Dian's face with his small, chubby hands as though to console him. Dian smiled lightly. "I won't let you grow up without a dad, I promise." Dian looked up to find that Madeline had already appeared by Delia's side. He could only allow her to fulfill her role as big sister. "What are you planning?" Maying floated to Dian's side, her black hair cascading as her violet eyes twinkled with an intelligent light. But Dian could tell that the normally carefree Maying was just as, if not more angered than he was. While Delia saw Madeline as a big sister, it was Maying that was her best friend. They had grown up together at Focus Academy, following Madeline around. Seeing Delia like this was almost like seeing a reflection of herself going through the same pain. In Maying's arms, Junior shifted, his large silver eyes blinking as his gaze met with little Aiden's. "Eli and I were prepared for this a long time ago." Dian's eyes flashed. "As long as Eli is somewhere on this mortal plane, I'll know exactly where he is." "You placed a tracking array on him?" Maying's eyes lit up. But Dian's response was a shaking of his head. "I can't underestimate Heaven's children so blatantly. If I placed a tracking array in him, the likelihood they have someone capable of detecting and eliminating such things is very high. Up to now, how was it that the Heaven's children remained safe? How was it that they stole Heaven's children right from under the noses of powerful clans and sects without ever being found? It was obvious to anyone that thought for even a small while that normal measures wouldn't work. Only something drastic would. However, Dian wouldn't be able to implement this plan until he fully mastered the planet-grade and planet-grade chi. Until then, all he could do was temper his anger. "Are you Dian?" In that moment, the arrogant voice of a valiant woman caused Dian to frown. His temper wasn't the best right now, and he had just calmed down. He wasn't in the mood to deal with an arrogant annoyance. If he was forced to, he might not be able to hold back. Dian turned to see a breathtaking beauty with long cascading hair that seemed to change color with her every moment. She was tall, standing at about 6 feet 2 inches or 3, but despite her valiant aura and appearance, she wore a violet gown that tempered her true aura with that of a refined princess. "Who is this?" Dian glanced at Maying. Despite seeing Dian's peeved expression, Maying giggled. Now that she knew Dian had plans to get Eli back, she was in a far better mood. "She's the only core disciple of soul-rending peak, Damaris." Dian's brows furrowed even further. As far as he was aware, their entire peak only had one inner disciple, and that was Violet's father Marco. In truth, there were actually a second Dian wasn't aware of yet. When the hell did they get a core disciple? And why was she so annoying? "Humph. I'm the princess of the Aegis clan, true god Damaris. For me to have joined a sect with such a weak master is too embarrassing. You might as well give me the sect master position." In the throne room, there wasn't just Delia, Madeline, Maying, and the babies. There were also a few demon generals who had rushed back to greet Dian. They all looked toward Dian, trying to see how he'd respond. Dian's features darkened. "Piss off." Damaris was stunned by Dian's words. No matter how indelicate her words were, she was still a world-class beauty that didn't lose out to Delia and Madeline in any way. On top of this, she had a refined draconic aura that made her very tempting for men who took pleasure in conquering headstrong women. But here was a man who didn't waver at the sight of her, nor did he try to coax her. Damaris had expected that even if Diane was eager to fight her, he would do so anyway if for nothing else but to conquer her heart by defeating her. It was clear here just how arrogant Damaris was. If Diane knew her thoughts, he might become so enraged that he'd directly give her the attack she was seeking. Despite knowing that Amphory was his wife, she still dared to have such thoughts? What did you say to me? Damaris' surprise gave way to rage. Her violet-pink hair billowed behind her as faint crystalline scale began to creep up along her slender legs and arms. That's 6 months, Diane suddenly said. What? Damaris entered a confused state of anger. 1 year. You. 1 year and a half. Diane's eyes flashed with a golden light. Creating a defensive array, he allowed little Aiden to float on. The little guy was so excited to see something so new and weird that he clapped, observing the swirling gold beneath him. Damaris didn't understand the words Diane was speaking, but what she did understand was the disdain in his eyes. Disdain? Who had ever dared to look at her in such a way? 2 years. Diane's hand stretched outward. Suddenly, Damaris felt an overwhelming danger overtake her senses. As a beast, how could her intuition not be sharp? But it was already too late. A palm of golden celestial chi appeared in the air. Vortex seal? Diane's clearly impatient voice rang out. He implemented one of the many energy manipulation techniques he mastered with a mere thought. Vortex seal was an area of effect-type energy manipulation technique. Some of these techniques increased the density of chi in order to increase striking power. In fact, Orcus, sun god Halo, was one example. But this one did the direct opposite. Damaris suddenly felt like her space of command disappeared. The control she felt over her domain as a celestial became nothing more than a toy before Diane. It was almost as though she was a mortal tossed into a space without oxygen. Not only did she find it difficult to gather up strength, but even controlling her own body seemed impossible. Descending palm. Before Damaris could react, the palm slammed downward. The already cracked Soul Palace grounds shattered even more fiercely. Maying could only shake her head. She had put so much effort into renovating the palace just for this to happen. Wasn't this big brother of hers being too ungrateful? Damaris was slammed face first into the marbled floor, her delicate appearance becoming ravaged by cuts and bruises, not to mention an obscene amount of crimson blood. Her once valiant demeanor disappeared. Thaddeus and the other demon generals felt a keen sense of surprise. Diane had always been powerful. Even when he had no cultivation to speak of, he had still gained their respect. But wasn't this too exaggerated? No matter what, Damaris was still a 9th-order middle celestial. To make matters worse, he only made use of 2 common-grade techniques. Vortex seal was an energy manipulation technique meant for defensive purposes. When used appropriately, it could mitigate the damage output of an opponent's attack. It was theoretically impossible for anyone to use it on as large a scale as Diane had. Then there was descending palm. It was a palm technique that took advantage of height leverage to create an imposing palm strike. Who would ever think of replicating the technique with celestial chi? That was like using a golden-plated knife to portion out beast dung. Plus, everyone here could tell that Diane had only just entered the celestial realm. He hadn't even reached the peak of the first stage. Since when could lower celestials command so much atmospheric celestial chi, especially in the face of middle celestial? And since when were they so powerful? Diane was obviously the least surprised about all of this. The fusion of presence with his body might seem like a simple matter, but only when one wielded the power for themselves could they understand just how incomprehensible the strength it gave you was. Even if Damaris was a higher celestial, she would inevitably lose miserably. Your cultivation will be sealed for 2 years. Barging into Soul Palace uninvited. Disrespecting your sect master. Threatening your sect master. Diane's eyes reddened with an almost irrational rage. His hand raised again. Damaris, who had lost consciousness, obviously couldn't react before a beam of sealing energy entered her body. Not only was she completely cut off from her bloodline, disallowing her from entering her dragon form, she lost the ability to communicate with her meridians and soul. This was a sealing Diane comprehended alone after entering the celestial realm. His breakthrough allowed him a much deeper understanding of his cultivation technique, inner world, sanctuary. Now he was able to apply its ability to seal his cultivation paths unto others. This was the very first true sealing technique he had ever learned. It could only be considered a lower earth-grade technique, but he was satisfied with it. He called it Sanctuary Seal. Diane couldn't be bothered to deal with Damaris' body. There were much more pressing things to worry about. Plus, she was a dragon anyway. If she really was so frail, she'd slap the face of her own race. But Diane didn't expect for Geralda to be lagging not too far behind her little sister. Seeing the state of her sibling, Geralda didn't so much as frown. She just sighed and picked her up. Maybe this'll teach you to stop being so loud-mouthed. Geralda scolded. Thank you for going easy on her. No matter what, Geralda saw Diane as her savior. Plus, Diane wasn't aware that Geralda had this sort of relationship with Damaris until just now. She's your... Diane felt like he suddenly understood. He hadn't asked any questions, mostly because he trusted the people around him to not make stupid decisions, but now he felt like he had a grasp of the situation. She's my little sister. She's a bit rambunctious, though. That said, she'll probably be happy you didn't go easy on her whenever it is she wakes up, although she'll also be disappointed that she can't cultivate for 2 years. Geralda didn't speak any nonsense about alleviating Damaris of her punishment. She understood the concept of a ruler's dignity. If Diane so easily let Damaris off the hook after she so wantonly attempted to slap his face, it would become more difficult for him to establish law and order in the future. Take this, Diane suddenly said, using his thumb to flick a pill toward Geralda. This is... Geralda felt her heartbeat quicken. It's a meridian nurturing pill. I know that in the past you were forced to advance to the celestial realm before you were ready, so your grade is lower than it should be. Although you could abolish your cultivation and restart, that would take too much time. Plus, your celestial tribulation was become far more difficult. All you need to do is sever your meridians and use this pill. It has a 92% chance of working. If for any reason you happen to be in the unlucky 8%, just come here again and I'll give you another. Geralda planned to firmly refuse, but Diane cut her off before she could continue. A long time ago, you made a choice to leave your clan to follow the man you love. Today, the man you love happens to be under my wing, which makes you one of my people as well. Making you stronger helps me. Hearing these words, Geralda's will to refuse dissipated. If Diane was simply being nice to her because he felt bad for beating up her little sister, she would definitely refuse. But if this was the case and he expected to be paid back, it was something she could accept. Diane smiled thoughtfully. His current visage was a far cry from the maddened warlord who didn't even spare an absolute beauty. Your son, he should be about 11 years old now, right? Diane suddenly asked. Little Ryu is talented, but he's still mute. Geralda said sadly. Diane nodded. He had heard of one child receiving an S grade the last he visited here, just before he left for the Golden Flame mystical world. Back then he had had a solid guess that that child was Ryu, and it seemed that he was correct. If you take advantage of the Meridian Nurturing Pill and reach the 9th order, I can directly give you a position among the demon generals. Your son, as you already know, is qualified to become a trainee directly under them. But I feel that he isn't ready yet. Geralda nodded in agreement. Ryu's muteness was a looming worry over her head. She wouldn't feel comfortable letting him take on such a role. She was very much protective of her son, one of the few lights in her life. Prepare yourself, Diane said seriously. It won't be long before we'll have to go to war. Diane's words shocked those in attendance. So soon? They weren't ready. They definitely weren't ready. Plus, their strongest expert, Amphory, wouldn't be back for at least half a decade to a decade. And even if she was here, how could it be possible to rely on a single warrior to guarantee victory? However, somehow, Diane's words inspired absolute confidence. Not only were they undeniable, it was as though his lack of acceptance for the possibility of defeat unwittingly entered all of their souls. Understood. Without another word, Geralda turned and left. She had long since stopped considering herself a member of the Aegis clan. From now on, she was a demon general. Just like Diane, not for a second did she consider the possibility of failing. All that was left other than Geralda's retreating figure was silence. However, Maying seemed keen on breaking that, disliking the somber atmosphere. Oh, can I have one of those meridian nurturing pills? Her violet eyes blinked adorably. She knew how to abuse her position as Madeline's little sister to get exactly what she wanted from Diane, something she was quite shameless about. Diane raised an eyebrow. What do you need them for? Didn't you say they're a chance to raise your grade? Diane shook his head. These pills don't magically raise your grade, you have to have had the talent in the first place. This pill is first and foremost created to heal those who've been crippled. The raising of grades is only a hidden secondary effect most can't make use of. In fact, pills that aren't top grade won't have this effect at all. Oh, Maying pouted. But she knew that her conventional energy cultivation talent was average at best, so it would be useless for her to take the pill unless she found a devil chi-rich environment. Luckily for you, Diane said mysteriously, grinning as he looked at her expression become more and more intrigued and curious. I happen to have stumbled upon a devil vein. A devil vein? Maying's calm and playful appearance crumbled. That's impossible. Diane laughed. Aren't I very capable? If you call me elder brother Diane, I'll plant it within your by family's territory. No. That's too much of a waste. A devil vein, even of the lowest grade, needs an entire solar system to itself. If it's a high grade, it needs an entire universe, maybe a few universes to reveal its true potential. Is that so? The one I found seemed to have only had influence on a very small area though. I couldn't sense it more than 10 kilometers away. In fact, I almost missed it until I was right on top of it. Maying's brow furrowed. That's even more impossible than the idea of you finding one. Tell me about devil veins then. Diane asked with curiosity. Back when he found the devil vein in the demon tiger den, he had been too focused on collecting the corrosive flame to ask the twins about it. Then, afterward, he had his path blocked by the various fire Dao geniuses. By the time he finished dealing with all of that, there were only a few more days until the first phase ended. So, he had to rush to the territory of the diamond-skinned apes. If he had allowed the second phase to begin, it would have been impossible to defeat them and retrieve the pulse fruits. All in all, he simply hadn't had the time to delve into its mysteries. After he managed to use the soul tome to collect both it and the corrosive flame, he had too many other things to do and worry about. Devil veins are similar to spiritual veins, however their niche abilities make them far more powerful. Spiritual veins can't grow past a certain size because it destabilizes the energy of a universe and could lead to its collapse. However, devil veins don't have that problem. The reason spiritual veins destabilize universes is because they collect every form of energy into one. If a universe becomes unbalanced in this way, it becomes difficult for it to maintain its laws. Once a spiritual vein grows to a certain size, its wanton absorption of energy would reach a level that a universe could no longer maintain. It would even be possible for it to pull upon energy the universe had been saving for the distant future, thus shortening its lifespan. Diane's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Wasn't this similar to what the entity was doing to his home universe? Could he be using concepts of spiritual veins and some other hidden methods to achieve his goal? This aside, up to now, Diane knew all of the things Maying spoke of. In fact, he was also aware that it was possible to use the energy core to ignore these limitations. He could also guess with this information why devil veins didn't have this limitation. You might have guessed it by now, but devil veins don't have this issue. Because it focuses on absorbing only a single type of energy, not only does it grow faster, but it has the opposite effect of stabilizing a universe. Devil chi is very volatile, so devil veins work like poison sponges, eradicating much of the illnesses a universe might suffer from its chi. In fact, devil chi is one of the branches of chi types that lead to the heat death of universes. Maying's face suddenly contorted. She was very obviously remembering something that angered her. However, even knowing this, those self-righteous bastards of the conventional path pretend as though devil cultivators are evil. Everything in the universe is meant to have a balance. Devil cultivators are a tonic that strengthens and adds longevity to universes by absorbing its devil chi. But, because we're so scarce now, devil veins are even more rare, so the lifespan of universes and quadrants as a whole have shortened. Now they're all scrambling, worrying about how the mortal plane could die out in just another few billion years, but weren't they the ones who caused all of this in the first place? Maying's chest heaved. Seemingly realizing she had had a small outburst, her cheeks reddened adorably as she regained her composure. Anyway, Devil veins are extinct. You shouldn't tease me like that, Mei said with a pout. Is that so? Diane grinned, taking out the soul tome and flipping to a particular page. Listening to Mei's explanation, Diane had a faint idea why the effects of the devil vein he found weren't so exaggerated. It was likely very much connected to the corrosive flame he found at the center of it. Due to some freak accident, a unique flame ended up being birthed as the core of this devil vein. As a result, it became capable of relying on the devil vein to absorb the volatile devil chi toward it, and thus use this devil chi to grow and mutate. Over countless years, this flame gained an unimaginable amount of power. Had it not been for the soul tome, Diane wouldn't have had a snowball's chance in hell in capturing it. Instead, he would have died without a corpse. Mei's violet eyes widened. She couldn't take her eyes off of the image of wiggling black crystals that seemed to have a life of their own. This is crazy, she muttered. Part of the reason her mother had died was precisely because someone wanted to exploit her feng shui abilities to find this very thing floating before her as an image now. Yet here it was within arm's reach. Where did you find this? Mei asked softly. It was within an ancestor den of demon tigers. The mystical world was an ecosystem of its own, so it probably naturally birthed a devil vein to keep itself stable, believing itself to be its own universe. Its own ecosystem. That's probably why. If only we had this back then, she said absent-mindedly. Her Bai clan had always been small. However, much like small clans that specialized in alchemy or weapons forging, not many provoked them because of the usefulness of their abilities. After all, the feng shui compass will was practically extinct, and only the Bai clan had a sure method of passing it down their generations. However, there were always exceptions to a rule. The martial world had always been ruled by strength, so how could those used to raising their noses high in disdain lower their heads to a small clan? Mei didn't know all of the details, but what she did know was that some big shot of the Devil Alliance wanted to grow their influence more. So, they turned to their Bai clan to force them to look for devil veins. Devil quadrants were both incredibly rare and incredibly volatile. For reasons explained previously, their lifespan was less than 1,000th of the lifespan of a normal universe. So, while devil quadrants still existed today, they definitely wouldn't for much longer. As a result, the need for devil veins was twofold. Firstly, they were needed to stabilize their universes. If the devil clans and sects suddenly lost their homes, the reverberating effects would be devastating. Secondly, it was to grow more powerful. Devil veins had the ability to produce pure devil chi, which was a step far above normal devil chi. Pure devil chi was a staple of demonic royals, and was often referred to as demonic chi or royal chi. Usually, only with sufficient talent and methods could a devil path cultivator refine devil chi into pure devil chi. However, devil veins bypassed this need for talent to some extent, opening a doorway to new possibilities. Although Mei's mother tried to explain that devil veins were extinct, those clans and sects refused to take no for an answer. This led to years of torment not only for the Bai family, but especially so for Mei's mother. Knowing what would happen to the Bai clan when she inevitably failed, Mei's mother sacrificed herself for the sake of their survival. It was no wonder Mei's feelings were complicated. On the one hand, Mei hated the devil clans and sects for pushing their family into a corner. On the other, she hated those self-righteous conventional path clans and sects that were the root of the problem to begin with. Both were equally responsible for why she, as a mere toddler, had to take the life of her own mother. Mei suddenly felt a large warm hand lightly fluff her hair. Almost simultaneously, Junior, who was still in her arms, also tried to rub her hand. Madeline couldn't help but giggle as she was the big and small Diane execute the same action at the same time. Even Mei and Delia's dulled moods couldn't help but brighten. Delia wiped her tears, walking over to little Aiden, who was still looking at the defensive array below him as though it was the greatest treasure in the world. It's about time I feed little Aiden. I'm sure you have a lot of things to do, right? Delia picked up Aiden, cradling her little boy like a loving mother. Now that Eli was gone, Aiden really was her whole world. Speaking of feeding, Diane was a little worried about feeding Junior. Until now, he and Madeline had been creating syrup and porridge concoctions of nutritious pills and spiritual plants and fruits for him to eat, but neither of them had been parents before, so it was impossible to tell if he was being properly cared for. Diane almost asked Delia if she could help with his nursing, But when he remembered that Junior was actually his clone, he almost slapped himself in the face. What was he thinking? Since when had he become so muddle-headed? Diane silently saw the girls and 2 babies off before sinking into his own thoughts. He had planned on taking a break today, but these matters had lit a fire under him. Those bastards actually dared take Eli away from his child. His jaw clenched. Junior needed to grow up fast. For now, Diane was content to allow him to act like a normal child, but at the end of the day, Diane knew that he would never be as easy on Junior as he would a child that was truly his son. Junior was his clone, as such he shared the same burdens. Diane needed to quickly master planet Chi. But even for him, this would take decades. This wasn't good enough, not by a long stretch. He refused to allow Aiden to grow up without a father. He refused to allow Eli to never feel the joy of raising his son. A ring appeared in Diane's hand. This ring was none other than the only supreme grade treasure the celestial deer sect left behind. His life ring. He had given this ring to Eli long ago because it contained a perfect environment for Eli to test out his botany theories. Before he was taken away, Eli managed to leave this behind. Diane swept his senses over the ring. When he saw the product of Eli's hard work, his eyes couldn't help but water with rage. His fist tightened around the ring. Just as he wanted to collect his emotions and begin the task of setting order to soul-rend universe, the dormant chain that rested around his neck vibrated, causing an image of Ree to appear. "It's good that you're back. I need some help." The truth was that there were no Sapientia towers in Soul-Rend Quadrant, so it would normally be impossible for Ree to reach him. But Clara didn't like this flaw. While it was no good for the Sapientia to have any influence in Diane's territory, it was equally as bad for Diane to be unaware of the affairs of the outside world. In solution, Clara created a one-way reception tower. This one-way tower only allowed information to come in, not allowing any to leave. As a result, the Sapientia were completely unaware of its existence while Diane and his empire could keep tabs on the happenings of the outside world. There was only one exception to the one-way rule, and that was the necklaces that hung from Diane's and his wives' necks. Ree looked particularly tired, but there was a happy smile on her face. She knew that the mystical world was only meant to stay open for 3 years, but she had contacted Diane months ago only to hear nothing back. That left both her and Clara in a bit of a predicament. Luckily, their souls were connected to Diane's, so they knew he was still alive. But that didn't stop them from worrying. Seeing that he was alive and well now made them feel much better. Did something happen? Diane sat up from his throne, carelessly slipping the life ring onto his finger. "We've been in Dark Ocean for the past 3 years, and we've made great gains," Ree explained. "But the problem isn't entering, it's exiting. I'm sure that Chrysanthemum and her cousin are annoyed that my soul jade hasn't shattered yet, so they'll likely lie in ambush. Although I've improved, I'm still not enough to deal with Annabella. She's a higher celestial of the 6th order." Diane nodded. "I'll be there in a few hours." Despite Diane making it sound like he was coming alone, Ree didn't doubt him. If her husband took action, that meant he was confident in his victory even when others thought he wasn't. Diane ended their communication, standing abruptly. Beautiful sky blue robes marked with faint gold and silver donned his body, replacing his normal black sweats and white shirt. With his enhanced features and his proper dress, he suddenly became akin to a god who was meant to be worshipped. A silver gold mask appeared on his face. Before, the lightning willow mask had turned black due to depleting all of its energy. But now that it had absorbed Diane's 4-cloud tribulation, many of its abilities were back. Although it was only a spiritual grade treasure now, it was still more than enough to stop anyone who wasn't a higher existence from seeing his true appearance. After ensuring that the mask had indeed regained much of its abilities, Diane thought of taking out the golden yacht. But in the end, he decided against it. Such a supreme grade treasure would definitely be a staple of an expert, so he couldn't casually decide which of his identities would use it. Since he had already used it as Diane, he couldn't also do so as the masked wife-stealer unless he had no other choice. This came at a good time, Diane muttered to himself, a deep rumbling reverberating in his chest. "I really did need something to vent this rage. Don't disappointment me too much, Water Mist Sect. Give me something worth playing with." At the edge of Water Mist Sect territory, 3 individuals stood, all three of whom Diane and Ree would recognize. The first was Chrysanthemum. She wore a flowing blue dress that seemed to seamlessly cause her equally blue hair to disappear into its exterior. The second was Annabelle. Her features were still lazy, almost as though she wanted nothing more than to not be here at all. And finally, there was Anik, whose massive stature allowed Chrysanthemum to leisurely sit on his shoulder. Clearly, the prince of the Emperor Giant clan had come to seek revenge. The humiliation he suffered 6 years prior was still etched into his mind. He wanted nothing more than to destroy the masked wife-stealer's reputation in the foulest imaginable way. "Hubby, you shouldn't frown so much. You'll etch permanent frown lines into that handsome face of yours," Chrysanthemum said with an adorable pout. She wasn't entirely wrong. By Emperor Giant clan standards, Anik was incredibly handsome. But to normal humans, his frame was so large that this was often something they overlooked. "I'm going to humiliate his woman in the worst possible way." Anik's features twisted. "I'll strip her naked and allow my fellow brothers to ravage her. Then I'll string her up and hang her from the highest peak of the Emperor Giant faction's territory on the celestial floors. When he inevitably comes to get her, I'll hand back the humiliation I felt 100-fold." Despite the dark and disgusting words that left his lips, Chrysanthemum giggled and clapped as though these were the exact words she wanted to hear. As for Annabelle, she said nothing. The only sign of her caring was the murderous glint that shone in her eye. She could still remember Ree's scalding remarks from 3 years back. She would definitely make her pay for them. Unfortunately for their dreams and aspirations, it was at this moment that a murderous intent descended from the skies. The bloody rage was so palpable and real that the oceans beneath their feet crashed and split even as the once blue skies above their heads rumbled with dark clouds. It was at that moment that a blue-robed deity appeared before them. Although a mask covered his face, the piercing gold and flecks of emerald in his eyes couldn't hide a gaze that could kill. Diane floated in the air, his emotions fluctuating in a difficult-to-control manner. His logic told him that killing the three of them where they stood would bring trouble he wasn't equipped to handle. But the surging royal blue Titan Emperor blood within him couldn't tolerate what he had just heard. A large part of the reason why Diane had yet to send Aki back to the Kitsune clan along with Masako and Jin was because he castrated him in a fit of anger. Currently, the Kitsune clan still didn't know about this, but if they did, it would cause an enmity that was impossible to mend. Diane understood his mistake afterward, but he refused to forgive Aki. In the end, he planned on keeping Aki with him until he cultivated enough skill in pill concoction to create a pill capable of curing him. It was exactly for this reason that he also brought Masako back from the brink of death as well, to avoid irreversible harm. Even Diane understood just how indecisive these actions of his were. The longer he kept the three Kitsune geniuses, the less use they would have to his ultimate plan. How could their clans place any trust in them after they spent so long in enemy hands? Only a fool would do so. Now, Diane had learned that the Kitsune clan had closed off their borders. He understood that he had missed his opportunity and the pawns he cultivated had become useless. Diane wanted to grow as a leader. He wanted to stop making rash decisions and delicately plan out his next steps. He wanted to be capable of enduring when he should and moving forward only when he was 100% certain of success, but it just wasn't in his being to act this way. Now, he faced the same crossroads he had faced many times before. To kill or not to kill. Seconds later, Clara and Ree, who had been lagging behind, caught up with Diane. They thought something big had happened. Diane all of a sudden stopped talking and laughing with them and disappeared. By the time they realized what was happening, he was already several thousand kilometers from them. Even with their cultivation, it took several minutes to catch up. Annabella, Chrysanthemum, and Anik had all been surprised by Diane's sudden arrival, but when they saw Clara and Ree, their sinister intentions began to shine through. "Comet Lord Gallagher," Anik spoke. "I'll give you one chance to turn away and leave this place. I'll pretend as though I never saw you. But if you so choose to stay here, don't blame me for being impolite." "Shut up, you overgrown green giant," Clara snorted, turning her cold gaze away as though she couldn't be bothered to continue their conversation. In truth, when Clara said green giant, she had been referring to Immortal World vegetable brand. Her meaning was that he was a greenhorn who didn't even understand that he was the one in danger now. But how could Anik know that? So, when he heard Clara call him a green giant, she assumed he was calling him a cuckold. His features twisted with rage. What did you say to me? Clara's lip twitched with disdain. Why did this green giant suddenly lose his temper? Definitely something only a green giant would do. Clara didn't even realize just how much her words pissed Anik off. All these months, Diane had been titled the Masked Wife Stealer. But who else remembered better than Anik how that name came about? It was precisely because the masked man made both he and True God Sacharo cuckolds, practically all but stating that Madeline was his, that the name came about. However, before he could say any more, Diane cut him off. I'll give you to the count of 3. For every 3 seconds that pass without you 3 rolling out of my sight, another one of you will pay the cost of a limb. Annabella's lazy expression suddenly woke up to these words. What did you say to us, you delusioned bastard? Chrysanthemum screeched. She could still remember how Diane and humiliated her before. How could she take these words lying down? 1. Anik's body trembled, an unbridled heat wafting off of him. Chrysanthemum could only leap from his shoulder, afraid that her dress and skin would burn away. I'll kill you. 2. Anik charged forward, the small wing tattoos on his back lighting up as his minor angel blood boiled. 3. Diane's eyes flashed with an enraged light. Shockingly, he didn't even bother with Anik, who was charging right for him. Instead, his fingers pressed together, concentrating an unmatched sword chi. With a thought, his wrist flicked forward. Even Annabella could only barely register what happened before a pained cry shook the darkened ocean. Anik stopped in his tracks, his overgrown body shivering in terror as a bloody mark split across his cheek. He looked back slowly toward his wife, an area that just so happened to be where the agonizing scream came from. Chrysanthemum fainted from shock. Not only her arm, but even a large part of her shoulder fell, severed from her body. In fact, the sword chi had been so devastating that even a portion of her ribs and breast were cut in two. What remained of her lung practically spilled out from the wound. Anik hadn't seen the attack. Annabella hadn't been able to react to the attack. And Chrysanthemum suffered greatly. Didn't that mean he could kill them all with a thought? When a cultivator steps into the celestial realm, they become privy to unimaginable abilities. Matters related to pseudodomains and proper use of spiritual weapons were just the tip of the iceberg. Now that Diane was a celestial, his wills had also undergone a qualitative change. It was common knowledge that 1st through 3rd ranked intents were the staple of essence gatherers, 4th through 6th were meant to be mastered by saint, while 7th through 9th ranked intents were only meant to be wielded by celestials. In fact, these rules became such a profound and unbreakable truth that geniuses were often measured by just how early they mastered these intents. If one comprehended a 7th level intent at the saint realm, they were at least an emperor at a minimum. However, Diane hadn't only just gained the innate boost of entering the celestial realm. His wills had also been perfectly fused with his presence. As things stood right now, his wills were no less powerful than Daos formed from weaker paths. 1. Diane's count began again. He didn't even seem to care about just how traumatic his last attack was for his opponents. 2. Stop. In the distance, Diane could sense multiple figures rushing forward. In truth, he had sensed them long ago. After all, his divine sense had recovered to 500,000 kilometers. Diane had expected it to take 6 months to heal his soul fully, but the time frame was drastically smaller than he had anticipated. First, he was confused. But, after sensing that the seal seemed far easier for him to use after he sealed Yandavir, he suddenly understood. After his soul entered the Tao realm, the abilities of the treasures of the 33 heavens that were bound to him to a large step forward as well. One had to know that unless you were a higher existence, it was impossible to touch upon even 10% of their true abilities. But, for Diane, whose soul was already better than most Tao experts at the celestial realm, he could already accomplish this feat. Of course, he was only able to reach this level with soul path treasures of the 33 heavens. But, considering only the energy core wasn't of this path, he had nothing to complain about. Simply put, with Diane's soul vastly improving, the abilities of the soul tome also increased, thus speeding up its ability to heal his soul. Ree looked off into the distance, recognizing the figures that were rushing over. One of them was an elder woman she respected. She was the first elder who had seen Ri and Clara off before they left for the Dark Ocean, First Elder Viola. As for the two others who followed after her, there was one minor elder of the Mist clan who could only be considered a pseudo-Dao expert, and the other was Second Elder Mist. Second Elder Mist had also been there to see Ri and Clara off, but her sincerity was of a far different sort of ilk. It was quite obvious that the one who had called for Diane to stop was Second Elder Mist. 3. Weren't the three of them very foolish to believe they were safe now that their elders were rushing over? The speed of a Dao expert was tremendous, crossing several thousand kilometers in the blink of an eye. But were they faster than the stroke of Diane's finger? Diane's finger descended once more. This time, the blinding flash of golden sword chi took Annabella's leg before she could react. One had to know that Damaris could toy with Annabella to death as a middle celestial. What did a mere 6th-order genius have in the face of a 9th-order one? Since Diane didn't have to take a step to defeat Damaris, what chance did Annabelle have? Although Annabella didn't cry out as pitifully as Chrysanthemum, her injury was even more severe. Along with her leg, a large portion of her hip was severed. Her intestines leaked from the side. The cut was so severe that the head of her ovaries were also visible. Was Diane inaccurate? He had stated that he'd claim a limb, so why were all his attacks so severe? Of course not. He attacked so harshly on purpose. If he had taken a centimeter more from Chrysanthemum, her heart would have split in half under his blade. Had he taken a centimeter more from Annabella, she would have lost half her reproductive abilities in an instant. Why was it that he didn't bother to attack Anik? It obviously wasn't because he was able to, nor was it because his background was too fierce. The Water Mist sect was ranked 9th, while the Emperor Giant clan was a mere 11th ranked clan. If comparing the Mist clan and the Emperor Giant clan directly, offending the former was far more dangerous. The Emperor Giant clan was relying on Anik's future growth to finally break into the 4th to 9th ranks. As of now, they were unworthy. Second, Anik was still far weaker than Annabella. Although he had broken into the celestial realm and climbed to the celestial floor, he was still lacking in comparison to a 6th-order higher celestial. So why did Diane act this way? It was to show Anik just how inferior he was. You dared to claim that you'd humiliate my woman behind my back? Watch as I cripple yours before your eyes. You claim that you'd be able to defeat me in battle? Watch as I disdain to attack you and easily defeat someone by far your better. This sort of slap to the face would entrench Anik's heart demon so firmly that he'd never be able to climb out of the abyss. 1. You dare? 2. It was as though Diane didn't notice trouble was approaching. As far as he was concerned, they wouldn't get here before he struck once more. Did this second elder really believe he would stop because she told him so? Diane could only see red. It was already taking everything in him to not slice their heads from their necks, yet this woman wanted him to stop. What an absolute joke. Anik knew exactly how to make the stop. Diane had said very clearly that for every 3 seconds they didn't roll out of his sight, he'd take another limb. If he wanted him to stop attacking, he simply had to run away. But could he do such a thing? Among the true gods, which of them turned away in the face of a challenge? There were only 11 of them for a very specific reason. Of the trillions upon trillions of individuals that lived in their tower quadrants, only they had the spirit of true warriors. Even if he died today, even if he was humiliated beyond reason, he wouldn't take a single step back. Anik roared into the skies, the shimmering image of an emperor giant appearing to his back. Wings spread across the back of his manifestation, coloring the skies with just the faintest shade of red. A golden glaive with a serrated edge appeared in his hand. Its polearm was 5 meters long, while its blade alone was a meter to itself. Its body was covered in ancient patterns that shimmered with a holy light, but its blade was as black as night. Every true god had their own fortuitous encounters, and everyone received at least one supreme grade treasure from their trials. This was their reward as true gods. For Anik, he took this mighty glaive that had a history connected to his Nephilim tribe. One had to remember that all giants were considered humans who had integrated with ancient bloodlines. Anik's clan happened to have faintly fused with angels some time in the past, making them one of the stronger branches of the Nephilim tribe. This glaive was a former heirloom of the Nephilim tribe, the main weapon of their 341st ruler, Raphaim the Great. It was once a 6-star weapon, but time waited for no man or treasure. Today, it couldn't even be counted as a star treasure, and was now a 4th planet-grade glaive. Still, no matter what, it was still a supreme-grade weapon. The faint red image of a half-step Dao glaive intent shimmered into existence behind Anik. Heaven's blessing fell from the sky, shrouding him a golden light that threatened to disperse the dark clouds above. This was the path of a true god. In the face of immense pressure, Anik's glaive intent shattered the one with world barrier and charged into the one with Dao. He followed the path of the warlord. He was willing to leave blood and destruction in his wake, prepared to suffer the punishment of the heavens as long as he could continue to take another step forward. He would never step back, even in the face of his own death. Warlord's advance. Anik's glaive seemed to draw a horizontal line across space, tearing the world in half. Dian couldn't be bothered to care. With a flick of his wrist, his glaive shot up from the dark waters below. If one didn't know better, they would think he was wielding a normally sized glaive instead of one that was already 10 kilometers long. Anik's unconscious body lay on the end of his blade, seemingly lifeless. He really had put his everything into his final strike, all for him to fail in the end. In truth, Dian wanted nothing more than to kill him. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would have wanted to at least turn him into a slave. But he knew that was impossible. The only reason Dian could easily enslave characters like Yandavir and the Kitsune geniuses was because their clans were weak. For the Kitsune, this was obvious. They were from a mere 30th ranked quadrant despite being supreme-grade beasts. They had simply declined too much. As for Yandavir, this was less obvious considering she was from the 4th ranked quadrant. But it was important to separate the strength of the Golden Crow sect and the Flaming Lily sect. Alone, the Flaming Lily sect was even weaker than the Kitsune clan, especially considering the traitors that were likely in their midst. The geniuses of powerful clans all not only had presence-protecting treasures, they also had various life-saving treasures. The best clans were able to provide soul treasures that were bound to newborn geniuses the moment their talents were confirmed. These sorts of treasures were of unimaginable value and were all heirlooms handed down through the generations. If Dian tried to enslave someone with too powerful a background, it would backfire in ways he wasn't fit to deal with. So, while he could slowly infiltrate clans and sects ranked below 20 or so with this method, it was impossible to do the same for higher-level clans. However, that didn't mean Dian wouldn't make Anik pay a severe price even without the ability to enslave or kill him. Come! Dian's voice made the space around him tremble under its might. Like a meteor, a streaking golden glaive 5 meters long careened toward Dian. It didn't seem to remember it had another owner at all as it allowed Dian to grasp it. With a mere thought, Anik's connection to it shattered, causing his unconscious body to leak blood from his lips. The glaive was far too oversized for Dian. That said, he never intended to use it to begin with. The more profound Dian's understanding of weapon wills became, the more useless he suddenly found high-grade weapons. Similar to how he didn't care for alchemy furnaces until he found the battle cauldron, the concept was analogous. It probably wouldn't make much of a difference to him unless he found some next-level weapon. Still, taking this glaive had nothing to do with his own desires. Or rather, they did, but not desires pertaining to receiving a new treasure. Dian needed to find a systematic way to cool himself down, and only this method both caused irreparable harm to Anik while also not reached the point of mobilizing the whole Emperor Giant clan. In all likelihood, the next few years' worth of that clan's resources would all go toward finding a method to heal Anik's soul properly. If they didn't, his talent would be permanently harmed. As for Dian, who could easily heal Anik's soul, he obviously had no intention of doing so. Alexandria Snow, are you aware of your wrongs? Second Elder Mist could only vent her anger in the only way she could. Even Viola couldn't stop her from implementing sect rules. Right? Re slightly yawned. I don't remember doing anything. You. 2 of your fellow disciple sisters are hanging on to their lives by a thread, yet you dare to say that you've done nothing. Did I attack them? Re looked at the second elder as though she could only see a dancing clown. However, the second elder was very crafty herself. Hearing Re's words, she immediately pounced. I'm glad you've said this. You've allowed a hostile threat into our sect to harm not only a legatee of our esteemed Water Mist sect, but also an astounding genius of merit and the future prince of our Mist clan. The penalty of betraying the sect and punishable by public execution. Do you acknowledge your wrongs? The moment these words left the second elder's lips, she suddenly felt a tremble travel down her spine. An inexplicable sense of cold shook her to her soul. She didn't understand what was happening. As a Tao expert, she couldn't remember the last time she felt cold. In fact, this was only made more exaggerated by the fact their sect and clan specialized in water and ice abilities. It was only an instant later that she realized that this feeling came from a gaze. The gaze of a young man who had yet to speak a single word. A gaze that said if she continued, she would lose her pitiful life here. Luckily for the second elder, Ri's laughter cut through the heavy atmosphere. I believe you're mistaken. Second elder may or may not have gone senile in her old age, but surely you can tell that this isn't water mist sect territory. This is the dark ocean. When did I do the things you've accused me of? That said, I do find it funny that you've conveniently forgotten the fact that neither Chrysanthemum nor Annabella had any right to be here. If I recall correctly, in order to avoid the pointless deaths caused by the dark ocean, strict regulators were placed around which disciples could enter this territory. Tell me, when did such a weak so-called genius like Chrysanthemum earn such a right? She barely managed to break into the celestial realm at the fourth order. Yet you call her an astounding genius of merit? Aren't you embarrassed? I guess not though, if you could also just seconds before proudly name such a weak woman as your legatee. Outrageous! Second elder mist shrieked. It's probably more outrageous that a declining clan like yours still puts on such airs. I hope for your sakes that your ancestors don't die too soon, or else what would you have to stand on? Second elder mist lost her cool, almost attempting to attack again. But a light harumph from first elder Viola acted as a bucket of cold water being dumped over her emotions. In case you've forgotten, second elder mist, it is I who presides over the punishment faction of our guild. If there are penalties to be handed out, it isn't your turn to do so. Not in this life nor the next. But I'm glad you've brought up the topic despite overstepping your bounds. For the crime of entering the dark ocean without proper permissions, Chrysanthemum will be sentenced to 5 years of seclusion, and her position as core disciple will be stripped for said duration to that of a working disciple. For the crime of enabling poor and rebellious behavior in her junior sisters, Annabella will be forced into a probationary period for the next 50 years. You're taking advantage of the situation. Second elder mist couldn't remain quiet for much longer than a few seconds. Everyone knew that the title of legatee couldn't be handed out lightly. This was because stripping someone of this title was almost impossible. In addition, sects and clans had limited faith that needed to be slowly rebuilt over an entire generation. A legatee was highly important to this rebuilding, but it was also for this reason that only 3 could be chosen per generation regardless of the size or strength of a clan. However, there was a singular exception. A probationary period was enacted when a legatee committed an irredeemable evil. During this time, the faith a legatee had protecting him or her could be forcibly taken if they are defeated by another member of their sect who shared the same generation. Normally, this tall task was impossible to fulfill. After all, legatees would already be the cream of the crop. Where would they find other disciples capable of defeating them? However, Annabella was a special case. It was precisely because the Water Mist sect knew she was unworthy of being a legatee that they suppressed the 3 7th Order and 2 8th Order geniuses of their sect. But now, there was Ri. One might wonder at this point why Anik and Annabella hadn't used their faith to protect themselves from Dian. And the answer to that is very simple. The matters of faith were very powerful, but they were also finite. One wouldn't wantonly use their faith unless they absolutely had to. In a situation where they both knew that a Tao expert who had their backs was on her way, this definitely wasn't an end-all-be-all situation. However, it should also be noted that only smaller clans and sects had this sort of worry. While it was true that every clan and sect, no matter its size or age, could only choose 3 legatees per generation, it would be foolish to say that there weren't differences between them that remained. One such difference was this very limitation here. Those from weaker clans like Anik had a finite amount of fate they could use over the course of their lifetimes. This acted as a life-saving treasure that was even beyond their soul-bound one. One wouldn't use it unless they absolutely had to. Then there were simply weak legatees like Annabella. Not only was the pool she had access to finite, she also couldn't mobilize much of it due to how poor her talent was. Maybe to most, Annabella's sixth-order cultivation was outstanding. But in the face of true geniuses, she was nothing more than an ant. If God Goldine had 4 seventh-order bodyguards, you can imagine how the cultivation world's upper echelon viewed Annabella's strength. However, stronger clans, especially the number 1 and 3 quadrants of their tower quadrants, didn't have this problem. Or, more accurately, even when they used up the faith they had, their clans were so powerful that it would only take a few years for them to be back at full capacity once more. For the Mist clan, who was already declining so severely, how could they build up more faith in such a short period of time? While to the outside world, there was no drastic difference between the 4th and 9th ranked quadrants, many even believing they were all equal, those with sharper intellect had begun to realize that the Water Mist sect was slowly slipping. It wouldn't be long before their 9th place was taken from them. Taking advantage of the situation? First Elder Viola frowned. For the crime of questioning the punishment faction executioner, Second Elder Mist is sentenced to 1 month of seclusion and will have her monthly quota of resources halved for half a year. Would you like a worse sentence? Second Elder Mist sealed her lips tightly, begrudgingly taking the 3 injured geniuses away along with her clan's minor elder. In truth, she didn't understand why Viola had suddenly become so fiery today. She had never exercised her executioner status in this way before. However, what Second Elder Mist didn't know was that it was precisely because Ri had come back safe and sound that she acted so boldly to support her now. With Ri proving herself in this way, the idea of her building up her own coalition to support the Palace Master wasn't impossible at all. Coupling this with the Palace Master's still growing cultivation, and they definitely had a chance. If things kept moving along like this, not only would the Palace Master soon have cultivation rivaling the sect ancestors, Ri would become a pillar to hold them up as well. It wasn't just this either, but also the fact Ri had such a powerful husband to her back. Major speculation about the masked wife-stealer having royal elven blood within him had been circulating for years already. Of course, this was because he had suppressed Anik, who had high-grade human blood. Some even believed he had angel blood due to his wings. The only reason this latter theory was ignored was because Ri's connection with the elves had been revealed. Considering that wing growth techniques weren't exceptionally rare, and the fact it was too odd for 2 seemingly extinct rulers of the human race to appear as husband and wife, the first explanation was easier to accept. Viola had many worries, as did the sect master. Why was it that such a powerful sect had such a weak key wielder in Annabella? It was because they didn't want to give the Palace Master a chance to nurture a legatee of her own. The truth was that before Annabella's birth, the Water Mist sect already had 2 outstanding legatees, one of whom was of the 8th order, and the other of whom was a false true god. Annabella was a hurriedly chosen 3rd legatee who was only nominated to fill the last quota and cut off all opportunities for the Palace Master's faction to rise. The fact that Viola had taken this chance to put her on probation would cause waves in the sect. The Grand Elder and the Mist clan ancestors would never take this lying down. At this point, one might wonder why was the key given to Annabella and not one of the 2 true geniuses? Why had things ended up like this and seemingly not in a manner that made much sense? The answer was simple: timing. Even while not being able to bring out its full power, the difference between using a supreme-grade weapon as a celestial versus as a saint was like comparing heaven and earth. Dian suddenly found his rage far more difficult to temper. With the trajectory of Anik's attack, considering both Ri and Clara were standing to his sides, it would have to tear Ri in half before it could reach him. Of course, Anik wasn't thinking about any of this. All he could see was Dian. He no longer cared about his nonchalant will to possess Madeline, nor did he care about humiliating Ri. All he wanted to do was not take a step back in the face of this enemy. All he wanted to do was take a step forward. Dian knew that this wasn't the sort of attack he could take nonchalantly. It could only be said that true gods were on an entirely different level. While cultivation was important in gauging strength, so was comprehension. The leap in combat prowess Anik took just now, especially considering he followed a difficult and powerful path, wasn't something Dian could turn his nose up at. The Anik that stood before him now could most definitely defeat Annabella. This wasn't all either. Anak also had an Earth-grade constitution known as Earthen Will. Contrary to its name, it had next to nothing to do with Earth Will aside from the fact its wielder could call upon Earthen Essence to heal themselves. Instead, it referred to its wielder's body being as sturdy as Earth and was an example of an innate strength constitution, a category of constitution Dian's Titan Diamond body was within. When in the body of a normal human, it provided as much as 3 times the bodily strength as a normal human cultivator, scaling directly to body path cultivation. However, this constitution had one quirk, a quirk that was the reason behind it being ranked so low. The strength of Earthen Will was directly correlated to the size of its wielder's body. This was where it earned its name from. In reality, the larger a body of Earth, the greater its pull and gravity was. When one was born with Earthen Will, even a single inch of height resulted in an exponential increase in strength compared to other wielders of the will. While a normal human would have 3 times the normal strength of another, Anak, due to his emperor giant body, had 30 times the normal strength of not a human but an emperor giant. Unfortunately for Anak, he wasn't facing a normal member of the younger generation. By the time his valiant aura faded and he lost consciousness, his energy draining to nothing, all he saw was the last image of the magically extending pole arm of a glaive piercing through his chest. He flew backward, following along with the still extending glaive as his body formed a trench through the dark ocean waters. The gray glaive polearm seemed to extend it indefinitely. True weapon's will was something that was unapproachable for many. Even Anak, who had finally comprehended a half-step Tao, was far from reaching this level, as most wouldn't even sniff its barrier until entering the Tao realm of comprehension. However, this was something Dian had accomplished 6 years ago by now. The true weapon will of the glaive was this very extending ability. Using concepts of momentum and resonance much like the other true weapon wills, the glaive was able to extend and shorten at will while conserving its striking power to perfection. Anak never managed to enter Dian's attack range. Before he could, Dian took out his own glaive forged with dwarf's diamond. With a mere thought, the glaive shot outward, piercing through Anak's chest and causing him to fly backward. By the time the Tao experts got within range, all that could greet them was a devastating scene. Chrysanthemum, who had fallen onto the ocean's surface, was pushed by the wave Anak's massive body created, leaving a trail of blood and severed organs. On the opposite side, Annabella left a similarly gory scene, the only difference being that it originated from her leg. Finally, there was Anak, whose body was already gone from sight. The only evidence that he had been here was the still extending gray polearm attached to his chest. In what amounted to no more than a few seconds, 3 powerful celestial geniuses had been forced into such a sorry state. Second Elder Miss trembled with rage, immediately sending out their clan's minor elder to help her family's 2 geniuses. Stop! The elder's eyes reddened with rage, raising her hand to attack. But would First Elder Viola allow such a thing? Elder Mist suddenly felt a hand grip her wrist. This is very clearly a matter for the younger generation to handle. When did it become your turn to interfere? You. It was because of Viola's interference that Second Elder Mist hadn't been able to send their clan's minor elder here to ensure this plan didn't fail in the first place. By the time she managed to wiggle her way out of this interference, who could have known that she was come to see such a scene? To make matters worse, Viola had shamelessly followed her here. There were very clear distinctions between their ranks as well. While they were both Middle Dao experts, Second Elder Mist could only barely be considered so. While Viola had firmly established herself, it was clear who would come out on top in a fight. In truth, the only reason the Mist clan still held a firm grasp of the Water Mist sect was because of Grand Elder Mist and their secluded ancestors. In normal day-to-day affairs, they were already no match for the sect master and her faction. Knowing this truth, the sect master could only shake her head. Had the Mist clan not realized yet that they were declining so fiercely precisely because of their way of going about things? Karma was the most powerful force in existence. No one could escape it. So why did the Mist clan believe they were infallible even after committing so many foul acts? The palace master of the Water Mist sect was a false true god. So she never had the opportunity to wield the key. However, this obviously meant that another individual had taken on the role. Back then, unlike the joke that Annabella had become, the Water Mist sect key wielder was worthy of the title. Although the current palace master was still slightly better, their key wielder was a god and happened to be their former Grand Elder. Unfortunately, that Grand Elder never gained the recognition of the Mist Seal, so the Water Mist sect had been without a palace master for a while back then. This aside, according to rules established by their ancestors, the key could only be passed on in 3 situations. The first was if the key wielder died, obviously. The second was if the key wielder entered a deep sleep and became an ancestor. And the last was if this individual became the palace master. These rules might seem odd. After all, as long as the key was being passed to a youth of their sect, why did it matter when this happened? There was a simple answer to this, and it was related to the higher floors of the epistemic tower. Simply put, quadrants who had younger key wielders were actually at a disadvantage. When one climbs to higher floors, the privileges of key wielders increase. Not only does the key gain added functions in war and the gates, there are also numerous events that can only be entered by quadrants who have their key wielders on a particular floor. It should be remembered that the Saint floors are just a primer. True competition doesn't begin until one reached the celestial floors, and it only increases on the Tao floors. The amount of time and energy it takes to take even a single step forward after entering the celestial realm is so astronomical that one has no choice but to rely on natural treasures. But, for the tower quadrants, their only real chance at these are found within the tower itself. One can imagine how fierce the competition would be between 100 quadrants, so the tower's way of mitigating this and giving weaker quadrants a chance is by allocating these chances based on where the key wielder is within the tower. Essentially, stronger quadrants have an advantage, but they also move on to the next floor far quicker as well. Eventually, there will be certain gap periods where weaker quadrants can fight over resources amongst themselves while the stronger quadrants have already moved on. At the same time, however, stronger quadrants obviously want to spend as much time as possible on the highest floors. For them, only these highest floors are worth their time, and only they provide a chance to improve their already high positions. Now, it's quite obvious why the Water Mist sect would have such rules. It was in their best interest for the Grand Elder to keep this key for as long as possible. Unfortunately for the Mist clan, their former Grand Elder and current ancestor was far older than the Palace Master. Since things worked out in this way, although they could play keep away with the key with her, they eventually reached a point where the former Grand Elder had to hand the key off to a member of the younger generation. This was where the rules impacted them once again. The key could only be handed to a youth who had yet to take their trials. The reason for this is also related to benefits. After all, only a key wielder could receive the best rewards the tower had to offer. Due to the structure of the tower, only gods and true gods could receive supreme grade weapons as a reward, and one couldn't take the god trial unless you had the key. Considering how rare supreme grade treasures were, how could the Mist clan give up this opportunity? When these events were combined, it resulted in a situation where the Grand Elder entered her deep sleep too late to give the key to their clan's true geniuses, but too early to find a candidate more worthy than Annabella. The Mist clan was simply too greedy, preferring to hand the key to a mediocre candidate instead of having the key leave their family. Because of this, the Water Mist clan was constantly at a disadvantage. Everywhere Annabella went, she was inferior to the key wielders of the 4th to 8th ranked quadrants. She was even worse than some of the key wielders of the 11th to 29th ranked quadrants. Soon, the 30th would be included on that list, considering Sarah was attempting her god trials as these events were transpiring. For such a powerful clan, this sort of matter was embarrassing beyond belief. It might have been fine if things ended with embarrassment, but they didn't. Due to Annabella being unable to secure the resources they needed to maintain their former foundations, the clan was suffering. To make matters worse, Annabella's cultivation pace was too slow. Who knew when she would finally reach the Tao floors? In truth, the Water Mist sect had known that Annabella would be lacking after testing her talent as a youth. In fact, they had estimated that she would only become a 3rd or 4th order celestial. It was only because the Mist clan continually poured resources into her that she managed to reach the 6th order. The issue was that they underestimated how profound an impact this sort of thing would have. They were constantly looking for a candidate worthy enough to replace Annabella, but one inexplicably refused to be born. From any outsider's perspective, it was obvious why this was. They tried to skirt around the rules laid by their ancestors by giving the key to an unworthy candidate and thus lost the protection of some of their faith. Even worse, Annabella was unable to perform well enough to supplement this loss. How could they birth talents while crippled in this way? It would be good if the Mist clan acknowledged their mistake and took a step back by giving the key to someone worthy, but who knew they would be so stubborn to the point they would rather run the sect into the ground? Little Alex, it's good that you're safe. Aren't you going to introduce me? Viola smiled lightly, the wrinkles on her face becoming more pronounced. Still, it was quite obvious that she was once a beauty with few competitors. Even now she had an alluring mature air to her. Ree smiled widely. This is my husband, First Elder. His name is Jaws. Dian almost couldn't refrain from rolling his eyes. His anger had been almost too much to control just moments ago. But luckily Ree had cooled him down with her pure ice will while Viola was reprimanding the Mist clan women. Ree was worried about Dian's demeanor, truthfully speaking. It wasn't that she believed he would ever harm her or Clara. That idea didn't even cross her mind. But she knew it wasn't good for a ruler to be hot-headed. Dian could be so intelligent at times, but so foolish at others. Eventually, he'd reach a point where his intelligence couldn't pull him out of his stupidity. Ah, so he does have a name. Viola giggled lightly. She didn't have the air of an elder at all. She spoke to Ree as though they were two schoolgirls. Ree pouted lightly at Viola's teasing. It didn't exactly paint the best image for her husband to be named the masked wife-stealer. In fact, videos of Dian's confrontation with Daisho Ken had been circulating for years already. At least 60 to 70% of people agreed with Daisho Ken's take. Although it was obvious that Daisho Ken was only bringing up Dian's marriage life in order to goad him into action, that didn't stop many from taking his side. After all, to an uninformed individual who had no idea that Madeline was Dian's wife and not someone he was trying to steal, his words seemed logical. Why would Dian be chasing another woman, a married woman at that, if he had Ree by his side? Wasn't he simply slapping the face of his own wife? I don't know what you're thinking, young man, but you better not hurt little Alex. I don't care if your clans approve of your marriage already. I'll personally see to it that little Alex severs ties with you. Viola spoke sternly, taking on the big sister role shamelessly despite her age. It had to be remembered that the Water Mist sect was an all-women's sect just like the Flaming Lily sect was. For these sorts of sects in particular, it was incredibly rare for their disciples to become a part of some man's harem. In fact, it was often the women here who had multiple husbands. Although Viola herself only had one husband, she was more frivolous in her younger days. Her primordial Een was actually in the hands of the current sect master of the enigmatic sect, the rulers of the 7th-ranked quadrant. However, she never married him due to similar circumstances she believed Ree was currently in. Viola and women like her didn't feel any shame in the idea of being married to a man who didn't hold their primordial Een, nor should they. Viola felt that she wouldn't be comfortable in sharing the man she loved. So she moved on and found a man who would cherish her and her alone. Of course, this man was far weaker than the enigmatic sex master, but she didn't care. In truth, the enigmatic sex master still wanted to take her for his wife even to this day, even to the point of only titling his current women as concubines, but she couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Even though her only husband had died due to his poor cultivation thousands of years ago, by now she never went back to him. Dian didn't say anything in response to Viola's words, nor was his gaze indifferent. He only looked toward her in silence with a thoughtful expression. At least the gaze isn't as lecherous as the rumors state, Viola said with a harumph. All right. Ree took Viola's arm, bringing her away before Clara died from holding in too much laughter. It had been a long time since they had seen Dian being scolded by someone he couldn't respond to. They found the exchange hilarious. Still, while Dian didn't have any killing intent aimed toward Viola, he suddenly felt his hands itching. It seemed that he had to teach that Daisho Ken a lesson for daring to run his mouth so much. Maybe before Dian would have to be wary of Ken, but in his current state, and from the rumors that he should be an 8th or 9th stage celestial, Dian would be able to fight with him toe-to-toe. Of course, winning or losing this fight wouldn't prove anything. People would still talk. But it would definitely alleviate the fire in his gut. A few hours later, Dian found himself in Ree's courtyard. It was quite a lavish space, being about 10% the size of Soul Palace, a feat that was definitely not small. How did it go? After taking his time to cast a concealment array and handing the formation core to Ree, Dian finally felt it was safe to ask. although Diane's eyes saw a dome of beautiful comet chi. Unless a moon lord came here, even a Dao expert who didn't specialize in sensory abilities wouldn't sense a thing. And even if a moon lord of a Dao expert of such caliber did come, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it without alerting the three of them. Of course, Diane only restricted himself to Comet Chi in order to not draw too many parallels between the masked wife-stealer and himself. In response, Ree smiled brightly. It went far better than I expected. He's the Queen's husband? Centaurus, who had been hiding with Ree's long, beautiful, silver-blue hair along with Galadrim and Isla, peeked outward, staring at Diane curiously. Why's he hiding his face? Don't tell me the Queen has an ugly husband. Isla, who was the only one of the three to have actually seen Diane, pondered a bit. Her standards were quite high when it came to beauty, considering she was from the fairy race, but as she was about to respond, she suddenly shuddered. He's ugly. Definitely very ugly. I don't know how he grasped the Queen's heart. Isla continued to shiver. All she could remember was the image of Diane covered in blood and gore. Back then, he stood at over 20 meters tall and was coated in black armor. Plus, his body was badly mangled. Although Isla was a fairy, her thinking was quite simple and naive. It was for this reason her race, despite their heaven-defying abilities, never became prominent and instead fell under the protective wing of the elves. She believed herself very intelligent, thinking that this was Diane's disguise while his other form was his true form. After all, wasn't it normal for people to grow more powerful after entering their true forms? That's what beasts did all the time. They were far stronger in their beast forms than their human forms. Since Diane had gotten much stronger in his giant form, she thought that that was his real appearance. Oh no, we need to save the Queen. How can such a beautiful queen have an ugly husband? At this point, even the usually calm Galadrim began to feel restless as she floated on her tree. How could they allow their queen to have such a subpar husband? Weren't all the greatest heroes in history also incredibly handsome? Who had ever heard of an ugly hero? She definitely couldn't allow this. Diane, who had been waiting for Ree to start her story, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When had he suddenly become ugly? Plus, didn't they know that he could hear them? Ree giggled lightly. She had yet to see Diane's appearance after he became a celestial, but she had a feeling he could make her swoon more than he ever had. Joking aside, Clara and I made some major gains in the past 3 years, but there are still some glaring issues that are left to be dealt with. Ree started. This time around, although it seems like the Mist clan only sent me on this mission because they wanted to get rid of me, they only did so as a matter of convenience. They had been thinking about doing another expedition to Dark Ocean for years now. What do you think about that? Diane asked. He had a vague idea of what the problem was, but it was impossible for him to know everything about everything. Ree definitely had the better perspective on this topic. Usually, they only feel the need to clear the beasts in the Dark Ocean every few centuries, but it's only been a couple dozen years since the last time. Because Annabella's weaknesses have handicapped the sect's savings so much, they're no longer able to continue to ignore the resources hidden on the ocean floor. The issue is that the beasts there have acted as a major deterrence for a long time. Because of the Elven curse, the Rainbow Pung clan takes every last bit of those century-long gaps to conjure up the magic that wards the sect off, but if the Mist clan gets too restless, they'll send experts long before the clan is ready. In that case, the secret of Dark Ocean would be exposed. Diane nodded, lost in thought. And what would happen if you undid the seal? If the seal was undone, there are 3 Kuan Pengs that could break into the Dao realm within half a year, and they're practically guaranteed to succeed due to their excessive accumulations. But that isn't enough to match the firepower of the Water Mist sect without adequate preparation. The Palace Master has been a higher Dao expert for a long time now. In fact, she would be a peak Dao expert by now if it wasn't for the suppression of the Mist clan. The Grand Elder is a middle Dao expert, along with First Elder Viola and Second Elder Mist. The 4 of them are the most powerful members of the sect, barring ancestors, of course. But ancestors will only be awoken in the worst-case scenario. So, unless the sect is in dire straits, they can be ignored. As for lower Dao experts, there are several dozen, nearing 30, even more if the males from the secular universes are counted. Plus, there are countless pseudo-Dao experts. Diane sighed. Would they really have to give up the resources on the ocean floor? If the Mist clan really lay their hands on those resources, Ri would find it far harder to find a foothold in the sect. At the moment, Dian seemed rich, but when things were put into perspective, he was a poor man in a billionaire's game. There were numerous energy stone mines not only in the Demon Sage's mystical world, but also in the Golden Flame mystical world Dian managed to bring over. However, how could those handful of mines compare to sects and clans that had entire universes worth of energy stone mines to pick from? Not only did Dian have far less universes to work with than these tycoons, he couldn't even properly find the natural resources he needed within them. While these sects and clans had spent several million years carefully scouting and mapping their territory, finding their most important resources one by one, Dian hadn't even begun. In truth, if Maying was powerful enough, scouting out an entire universe would only take her a few weeks. But she wouldn't be able to do this until she reached the Tao Formation realm, something that was much too far away for her. The Dark Ocean was far too important to Dian. Not only was it more than 20 universes worth of resources, these resources also hadn't been touched in millions of years, making it comparable to double or even triple that. Also, due to the curse placed upon the Kuan Peng by the elves in preparation for their comeback, the Kuan Peng clan had been forced to diligently map out all of these resources as well. No, Dian muttered to himself. Giving up these resources to the Mist clan was not an option. He needed a plan of action. Dian fell into deep thought. Toying with the 9th-ranked quadrant wasn't a joke. This wasn't the same as imposing demands on the Flaming Lily sect. It was the equivalent of Dian entering the jaws of the Golden Crow sect. The difference was akin to night and day. The worst part was that the Water Mist sect was desperate. If not, why would they do something they saw as a massive risk? In their eyes, this expedition could cost them hundreds of elites of their sect, yet they were willing to do it anyway. Plus, the fact that Ri came back alive would embolden them. Even though they likely thought that she only survived due to staying near the outer edges, it would still have that effect regardless. After all, before Ri, no one below the peak celestial realm had ever survived out there for so long. Should he take the risk? Or should he cut his losses? It isn't the end of the world. Clara suddenly spoke. We have something they don't, right? The map that the Kuan Peng drew out is incredibly detailed. Because they were able to use their beast summons to scout for them, the map covers a good 95% of everything that's of value. There are 1,685,405 energy stone mines, 1,495 abyssal cores, although they're mostly ice, water, and darkness related, and the Kuan Peng have been steadily mining timeless and spaceless stones for millions of years already. Dian's eyes sharpened at those last words. How many? By what we know, it's enough to cover 30 universes. Clara said after thinking a while. That's what we'll do then. We'll use the Jafari clan treasure to block the Water Mist sect from entering at all. Clara frowned. Are you sure? Ri didn't know if she liked that idea either. It might sound simple to envelop a universe in this barrier, but it was far more involved than what it was made out to be. For one, the treasure always took 999 days to complete its task. No one understood exactly why this was, but the heavens always loved numbers related to 9. The best example of this would be their 108 meridians and the fact every step of cultivation was grouped into 9, with a single stage being connected to 9 meridians. So, it was likely this way to appease the heavens for committing such a heaven-defying act. What if the process was interrupted sometime within that almost 3-year period? That would not only expose the treasure to the Water Mist sect, it would also cause the wasting of a ridiculous number of timeless and spaceless stones. Obviously, the enveloping of an entire universe was a massive event. Powerful beings in adjacent universes would definitely sense this change. Luckily, there weren't any higher existences who were currently awake in the Water Mist sect, so this wouldn't be an issue. The problem was that the Mist clan was already thinking about an expedition to the Dark Ocean. If they decided to move sometime within these 3 years, they would definitely sense this change. It was far too risky. Dian and his allies were in no position to rebuff the attacks of the Water Mist sect. That was simply asking for death. Dian frowned, but couldn't rebut the worries of his wives. How about this? Ri smiled, taking Dian's hand to try and calm his emotions again. Let's enter an alliance with the Palace Master. Dian blinked, looking into Ri's eyes in surprise. No one hates the idea of the Mist clan getting their hands on those resources more than the Palace Master and First Elder Viola. Plus, Palace Master Jasmine also happens to be the strongest warrior who isn't in a deep sleep. If this wasn't the case, the Mist clan would have gotten rid of her by now. What do you think? Diane asked. I'm thinking that we could enter an alliance with the Palace Master using the Elven Kingdom's name. It's common historical knowledge that the elves once controlled the Jafari clan treasure, so there won't be any problems with our story, especially considering my constitution. We can let the Palace Master in our plan, and in return we can give her 10% of the profits we receive in exchange for her delaying the Mist clan's actions for 3 years. 10% might be a bit of a steep price, but giving her these resources helps us as well. If the Palace Master becomes a true backer of mine here, rising up in the Water Mist sect will be far easier. Diane fell into silence. In truth, this plan was incredibly risky. Diane simply didn't have the means to combat a higher Dao expert. It would take the sentries several decades more before they could cultivate to that level. In addition, Zabia and the Ipsum disciples were still preparing for their Dao tribulations. Even if they managed to survive, they would still be mere lower Dao experts. Of course, there was Amphory, but she wouldn't be back for at least half a decade to a decade considering she was attending the conference with Lila and Zaire. Plus, it wasn't even guaranteed that Amphory could fight a higher Dao expert of Jasmine's quality. The heart was a treacherous thing. Just because the Mist clan was their common enemy didn't mean Jasmine was a good person. In fact, the mere fact she managed to survive through all of the Mist clan's schemes for all these years almost guarantees that she wasn't. A kind-hearted and naive individual could have never done that. Diane's eyes narrowed. I need to meet her. Just half an hour later, Diane and Ree walked through the Water Mist sect hand in hand. Although they wanted to take Clara with them, it was obviously inconvenient. The world didn't know that Clara was also his wife, so it obviously didn't make sense for her to be involved in such an important meeting. One might wonder what the point of Diane's hidden identity even was, but it was entirely related to the sensitive identities of his wives. What would happen if the world suddenly knew that Diane was married to not only the legatee of the Flaming Lily sect, but also the potential legatee of the Water Mist sect and the creator of Sapientia Network? Those who were intelligent would begin to feel that a nefarious plot was brewing. Having pawns in such important and core locations was bound to alert the higher echelons of powerful entities. This was a level of scrutiny Diane couldn't handle as things stood now. Much like many other sects, the Water Mist sect was divided into inner and outer regions. Where it differed from Soul-Rending Peak was that its designated areas were arranged into regular and floating islands. Some of these floating islands even had beautiful rivers and waterfalls dropping from their edges and into the clear water below. It really did look like a paradise. The Palace Master received a floating island of her own. In fact, this floating island was the second highest, only behind the sect's holy land and the resting place of their ancestors. As for the Mist clan's personal home base and holy land, it wasn't located in this universe, but rather in an adjacent one. Luckily, due to the structure of the Water Mist sect, it was far more difficult to track the locations and whereabouts of disciples. The islands were too far apart and too isolated. Coupling this with Diane's expertise in concealment arrays, and no one even knew that he and Ree were visiting the Palace Master. Eventually, the couple made it to the Palace Master's personal territory. They could lift their heads and see the floating island above them. The issue was that infiltrating such an important area in stealth was too difficult. After being schemed against for so many millennia, how could Jasmine not take precautions? If she was interrupted while she was in a critical juncture for her cultivation, the results would be devastating. Unfortunately for Jasmine, using moon-grade formations might stall someone else, but they were useless against Diane. In the end, the soul path would always be the best at laying large-scale formations. Although magic and the energy path could make some cheap replicas, they were never as good. So most preferred to use conventional soul path formations. This played directly into Diane's hand. Should we really do this? Ree was a bit apprehensive. Barging in on a Dao expert, especially a Dao formation female expert, was definitely not a good idea. I have a feeling she's going to say something to make me angry later on, Diane said lightly. In negotiations, the one to approach first will almost always be on the losing end. Only by establishing power first will things go as we wish. Let's see if she dares to piss me off after this. Ri didn't know whether to laugh or cry at these words. You haven't even met her yet. Do you really need to be so hostile already? Still, she found this side of Diane funny. He hated being tested so much that he instead chose to test himself before the meeting even began. It was too cute. Diane swept Ri into his arms. Soul aid. In that moment, complex gears began to turn in Diane's eyes. The inner secrets of the formations before him were suddenly laid bare. He found thousands of flaws in an instant, something that shocked even himself. If he relied on his knowledge alone, he could only guarantee finding a few dozen. One had to remember that the core ability of Soul Aid was analyzing a technique to such a level that all of its secrets would be open to you. Using this information, it then became far easier to manipulate a technique at will. Obviously, such an ability could be applied in a myriad of ways outside the technique's original purpose. Using it to crack formations made things tens of times easier. Diane's body flashed forward. His movements became ethereal and free-flowing. In just an hour, he had stepped upon the Palace Master's island without alerting a single soul. Placing Ri down, he took her hand, strolling up the steps with ease. In that moment, a pressure that could shatter the skies suddenly caused the island to tremble. However, Diane only smiled, feeling immensely satisfied with himself. Ri shook her head, chuckling bitterly. Taking that loss to Viola earlier in the day clearly affected him. It was true that he wasn't used to taking losses, but was it really too much to take a single step back? The doors of a massive castle that seemed built with sapphire gems swung open. The oppressive might disappeared, becoming a refreshing breeze that invited them in. Diane secretly praised inwardly. This palace master had far better control of her emotions than he did. Knowing himself, he probably would have lashed out by now. Not long later, Ri and Diane was flown into the throne room by the gentle breeze. It was obvious to Diane that had they tried to deviate even a single step from the path the palace master lay, the breeze would have pushed them back with a force neither of them could contend against. Up ahead, Diane's eyes finally laid on the palace master. Maybe had he not been used to having beauties around him, his heart would have shuddered, but he could guarantee in his heart that the only women he had seen capable of matching Jasmine were Amphory and Evangeline. Jasmine's features were exquisite. She had large amber eyes that twinkled with flecks of gold. Her hair was a cascading waterfall of gorgeous black, and her skin was spotless, a characteristic that was on full display solely due to her style of dress. Jasmine wore what looked velvet mage robes, adorned by a pure sky blue and embroidered with gold and silver. But what made it eye-popping was the style of the dress itself. Aside from its sleeves that clung tightly to Jasmine's shoulders and upper arms before fanning our wifely at her elbows, there was a deep ravine that stretched from her collar bone to her belly. In fact, much of the skin Diane could see was due to this outrageously long V-neck pattern that exposed her toned torso. The palace master looked no different from a 20-year-old young woman, and her beauty made it difficult for one to take her eyes off of her. Coupled with her bright and inviting smile, she was most definitely a femme fatale. One had to know that Dao experts often went through cycles of appearing young and old. For example, Viola was currently aging and had the appearance of an attractive woman of about 40 or so years old. But the moment she broke through and gained another 100,000 years of life, she would once again look like she was in her 20s. That said, this was difficult to do considering she was already a middle Dao expert. Could very well be the end of the line for her. However, geniuses of Jasmine's caliber never stayed in one cultivation stage long enough to age. In all likelihood, Jasmine would look this way until she was lucky enough to become a higher existence, something she had a high probability of doing considering the fact she was a false true god. Little Alex, you've finally brought your husband to Big Sister? Jasmine's smile grew brighter. Diane could imagine just how many men would willingly shave off decades of their life just to be the aim of this smile. Ri reddened in slight embarrassment. She wasn't a woman who easily felt shame, but she did find Diane's tactics a bit embarrassing. That said, she had still gone along with it because she believed in Diane's judgment. Plus, his reasoning was very fair. Coming to Jasmine for help would put them on the weaker end of the deal. Taking Diane's approach, even if it caused a bit of dissatisfaction, it would at least force Jasmine to take them seriously. This was only made better by the fact it was impossible for Jasmine to sense Diane's cultivation. If she tried, she'd be forced to withstand the retaliation of the lightning willow mask. Although her soul had long since entered in the Tao realm by now, there didn't exist a cultivator that would willingly accept tribulation lightning into their mind's eye. "We've come to seek some cooperation with Big Sister Jasmine," Ree said lightly after gathering herself. Cooperation? Jasmine's ears perked up. Could it be that the elves wanted to cooperate with her? In truth, Ree's backstory had always confused Jasmine. If she was a member of the Elven Kingdom, why had she ever suffered a loss at the hands of the Kitsune? The Kitsune weren't worth shit in comparison to the lofty image many still had of the elves. This only led down the path to one answer, and that was that the elves simply weren't as powerful as they once were. Ree might have even been seeking the help of the Kitsune. In that case, cooperation with her wouldn't bring Jasmine much benefits, now would it? Diane was faintly aware of what Jasmine was thinking, and he couldn't help but think that having Lila by his side in this situation would be extremely helpful. Unfortunately, she wasn't here. Thinking to this point, his thoughts drifted to Jade. He had promised himself to release her after he finished his trial, but it had already been almost 3 months since then, yet he was still hesitating. Diane shook his head. Now wasn't the time to think about this. Ree nodded yes, still lightly holding onto Diane's hand. If this goes well, not only will it be possible for you to break into the Peak Dao realm, it will become possible to suppress the Mist Clan. Oh, Jasmine responded faintly. The bright smile was still on her face, making it seem like she was still being open and amicable. Ree felt slightly awkward. She didn't know how to take things forward from here. With Jasmine's curt answers, it was hard to continue the flow of the conversation. But she also didn't want to let too much out in case negotiations went sour. It was when Ree was suddenly feeling stifled that Diane spoke. "That's quite the mask you're wearing," he said lightly. "It's far better than even mine. I wonder how many years it took for you to hone it." Jasmine's eyes narrowed slightly. It couldn't have been more than a split second, but in the next moment her cheery expression was back. "You can't be asking me to take off my mask, can you? That's a bit rude considering yours is still on." "No, maybe. But I can take mine off. I wonder if you dare to do the same." A gauntlet had been thrown. Diane's provocative words stunned Ree. Was the palace master really wearing a mask? And even if she wasn't that just more reason to not trust her? Why would Diane exchange his identity for hers? Ree knew more than almost anyone else just how important Diane's identity was. If Jasmine had ulterior motives, it would definitely cause Diane's empire to collapse before it even got off its feet. As things stood right now, Ree and Diane both understood how fragile Diane's upstart was. The people under him had no sense of belonging. They were all seeking their own benefits, and only folded to Diane's call because he had the larger fist. But what the hell did Diane's own strength have in the face of a monster like Jasmine? She wouldn't even need to lift a finger to kill him even if he brought out every trump card he had. If Diane's current allies followed him because he was strong, who was to say that they wouldn't leave him for someone even more powerful? Diane had faintly begun to understand just why no one had succeeded in creating an Emperor-God clan in a single lifetime. Creating a nation and an empire was about more than just collecting talents and accumulating territory. Why was faith so important in the martial world? Wasn't it because the feeling and aura of a people, what was in their hearts, was just as important as how strong their leader or they were? The Diane of today simply couldn't afford to take such a risk. Despite thinking through all of this, Ree kept her heartbeat steady and her features expressionless. She had cultivated a trust in Diane for the more than 20 years they had been together. In the mortal world, this was already enough for a husband and wife to be considered inseparable. Considering their souls were also linked, this was doubly so for Ree and Diane. Ree simply didn't believe that Diane was rash. Almost as though she was expecting to detect something. Even after hearing Diane's words, Jasmine's divine sense trained on Ree. But who would have expected for it to not even be capable of entering the 10-meter radius of the youthful couple? Jasmine's eyes narrowed further. She could tell that if she tried to force her way in, she would suffer a severe backlash. since Dian's presence had fused with every aspect of his being, that of course included his own divine sense. As of now, his divine sense was almost like a living creature and had its own tangible aura. How could a Tao expert who specialized in the energy path like Jasmine be even remotely a match for Dian? Despite Jasmine's probing, Dian's heart was at peace. He noticed how calm Ree remained, and that made him appreciate just how amazing it was to have such capable women by his side. In fact, wasn't this entire affair Ree's idea to begin with? It was her that gave them a path to success. His wife had already done her part. It was now Dian's turn to grasp the opportunity. How interesting. My instincts tell me that you definitely aren't a Tao expert despite my not being able to sense your cultivation. Yet, your divine sense is contradictorily far more powerful than mine. I'm afraid in a battle of souls, even 100 of me wouldn't be worthy of you. Jasmine's smile didn't fade. Dian shrugged. All that means is that you can't hope to lock down this area with your domain. If I want to leave, even you can't stop me. Jasmine giggled. You're a bit too naive, little Jaws, was it? Aren't you underestimating us Tao experts a bit too much? Maybe I'm underestimating Tao experts as a whole, but I'm definitely not underestimating you. It's a shame that a talent like you is bound to never leave this floating island. When Jasmine heard these words, her expression truly changed for the first time. This didn't happen when she was promised great rewards, nor when she was handed the opportunity to become a higher existence, nor when Dian accused her of wearing a mask. But when she heard these words, her soul was shaken to the core. In that moment, her expression twisted. The bright and lively Jasmine's features suddenly became disgustingly dark. She was just as beautiful as before, but she had a menacing and dark aura that made her completely unapproachable. Her irises grew in size as they darkened, enveloping her eyes in a profound, deep black. Looking at her now was akin to staring into an infinite black hole. She looked no different than a pale, vengeful ghost. Although Jasmine realized her mistake in the next moment, it was already too late to fix anything. The true face of the Water Mist Sex Palace Master was revealed before Ree and Dian. That sinister light, that evil aura. Even if the heavens themselves descended in some humanoid form to tell Dian that this woman didn't practice any evil techniques, he would never believe it. Ree frowned. Did she make a mistake? How could they ally themselves with such an evil individual? From the looks of it, Jasmine most definitely practiced numerous evil techniques. These weren't the same as demonic or devil techniques. They fell into a category of cruelty and murder those former techniques never touched upon. Dian smiled lightly. It seems you've finally decided to show yourself. Well, I wouldn't be much of a gentleman if I didn't keep my word. Now would I? Dian faintly touched his silver gold mask. In the next moment, it began to slowly disappear into his face. Ree's heart couldn't help but cease slightly seeing Dian's actions. But luckily, the barrier of divine sense Dian had up didn't allow Jasmine to notice. It was at that moment that something absolutely stunning happened. As the mask's stealth abilities slowly faded away, a form of Dian Ree had never seen before appeared. His short, brownish-red gold hair grew outward, becoming replaced by a delicate ocean blue that reached down to the small of his back. His features grew sharper and more angled, his already well-outlined jawline seemingly cutting the air it existed in. This same change occurred to his nose as well. Before, Dian's nose could have been described as well-proportioned with soft, round edges. But now it too became sharp, the bridge of it becoming a steep mountain slope. Dian's eyes had changed as well. From their new golden emerald color, they became a beautiful flickering blue. They were akin to two glass globes that held the might of the sky. In the end, his skin paled from its flawless, almost rose-bronze color to a soft, matchless jade. Still, even with all of this, there was not a single doubt that his most pronounced feature were his new, sharp ears. They were far longer than Ree's, who could only be considered a half-elf. Dian now looked no different than a true blood royal elf. In this sort of state, handsome seemed like far too inadequate a descriptor. Ree, who had yet to see Dian's changed form after he passed his celestial tribulation, felt her heart skip a beat. She could tell that this wasn't Dian's actual appearance, but she also faintly understood that Dian was no less appealing in his true form. Even the banshee-like Jasmine couldn't help but pause in surprise. It should be impossible for one to have such a flawless appearance until they had at least become a Dao expert. And even then, it was incredibly rare. Although improving your cultivation realm did improve your appearance, it was only insofar as your natural ability allowed to begin with. Obviously, not everyone would be as beautiful as Jasmine or Amphory after they entered the Dao realm. This might seem like a meaningless topic, but it made Jasmine pause in her assessment of Dian. Could it be that she was wrong in thinking he wasn't a Dao expert? Even with his mask gone, she couldn't sense his cultivation due to the barrier of divine sense he had put up. This sort of doubt greatly benefited Dian. That aside, Ri was surprised as well. But her thoughts were far different from Jasmine's. She was used to Dian stunning her after he made a breakthrough. There was a reason why he had spent so long as a mere essence gatherer, yet never seemed to fall behind his wives in appearance. What she was more shocked about was just how he entered this form. Ri was absolutely certain that this wasn't a disguise. It was Dian's true form, or, rather, it was one of his true forms. What Ri didn't know was that Dian could only so perfectly replicate the appearance of an elven royal precisely because Ri was his wife. That was right. This appearance was thanks, in large part, to Ri's primordial Yin. After breaking into the celestial realm, Dian's comprehension of many things had skyrocketed. It seemed he could finally comprehend the uses of primordial Yins. Much like the other mysteries of the martial world, primordial Yins were difficult to comprehend and make use of. Oftentimes, a man could go their whole lives without ever understanding them at all, believing them to be cheap trophies they could lord over a woman. But, in large part due to what Dian believed were the actions of the sovereign flame, Dian's understanding of the world had reached a new level. Primordial Yins weren't just a representation of a woman's virginity. If that was the case, then a primordial Yin like Luna's wouldn't be able to fight against being taken. Their secret lied in half of their moniker, hidden in the word primordial. Some saw the word primordial as the representation of savagery or a time long past, but its core represented a beginning, a root, a quintessence. This was why primordial Qi was capable of helping the celestial beast re-elevate their bloodline. Primordial Yins carried the secrets of a woman's origin, just like a primordial Yang carried the origins of a man. A husband and wife could use their primordial Yins and Yangs to learn and grow together. But that was only the tip of the iceberg. They could also use them to comprehend the origins of their ancestors. By stimulating Ri's primordial Yin, Dian was able to tap into the essence of the elves. This energy, so long as he wished to continue tapping into it, could change his bodily structure right down to the individual cell. As things stood now, even if a transcendent descended from the immortal plane and used their immortal sense to scan Dian, even they wouldn't be able to tell he was a regular human. Without fail, they would all believe him to be a royal elf. Why were clans so guarding of their daughters but much less so with their sons? This was the reason. If an heiress married the wrong man, it was akin to passing down the very core of their clan to an inferior being. How could they allow such a thing? Although many had long since forgotten the root cause for how this culture became so ubiquitous, some of the larger clans and sects will always remember. Some of them even had special methods of their own to extract primordial Yins that survived from the Chaos era itself. Of course, the worries of these clans bordered on paranoia. The level of comprehension needed to accomplish what Dian had was unfathomable. It simply couldn't be done without the help of the heavens. Even Dian, with all his intelligence, was completely stone-walled before he fused with the sovereign flame. But now, an entirely new world had been opened up to him. Now, Dian spoke lightly, his voice changing to soothe the ears of the two women by his side like a sweet summer's breeze. Shall we speak of cooperation? Although Jasmine was shocked by Dian's appearance, it wasn't because of his elven features. Due to the cloaking abilities of Dian's mask, it was difficult to make out his attributes. He was only a vague image in their minds. So no one knew any details about his appearance, whether that be the length of his hair or the sharpness of his ears. All of it was shrouded. In truth, it was because of this reason that no one felt 100% confident in pegging Dian as an angel despite seeing his wings. It was impossible to see through him when his mask was on. Cooperation, Jasmine's voice was no longer as light and airy as it once was. Instead, it was replaced by a high-pitched grating noise that made those hearing feel incredibly uncomfortable. The only thing that kept her somewhat palatable was the fact her features were still beautiful. However, as veins of black slowly took over her once healthy complexion, even that was quickly becoming insufficient. I have the ability to ensure that all of the resources of the Dark Ocean fall into our hands. But in order to pull this off, it requires the Mist Clan being held off for 3 years. If we're even a single day short, everything will go up in smoke. The only person capable of helping us is you. And what do I receive in return? I'll give you 5% of those resources. Just 5%. Jasmine's grating laughter shook the castle. It seemed that even the world was beginning to lose its color. If Diane didn't know any better, he would have thought that his eternity pupils had inadvertently activated. 5% and the services of a planet lord for 10 years following the completion of the first 3-year period. Jasmine could no longer remain calm at these words, her emotions fluctuating for the second time that day. What did you just say? It had to be known that the divisions of Array Alchemy Mastery, and many fields related to it, were divided in such a way that mastery one step below a certain cultivation level was able to help cultivators a single step above, weapons smithing being one of the few exceptions. This might sound complicated, but it was actually simple. Simply put, a common-grade alchemist was able to concoct pills useful for meridian formation stage experts. This logic continued onward, meaning grandmasters could concoct pills useful for celestials. Finally, comet lords could concoct pills useful for Tao experts. When one reaches this point on this train of logic, the value of a planet lord suddenly become world-defying. Their very existence stands at the pinnacle of all that was. If Jasmine had a planet lord to personally concoct her pills, just what kind of result would it have? The truth was that the Water Mist sect and many other clans and sects that shared similar rankings with it had numerous planet-grade spiritual ingredients simply gathering up dust, unable to be used. Sometimes, they were forced to make the painful decision of directly consuming these spiritual fruits and plants despite knowing how much they were giving up by not concocting them into a pill. With a planet lord, this sort of heartbreak would be a thing of the past. Even Ri was shocked. She knew that Diane's master was a star lord, but she was still a partial spirit. She didn't have the stamina to concoct such high-level pills. Even if Diane got her a body, it would take some time before that body grew powerful enough to withstand the full brunt of her soul prowess. This meant only one thing. Diane was a planet lord now. Almost as though to respond to his wife's thoughts, Diane's soul strength bloomed. Jasmine felt her own soul tremble with inferiority as the beautiful images of planets of red, blue, and green hovered in the air. You're a planet lord. Of course, he treated her safety measures as a joke. He was actually such an outstanding existence. If Jasmine was uncertain before, she was completely convinced now that Diane couldn't be a celestial. Her instincts had to be wrong. It was simply impossible for the body of a celestial to withstand the strength of such a powerful Tao soul. She broke out into a cold sweat when she thought of how much contempt she had held Diane in. Could it be that he was actually far more powerful than her? 3 years from now, as long as you provide me with the ingredients, I'll concoct whatever planet-grade pill you so choose. There's no upper limit. As long as you hand me the ingredients before our 10-year agreement ends, I will concoct them for you even if it takes more than 10 years. Jasmine's ample chest heaved quietly. The beating of her heart reverberated through the throne room. I do want to make one thing clear, though, Diane said with narrowed eyes. I'm only choosing to work with you because I have no other chance. The amount of people you've murdered using that bright smile and innocent appearance is far more than I can fathom. While I understand you stepped onto this wretched path for the sake of surviving under the onslaught of the Mist Clan, you should know that I look down on you. The pills you ask me to concoct cannot be related to the path of evil. If you need devil path or demonic path pills, I will oblige. But I will never help your evil deeds. If I find out that you've continued your evil practices after today's meeting, I will personally kill you. Jasmine's grating laughter suddenly filled the hall once more. Once one steps onto the path of evil, there is no going back. I will oblige your requests, but I will do as I please after our deal concludes. I'll invite your ire with open arms afterward. Her eyes narrowed once more, searing holes into Diane's body. But I wonder if you can accomplish what the Mist Clan couldn't. In the past, she was a mere child, yet she survived within the jaws of such a behemoth. Now, she was higher Tao expert, an existence that even the outer quadrants wouldn't turn their noses up at. Even if the clan backing Diane was far more impressive, wouldn't the difficulty still be much less? Can we trust her? Ree asked. Hours later, Clara and Ree lay Diane's arms, a thin sheen of fragrant sweat covering their flawless bodies. It had been a long time since any one of them had had a true break, so they took some time to enjoy themselves with the Demon Sage Tower as they journeyed towards soul-rending peak. Diane, who had been enjoying the soft bodies of his wife until now, looked toward the ceiling with a pensive expression. I don't know what she was like before she fell to the evil path, but it's almost impossible for her to step off of it now. If it was as simple as her gaining strength through unsavory methods, it might be all right. But the evil path distorts even your personality to its core. The best way Diane could describe it was by comparing it to how he felt when he caught a glimpse of the hidden truths of his chaos flames. Even a strong-willed individual like him completely lost his way, falling to despair. If it wasn't for his undead body, he would be dead right now. The evil path worked on the mind in a similar way. However, it was far more sinister. In the beginning, an individual wouldn't even notice the changes in themselves. Then, one day they'd wake up and realize they'd become exactly like Jasmine. To make matters worse, they wouldn't feel any regret or remorse. Maybe some small, deeply hidden part of themselves would. But it would get drowned out. For Jasmine to have cultivated to the Tao realm using this method, she was too far gone. Diane could tell that she started before she entered the celestial realm, which meant that at least several dozen thousand years had passed. This was all she had known for basically her whole life. In truth, Diane was already preparing a method to kill her. Due to the soul contract the two of them had signed, it was impossible for him to use the pills he concocted for her to accomplish this, which meant he could only think of another method. This is too dangerous, Clara said with a frown. Diane sighed. Maybe, but I really don't have any other choice. You two probably haven't been back to soul-rending peak in a while, but it's in complete shambles. It was a mistake to have them migrate without my supervision. Now, fixing the issues will become a massive hassle. That might not be as hard to fix as you think, Clara said thoughtfully. Diane blinked. Clara studied biological sciences when she attended Princeton. But this was only because the death of her mother to cancer had pushed her in that direction. The Clara Diane knew in his youth didn't like sciences at all, though she was always curious about how the world worked, which was why array alchemy fascinated her. It wasn't her foremost passion. While Ree adored array alchemy, Clara saw it as a single facet of a much larger puzzle she wanted to put together. In fact, her cold disposition was fostered mainly because what she loved more than anything else was passively observing the matters around her. Due to this curiosity, Clara had initially intended to study history with a focus on ancient government. After all, with a father who became the president, how could Clara not have been influenced? Even though she wasn't the charismatic leader her father was, she definitely shared his love of governance and history. Why did G-Man take so much time out of his busy schedule to constantly give speeches at various universities? It was precisely because he valued this sort of learning the most. He wanted to take hold of and comprehend everything around him. The father-daughter pair weren't all that different, it was just that their approaches to their hobbies differed greatly. Clara became a passive observer while G-Man became an active participant. I had almost thought that you have given up on that, Diane said with a bright smile. You haven't brought up something like this in a while. Why do you think I spent so much effort on the Sapientia network? Because you love me very much? Diane asked expectantly. Clara snorted, causing Ree to giggle. What are you two talking about? She couldn't help but ask. Clara's mother was a historian, and her father, before he became president, was actually one as well. They both focused on the history of governance and the rise and fall of empires. Mortal empires like ours don't last nearly as long as martial world ones, so they had quite a sample size to work from. G-Man believed he was on the precipice of comprehending the perfect governing system, but he felt that he had to become a participant to understand just why so many governments failed. Clara likely would have followed in their footsteps, but Clara bitterly smiled. Although she was a grown woman now with a happy family around her, the death of her parents was still a bitter pill to swallow. Luckily, the warmth of Diane's arm wrapped around her and Ree softly grasping her hand made her feel much better. I'm thinking that the best method to flip things around as quickly as possible is to fuse a few characteristics of Roman governance and African tribal governance. The more Clara spoke, the brighter Diane's eyes twinkled. Before she could even finish, Diane suddenly felt that his wife was more attractive than she had ever been. He couldn't help but pounce on her for round two, leaving her incredibly aggrieved with just a half her speech finished. At this moment, Diane stood over two beds, his hands clenched into tight fists. One can imagine the level of power it took for someone with his body refinement level to bleed from their fists, yet this was exactly what was happening now. Before him lay Mia and Bella. By this point, they could only stay awake for 3 or 4 hours a day. Falling into a deep sleep, no one could wake them for the remaining 20 or so hours. Their cultivation had also deteriorated. From the essence-gathering realm, they could hardly be considered Foundation realm warriors now. Although Demon General Kita had done her best to reattach their limbs, the level of atrophy was frightening. The spatial chi of that heaven's child was truly treacherous. It could slice apart the body of a Dao expert with ease, let alone the already frail bodies of Mia and Bella. Diane felt the heavy pang of guilt. He had promised to show these two girls the world before the time came. He had even planned on finding something that could heal them from the Sapientia auction. Yet what had happened? Not only had he failed to live up to their expectations, the matters of the conference had pushed the auction even further back. Diane didn't dare to hope that they could survive until then. Looking around at the room devoid of sunlight, Diane's heart felt heavy. He often forgot about everything else for the sake of chasing power, but was that the right thing to do? He suddenly felt like a father from the mortal realm, burying his head in his work and neglecting his family for the pursuit of some loftier ideal that wasn't even worth all that much. In the beginning, Diane convinced himself he wasn't like that. After all, wasn't dealing with the entity something that rested firmly on his shoulders? He had accepted his master's request, how could he renege? Plus, the lives of his friends and family lay in the balance. They all relied on him one day becoming strong enough to defeat that man. But maybe he was giving himself too much credit. He spent almost 80 years total in Chaos Universe. Although only 3 years passed in the main timeline, this was truth. His question to himself was that really worth it? The gains he made spending time with Madeline and supporting her entry into the Golden Flame mystical world so far outstripped what he gained in Chaos Universe that the matter was akin to heaven and earth. 53 years. 53 years he spent endlessly fighting embryonic infernal beasts. Yet all the strength he gained in that time paled in comparison to a single pulse pill. Someone from the outside looking in might find Diane's thoughts silly. Weren't these things just coincidence? How could he possibly have known ahead of time that it wasn't worth it to spend so much time in Chaos Universe? Plus, it wasn't as though he didn't receive any benefits. Because he took his time in reaching the Demon Sage's mystical world, he fell into the perfect position to stir chaos in the Beast Alliance. However, Diane didn't believe this at all. For one, he had met Silver Fang just days after entering that universe. That meant that Diane knew the Beast Alliance was in Chaos Universe very early on. What was the use of waiting 53 years to take action? If Diane had simply headed toward the mystical world first, he would have saved so much time. Plus, he could have stopped Sabia and the Ipsum disciples from suffering such severe injuries. If he had done that instead, then they would have already broken into the Dao realm without wasting so many years healing themselves first. Diane's mind was in turmoil. It seemed that even the sovereign flame couldn't stop him from doubting himself this time. Maybe this was why he had yet to form a Dao heart up to his manifestation's expectations. Shaking his head, Diane trained his eyes on the twin sisters. They were bandaged from head to toe, but the thick medicinal smell couldn't wash away the reeking stench of rot and infection. Kita was at a loss for words when she tried to explain her thoughts to Diane. In the end, she concluded that she could only alleviate some of their pain by draining the pressure the pus within their bodies put on them. Once, Kita had tried to remove the decaying and infected flesh from their bodies, hoping that by removing the dead tissue they'd open a path toward becoming healthy. But she was horrified to find that there was no end to it. If she didn't know better, she'd think that the twin sisters were the living dead. How they were alive still was beyond her ability to comprehend. While Diane was lost in thought, a small streak of light opened to allow a small waddling baby in. Diane didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he saw Junior crawl in. It seemed that Madeline wasn't quite ready to be a parent yet, if Junior managed to escape her despite the disparity in their cultivation. Junior pushed forward, using his stronger-than-average body to stand up and come forward, his large silver eyes staring toward the twins sadly. Diane sighed. Even though the little guy had yet to awaken to the fact that they were one and the same, it seemed he subconsciously shared some of Diane's regrets. Big brother. Picking Junior up, Diane wanted to turn to leave, but the weak voices of the twin sisters halted his steps. In the end, Diane ended up spending the next 4 hours with Mia and Bella, hoping Junior's appearance could liven their moods a bit. After he left, the weight on his heart was still there, but he didn't make any of the same promises Eli did. For the very first time in his life, Diane didn't see a path to victory. After he left, Diane talked to Kita once more, wondering why she hadn't moved the twins to the celestial beast mystical realm. But he soon learned that Kita had already thought of this, but for some reason being there only worsened the symptoms of the twins. Not long after that, they learned that even direct sunlight caused them an inordinate amount of pain. In the end, they could only place them in a dark room, doing whatever they could to alleviate their pain. Diane sighed. Were the heavens really so unfair? 2 orphans who practically spent their whole lives as slaves now didn't even get to enjoy freedom when it was handed to them. Of course, Diane had done everything he could to examine their bodies. But even with his divine sense, he couldn't find what was wrong. And, for the first time, not only was his grand teacher stumped, so was the Tao of Array Alchemy. Diane wanted to toss it to the back of his mind, but he couldn't. Every time he tried, all he could remember was Mia and Bella risking their lives to save those poor soul slaves. If it hadn't been for them, Diane's rash actions would have led to the deaths of millions. It was clear that the former soul slaves felt this aching too. Although Diane was a lofty figure they had never met, many of them had interacted with Mia and Bella for years now. In fact, the 2 of them had been acting as Eli's assistants during Diane's absence, so they spent a lot of time directly treating them and helping them grow past their trauma. They had even personally helped many of the soul slaves find their parents, not showing any dissatisfaction despite being orphans themselves. Not knowing what to do, Diane locked himself into a room after calling for a meeting of all family and sect heads 3 days later. Luckily, he wasn't to the point of endlessly brooding. While there was this shadow in his life, there was some good too. After his trip to the Golden Flame mystical world, he had made an almost unreasonable amount of gains, practically gaining the wealth of a higher existence all to himself. Of course, it wasn't that exaggerated considering how many resources Orcus wasted, but that was what it felt like to Diane, who hadn't known what true wealth was until now. Soon, hundreds of ingredients spread out before Diane before the battle cauldron appeared in his hands. These spiritual ingredients were none other than what Kawa, Ri's mother, needed to bring herself back to full health. After almost 30 years now, she'd finally be able to re-enter her human form. Before Diane entered his trials, he asked his grand teacher about his mother-in-law's plight. According to the old guy, Kawa needed a barrier-breaking pill. From Abraxas' words, the barrier-breaking pill was a comet-grade pill. However, in today's society, it was likely categorized as a star-grade one. Of course, this was due to the banishment of array alchemy as a practice. Every time Diane remembered that Madeline's birth mother, Nora, wasn't able to concoct a mere master-grade pill despite supposedly being a moon lord, he couldn't help but shake his head. After thinking this thought offhandedly, Diane's eyes narrowed. Although his hands never stopped processing and readying ingredients, his mind was in another world. Moon lords were so rare in the tower quadrants. Could it be that Madeline's birth mother was a major figure among the Sapientia guilds? Diane shook his head. There was no point in thinking about this now. The actions of Madeline's birth parents had always baffled him. He could never make heads or tails of them anyway. The barrier-breaking pill wasn't normal by any means. As its name entails, it relates to breaking barriers. However, what this barrier could almost be left up to the imagination. There should be a distinction between ancient and normal pills. The barrier-breaking pill was an ancient pill and as such was ranked much lower in the past than it was today. The pulse pills Diane concocted also fell into this range. In fact, every pill Diane created were to ancient standards thanks to the Tao of Array alchemy. However, the Marshall St. pill Diane and refound were star-grade pills even by ancient standards. As an ancient pill that was seen as a star-grade pill today, the effects were unfathomable. The barrier Kawa needed to break was the one she set in her youth. Originally, she chose the beast path. It was after she met King Xianxia that abandoned this path to enter the human path. This resulted in a massive hit to her cultivation level and talent. Due to this, when Loki severely injured her utilizing the Cavasitas Patriarch as a puppet, the backlash she withstood was far more severe than it should have been. This barrier-breaking pill would essentially allow Kawa to turn back the clock, placing her on the road of choice once more. This time, she could choose both paths. It had to be said that the only reason Kawa chose the beast path to begin with was because she wasn't aware how talented she was in her youth. She didn't learn that she was the wielder of the River Kitsune's faith seed until much later. So she was groomed to stay in her lane as a member of the pitiful Snow Clan. But now, Diane would change her destiny. With a faint smile, Diane's thoughts entered the celestial beast Holy Land, passing by one bloodvat after another until his mind trained on one particular beast, the celestial fox. By integrating this blood essence into the barrier-breaking pill, it would take one step forward, becoming an ancient planet-grade pill at no expense to Diane. The best part was that the celestial fox was among the first celestial beasts to go extinct, making their bloodvat one of the most potent. Soon, the fate-breaking pill would be born. This, Kawa's voice projected into Diane's ears. She had lost the ability to communicate as normal humans did, but that didn't stop her from controlling Qi. With King Xianxia back in the Elven Kingdom now, he had begun taking a more active role in their day-to-day affairs. He had a lot to make up for due to his years of absence. Unfortunately, fulfilling this duty left Kawa alone most of the time. Luckily, Ri had come back just 2 days ago and had spent much of that time with her mother. So Kawa's spirits had been greatly lifted. But who knew that yet another pie would fall from skies today? Diane had never told Kawa anything about finding a cure for her. In truth, Kawa had been prepared to spend the rest of her life as a cripple. Although it was unfortunate that she'd only have the remainder of the 10,000 years she earned by crossing into the celestial realm left, she had accepted it. Since 80 years was enough for mortals, wouldn't she be too selfish complaining with such a long time ahead of her? 10,000 years was more than enough for her to see her daughter mature into the amazing woman she knew Ri would become. In truth, it wasn't that Diane had wanted to leave Kawa in the dark. After all, he had already promised Ri that he would be able to save her. It was just that while Ri had absolute faith in Diane, she also knew that he had many things on his plate. She thought it was better if Kawa didn't get her hopes up. Ri's eyes brimmed with tears that she quickly wiped away. She didn't want to give Diane the impression that she didn't believe in him. To her, that was the worst sort of sin. But Diane only smiled lightly, kissing Ri on the forehead and taking her into his arms. Wasn't it his fault to begin with that his wives believed he was so busy? If Diane had only been thinking about it before, he was staunch in his conclusion now. Unless he absolute had to, he would never leave their sides again. In everything he did, they would be with him. No matter what. Don't feel bad for me, little Alex. Kawa soothed her daughter, leaping up to Ri's shoulder and rubbing her cheeks against hers. These years have allowed me to temper my spirituality to a great extent. I'll be a far better expert now than I would have ever been before. Then I'll be able to protect you as a mother should. Kawa was barely 2 palm lengths long. Her once beautiful white tails nowhere to be seen after Loki ripped them off. But this fate-breaking pill was her chance to rise up once again. Little Diane, what is this strong aura I sense from the pill? It's making my kitsune blood boil. Originally, the pill should have been a barrier-breaking pill. Although this would have helped you regain the talent you had at your peak, I thought I should take it a step further for my beautiful mother-in-law. No. Diane grinned, shamelessly complimenting Kawa. Ri and Kawa giggled lightly. They understood the gist of it. As things stood now, Diane wasn't able to concoct a planet-grade pill with his own skill. Although he might be able to force it with some of the easier ones along with the help of the battle cauldron, their purity percentage wouldn't have been no more than 10%. Maybe 20% if Diane got incredibly lucky or used some high-level materials. However, this barrier-breaking turned fate-breaking pill was a special case. Fate-breaking pills were no different than barrier-breaking pills for most of the concocting process. The only difference was that fate-breaking pills were baptized with high-level blood essence during their final step. due to the difficulty of collecting even normal blood essence, let alone that of a supreme grade beast. The fate-breaking pill's grade was raised by 2 levels. Luckily, the celestial fox species was wiped out before they fell below the supreme grade. This meant that their blood vat was filled entirely with supreme grade blood essence. After joking around a bit, Diane finally answered his mother-in-law's question. The aura you sense is that of the celestial fox. I'm not sure if kitsune are related to those ancient beasts or not, but I do know that you share the same basic makeup. Since kitsune were high-level supreme grade beasts as well, Diane couldn't be absolutely certain that they evolved from celestial foxes. After all, it was rare for branching evolutions to reach the same height as their ancestors. Celestial fox? Kawa lost control of her emotions. For a woman who had the calm disposition of a gentle river, this was definitely a new feeling for her. Diane raised an eyebrow, wondering what Kawa was thinking about. It wasn't until a while later she finally spoke. In kitsune lore, the 10 tails has always been the greatest height. But as you know, kitsune aren't like many other beasts. Instead of making us stronger, we're actually quite a bit weaker, not to mention far smaller, in our beast forms. According to some of our ancient texts, we were able to rely heavily on our trickery and elemental masteries to once more reach the peak of the supreme grade. But we had already lost what it meant to be a beast. Although we had the innate affinities, we lacked the powerful body. The celestial fox is the pinnacle of what we kitsune were meant to be. Not only do they have the elemental mastery, they grow incredibly large, much like all other beasts do. They're far superior to the 10 tails despite only having one. Hearing Kawa's tale, Diane began to understand. It turned out that the kitsune had descended from the celestial fox, but they managed to reach the pinnacle of a new branch of evolution. It was just that this branch was inferior to the pinnacle the celestial fox reached. This wasn't exactly unheard of. For example, the Cheelans could be considered a descendant of the celestial deer, but they managed to reach a pinnacle through a path of their own, even becoming equals to the mighty dragons. Unfortunately for the kitsune, although they reached a pinnacle of their own as well, they did so along a partially flawed path. They lost much of what it meant to be a beast. Much like humans, kitsune placed heavy emphasis on outside sources of strength, pulling from the atmosphere around them. But this caused them to lose their powerful bodies. In the end, their beast forms became a laughingstock. They looked no different from adorable puppies. Understanding the magnitude of Kawa's words, Diane no longer felt that it was safe to have her consume the pill here. Instead, he quickly brought Kawa to the 18th tier of the celestial beast mystical world. So you finally think to visit your master? Esmeralda looked toward Diane with a displeased expression. Although she had agreed to stay here, this was only because she hadn't seen her own mother in a very long time. However, she was heavily invested in Diane's improvement. How could she burden her disciple with such a heavy task and not put in work of her own? If Diane knew that Esmeralda's idea of work was torturing him, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Diane smiled. Master, I hear Zaire came to see you. Hearing Diane mention her son, Esmeralda's stern expression melted away into a bright smile that almost blinded her visitors. That little boy is so. At least he won't embarrass me out there. Watching her master try her best to veil her own gloating, Diane felt a warmth in his heart. There really was no better place to be than around family. Thinking to this point, he sighed. Curly, Amphory, Lila, and Zaire had left. He knew why they had done it, but with his new change in mind state, he didn't believe it was worth it. When the day came that he had to fight the entity, that could very well be the day Diane's luck finally ran out. Wouldn't it be a shame if he spent the whole time mindlessly grinding away? If he was meant to die sometime in the distant future, he would like to know he had lived a good life first. Maybe I was too worried about you, Esmeralda said thoughtfully. You've grown. The sight of Diane falling into despair shadowed Esmeralda's dreams. It made her feel better to see that he was slowly pulling himself out. Diane smiled knowingly. Not enough. Shaking his head, he took his mother-in-law in his arms before handing her the pill. Esmeralda's eyebrows shot up when she saw this, immediately understanding why Diane thought it best to come here. The moment the pill entered Kawa's small mouth, a radiant light sent Diane, King Acacia, and Ree flying. Although Esmeralda was slightly better off due to the fact she was a spirit, she felt too uncomfortable to remain nearby, instead deciding to distance herself as well. As to be expected, Such a commotion alerted all 4 celestial beast clans. Many believed there was an enemy after so many years of peace, but after seeing the circumstances, they calmed down, watching with bated interest. Just why was it that this aura seemed so familiar? At that moment, Granny Celeste had been in closed-door cultivation. For someone like her who had the small chance to become a higher existence, these were regular occurrences. Ever since Diane flooded this 18th tier with primordial energy, she had felt numerous bottlenecks both on her cultivation and her bloodline loosening. So, she had entered closed-door cultivation to charge toward the 10th Dao realm and finally become a peak Dao expert. Unfortunately, this had caused her to miss the appearance of her grandson, but it couldn't be helped. Granny Celeste would have never expected that in the moment she felt she had lost her opportunity, a sudden raging celestial essence would overwhelm their mystical world. In that moment, Granny Celeste quickly took advantage. Enigmatic energy surged toward her, using the celestial essence as an agitator to attack her bottleneck. Enigmatic chi rammed against her 82nd meridian pathway, coursing through with an added vigor. At the same time, Kawa's body continuously gave off radiant lights. Heaven's blessings descended from the skies. However, these were nothing like what Diane received for reaching the one with self-realm of mere common grade techniques. If before they could have been described as minuscule motes of light, this time, a divine pillar descended from the skies, gently enveloping Kawa's small body. The light was so blinding that it was impossible to see anything. But one thing was clear. It was getting bigger. The divine pillar pulsed outward, vibrating wildly as though it was fighting against something. In the next instant, the sound of a shattering barrier resounded. Fate had been broken. A roar suddenly shook the 18th tier even as another pillar of light erupted some distance away. Diane's eyes immediately shifted in that direction, a sudden bright smile taking over his handsome features. Didn't he say just days ago that he didn't have anyone who could contend against a higher Dao expert? Well, that wasn't a complete lie. While he didn't have anyone who could contend, he definitely had someone who could completely crush one. A mighty roar resounded through the skies. The silhouette of a massive beast entered the eyes of everyone. It towered at more than 200 meters and its length almost reached 500 meters. To its back, numerous tails whipped about with a mind of their own. Only those with the sharpest of eyesight could count that there were 10. However, in the next moment they faded, fusing into one. Slowly, the divine pillar of light shrunk. With it, the silhouette inexplicably disappeared. By the time everyone's eyes adjusted to the fading light, all that was left was a beast whose beauty could make one's heart tremble. No one understood where that massive silhouette came from, but what they did know was that it was nowhere to be seen now. The beast before them only stood at about 3/4 of a meter tall and about 1.5 meters long. Its silky white fur was completely blemishless. The faint halo of a delicate holy light wafted from the beast, giving it an unmatched divine aura. The beast could only be described as an empress, gently watching over her subjects. To the beast's back, 10 beautiful tails lightly waved about. But what was the most captivating were its blue eyes. They seemed to be as deep as the ocean themselves, limitless and mysterious. At that moment, King Acacia slowly walked over. Although he tried to maintain his kingly aura, he couldn't help but tremble. The kind of guilt that weighed on his conscience might not have been as much as Patieniva, but he felt it wasn't so far from that. He owed this wife of his far too much. In truth, King Acacia and Kawa's relationship began in large part due to King Acacia's innate beast-taming abilities as an elf. This was why, despite being husband and wife, the sole connection between them was actually that of beast and master. It wasn't after years of being side by side that they fell in love and became husband and wife. Although Kawa could have dissolved this connection when she abandoned the beast path, she chose to keep it in remembrance of those times they spent together. King Acacia had tried to convince her to change her mind many times before, but she had never agreed. However, just now, King Acacia felt that connection snap. The rational side of him knew that this was just a side effect of the fate-breaking pill. Kawa essentially was given the ability to start over from scratch. But a deeply irrational part of him held the faint worry that this meant Kawa didn't want to be with him anymore. The saddest part was that he couldn't bring himself to blame her. "Silly man, aren't you going to offer your wife a robe? I'll be stuck in this form if you don't." The moment his wife's words enter his ears, King Acacia was awash with so much emotion that he nearly collapsed. But he quickly obliged. Usually, when beasts entered their human forms, they had the ability to quickly pull out clothes for themselves from within their spatial rings. But obviously, Kawa had stopped carrying such things for a long time now, thinking that she'd never be human again. Diane felt Ri tightly grab onto his arm as he watched her parents embrace. It had been too long since they could be together in this way. Diane felt gratified to have helped them out like this. His arm wrapped around Ri's small waist. He knew this wife of his was embarrassed about the tears of happiness she was shedding, so he let her be, providing quiet support. Looking up, Diane saw his master sigh. At that moment, he promised himself that he would definitely retrieve his master uncle from the celestial floor. Even if he was on the Tao floors, he'd do so just the same. I wonder why Kawa had 10 tails instead of 1. Diane pondered this for a moment, but he couldn't come up with a solid answer. In all likelihood, it was because Kawa was a 9 tails before. It was impossible for her to leap 2 massive grades all at once. She'd likely have the ability to become that lofty 1 tails in the future once she comprehended the secrets of her new talent. Of course, Diane thought about giving this pill to Ri as well, but he decided against it in the end. Ri wasn't just a kitsune. She was also an elf. Giving her such a pill would be the equivalent of wiping out half of her legacy. The fate-breaking pill was amazing, but it forced those who took it back to square one. In addition, this square one would restrict you to a path set by the blood essence you used as a catalyst. The reason Kawa was such a small size wasn't because she was still inflicted with the weaknesses of the kitsune, but rather because she had no cultivation to speak of now. This was about as large as she could be without cultivating. Wait a minute. Hasn't started cultivating yet? Diane's eyes flashed with a bold light. With a thought, a Marshall Saint pill appeared in his hand. Diane remembered the information detection gave him on these pills very clearly. If someone who had yet to begin cultivating took this pill, they would immediately gain a divine pulse and true deity-grade meridians. Diane had already given this pill to Delia to set aside for little Aiden. When he was old enough, just before he began cultivating, he would take this pill and also gain these benefits. How could Diane be stingy with his best friend's son? However, it seemed like the first person who would benefit from this would be Kawa. Just as Diane was about to interrupt the lovey-dovey moment of his parents-in-law, he noticed Granny Celeste was making her way over. Sighing, he put the pill away for now. He was getting back into his old habits again. Constantly seeking power when there was such love and ambience around him. Wasn't that too foolish? In that moment, he decided to push the meeting he had set for tomorrow back by another month. For this month, he wouldn't think of anything but his friends and family. Although it was too faint for Diane to notice it, when he thought these thoughts, the crown within his inner world shined brightly for a moment before dimming once more. "Mother? You broke through." Esmeralda looked toward Granny Celeste with a shocked expression. Although she was a spirit, she had in fact broken into the Tao realm long ago, so she could faintly understand the divisions of power quite well. When she last saw her mother, a bit more than a half-decade ago, she had been a higher Tao expert. Although this was something that couldn't be looked down, even in the outer quadrants, it was still a far cry from being able to move unimpeded. But the peak Tao realm was a completely different beast. Aside from the rare few higher existences, they were unmatched. Even though there was a large difference between Granny Celeste's 10th Tao realm and the pinnacle 12th Tao realm, it had to be understood just how rare even a 10th Tao realm expert was. Essentially, becoming a 10th Tao realm expert meant that you crossed into the Tao realm as a 3rd-grade expert at the very least. Such a feat was so outstanding that it completely overshadowed entering the celestial realm even as a 1st-grade expert. It was impossible to compare the difficulty of both feats. The lowest requirement for becoming a Tao expert was the 9th celestial realm. This would correspond with becoming a 4th-grade Tao expert. Obviously, the vast majority of Tao experts were of the 4th grade and thus would never be able to reach the peak Tao realm. Their cap would correspond to the 9th Tao realm, obviously. Granny Celeste's breakthrough basically placed her ahead of more than 90% of all Tao realm experts. Such a woman could treat the Supreme Kitsune clan with impunity and kill Jasmine with a single thought. Obviously, this sort of breakthrough shocked Esmeralda. Taking even a single step in the Tao realm was so difficult that cultivators often spent thousands of years filling and tempering a single meridian. Even when Granny Celeste said she was entering secluded meditation in order to break through, everyone assumed that this would take her several decades at a minimum, if not several hundred years. Who knew that she would break through so soon? Granny Celeste smiled, her skin glowing with an added vigor. She was truly breathtakingly beautiful at this moment. One would have never thought that she was several 100,000 years old. "I'll have to thank this young lady here," she said sweetly, looking toward Kawa. Her breakthrough pulled mine along. The celestial beasts were ecstatic at this news. This meant they were one step closer to true freedom. If the celestial beasts birthed a higher existence, would they have to hide with their tail between their legs like this? Of course not. The best part was that celestial beasts were exempt from tribulations. As long as Granny Celeste had enough accumulation, she would one day enter that state without issue. The only unfortunate thing was that the other family heads weren't nearly as talented as Granny Celeste. They too had entered secluded cultivation, but they were only attempting to rush into the higher Tao realm, a far cry from Granny Celeste. For Head Tudo, this breakthrough was highly important to her. After all, her current lifespan was coming to an end. If she didn't break through once more, she would die. Luckily, Diane's appearance had raised her spirituality to another level, so the barrier that had hindered her for so many years loosened. "Ah, my grandson is here. I missed the visit of little Zaire, but luckily I didn't miss this one." Granny Celeste rubbed Diane's cheeks, completely oblivious to the fact she looked no older than 20, but was acting as though she had a foot in the grave. "Is this my granddaughter-in-law? Come, let me take a look at you." Ree blushed profusely, obediently leaving Diane's arms. Because Diane's parents died, she had never dealt with such an encounter, so it left her flustered, an appearance Diane found adorable. With the occasion being so happy, Diane called Madeline, Clara, and Delia over. With their arrival came two adorable babies Granny Celeste couldn't get enough of. It wasn't long before they had settled to enjoy a great feast. It wasn't until then that Diane learned the beasts within the celestial mystical realm were actually array constructions, much like the Stair Guardians. The reason Diane could eat them was because they were designed to be eaten. It's just that the energy fuel one received was artificial. Diane was stunned that he had been fooled so easily. It was quite rare for him to not see through a construct of the soul path easily. But Diane wasn't in the mood to delve into those secrets. He decided to finally let loose and enjoy himself. There was more to spending time with his wives than cuddling with them in bed. He never wanted to lose touch of who they were as people and what they would grow into. Although the fact their souls were connected gave Diane a cheat to the thoughts hidden inside the heads of his wives. He felt that relying on this in the long term would make them grow distant. Noticing the shift in mentality their husband had, Madeline, Clara, and Ree felt their worlds suddenly become brighter. When Diane and Madeline entered the Golden Flame mystical world, Diane had to assure Madeline that he still cared for her. For Madeline, who had never felt uncomfortable about Diane's feelings for her, this was a massive shift in her normal thinking. It wasn't until now that Diane realized it was his fault she felt this insecurity. He swore that whether it be Madeline or Clara or Ree or Amphory, he would never let them feel such a way again. 2 weeks later, Diane sat reclined to the back of Soul Palace. This place was just as beautiful as Diane remembered it. Quite frankly, it seemed like a fairy wonderland. Before him, a small lake sat. Madeline, Ree, and Delia were playing with the two babies while dipping their toes in the water. As for Clara, she was lightly snoring on Diane's chest, completely drained. Cultivators had no need for sleep, but it was still the most efficient way to regain stamina. Although one could use a pill as a replacement, relying on one's own body was always the best method. Diane felt responsible for Clara's tiredness. She had spent the past 2 weeks pouring of records and constructing a new governance system. Diane suddenly realized just how silly it was of him to try and hold that meeting so soon. Him pushing it back was definitely a blessing in disguise. Still, Diane felt at peace. Even though he was being used as a human pillow, such a matter only made him smile lightly. He was even considering taking an even longer break. To the back of his mind, he knew he was missing an opportunity. With the Golden Crow Sect's strongest away at the conference, If Dian used this chance to sweep through the fiery lotus and flame rebirth sects, he would gain a staunch advantage. With his support, the flaming lily sects would easily crush those two lesser sects. However, Dian pushed these things to the back of his mind. By now, the world was likely wondering where he had disappeared to again. The matters of what happened Golden Flame Quadrant spread like wildfire, leaving many anticipating his debut on the celestial floors. The demon generals had become a household name for a while now. Dian had left the matters of the celestial floor in their hands. But there was only so much they could do without an absolute expert. After all, even the strongest of them was still a lower celestial. It was because of this many wondered when Dian would come to support his men. Some expected more from the demon generals. After all, their rebuffing the Golden Crow sect had become a matter of legend. But many felt that their appearance had been lackluster. They were simply too weak. Although some pointed out that they were young, others didn't seem to care. By this point, even a Mythius Brotherhood of Guardians had left the demon generals far behind, fervently chasing after the Star Force and Heavenly Sword Guild. It wasn't until news of Dian's and Madeline's child became public knowledge that many understood Dian's disappearance. A good majority praised Dian for ignoring the chattering of the public in order to be in his child's life, but other, more sinister individuals looked down on him. They believed it was Dian's fault for foolishly having a child so early in his life to begin with. Now that he was slowing his own progression for its sake, it made his foolishness even more clear. Even with all of this news making its way to Dian, he didn't make any moves, enjoying his time of leisure. Sure, there would come a day where he took them by storm once more, but that wasn't today. He felt that with each day that passed, his mind was further tempered. Although he didn't notice it, his mental energy reserves had increased slightly. If he went to the Crystal Dragon Clan's calming lake now, the benefits he would receive would be marginally better than before. Mental energy and fatigue were the most difficult thing to increase in the martial world. Tempering one's mind was simply too difficult. Only creatures like the crystal dragons who innately had the ability to continuously replenish their mental energy could do so. But even for them, it wasn't an entirely simple task. Although Dian had improved, considering where his spirituality was before, it was nothing to be proud of. Maybe one day he could boast something to be satisfied with. Just as Dian was about to doze off along with Clara, feeling extremely comfortable with her soft, slender frame in his arms, his divine sense suddenly picked up movements toward his location. When he realized who it was, he couldn't help but being ticked off. He had been so at peace before, he really didn't feel like dealing with this woman. Wasn't he the sect master? Since when did disciples have the right to walk into his abode as they pleased? However, when he saw Damaris' apprehensive and nervous expression, he decided to not be in a rush to blast her away again. Since he was trying to temper his spirituality, it would be better if he wasn't so quick to anger all the time. Damaris slowly came into view. Madeline, Ree and Delia looked back toward her, but only smiled and looked away. She obviously wasn't here for them. Seeing so many beautiful women around Dian, Damaris suddenly understood why he didn't have second thoughts about slamming her into the ground. Even the lightly snoring beauty in his arms was easily her match, if not better her. But, also seeing his displeased appearance, she felt like a startled deer in headlights. I came here to apologize. Oh. Dian nodded and turned away. Damaris was at a loss. I lost a bet. I was supposed to become Zaire's maid, but he's not here. What does that have to do with me? If you'd like to be a maid, there are plenty of people who need help. I don't need you around here. Don't listen to him, come here. Madeline waved Damaris over. Dian could only pretend to not hear anything. After all, he wouldn't clash with Madeline over a mere Damaris. A few days later, Dian went to visit Zabia and the Jafari clan. He had left the Jafari clan treasure in their care. Considering it was split in half, only the core teachings of the Jafari had the method for fusing them back together. Apparently, the elves, due to the fact they never had this method, have never been able to use the treasure at full capacity. Luckily, the process was as simple as soaking their clan's blood lake for a few years. By now, the treasure was already in perfect condition. After stealthily infiltrating the dark ocean once more, Dian poured an ungodly number of timeless and spaceless stones in the treasure. Like this, the 999-day timer began. This visit, however, wasn't about the Jafari clan treasure. Those matters had been dealt with even before Dian visited the twins. Instead, this visit was about Zabia's breakthrough into the Tao realm. For weaker clans and sect, the event of such a breakthrough was something their whole lives revolved around for several years, if not decades. For those sorts of powers, the addition of a new Tao expert was far too important to ignore. In line with this, they would pour all their resources and life-saving treasures into this one person. As things stood now, this was the very same situation Dian was in. 6 new Tao experts was a drop in the bucket to those massive powers, but to him, losing even one would cause him endless heartache. Although he had the celestial beasts, he could only make use of them in secret. It was too risky to bring them out until Granny Celeste became a higher existence. In fact, this was so important that Dian gave the energy core to his Granny Celeste. One had to know that the energy core greatly improved cultivation speed. One could imagine the kind of impact a treasure of the 33 heavens had on such a thing. It would increase Granny Celeste's speed by 10 to 20 times, shaving the time she needed down by several thousand years. Before, Granny Celeste believed she would have been another 10,000 years at the least to reach the 12th Tao realm. But with Dian's selfless act, she would accomplish this within 500 to 1,000 years. This time could be cut down even more as long as Dian provided high-quality enigmatic gathering pills. As for becoming a higher existence, the energy core wouldn't be able to help this matter much. This breakthrough relied heavily on comprehension, especially for celestial beasts who didn't face tribulations. Dian knew that if he relied on the energy core, it would only take him 5 to 10 years to break into the Tao realm. But he didn't want to fall into the vicious cycle of seeking power once more. This aside, Zabia and the Ipsum disciples felt they were prepared to enter the Tao realm. The best part was that even the weakest of them would enter as a third-grade Tao expert, while Zabia would enter as a first-grade Tao expert. One had to know that it was impossible to become a higher existence unless one broke through as a first-order expert at a minimum. Second-grade cultivators would never get the chance. Although there was technically no hard barrier against this occurring, no second-grade Tao expert had ever survived the tribulation. As for special cases like the celestial beasts, none of their second-grade cultivators ever accumulated enough comprehension to break through either. Essentially, fostering Zabia was akin to helping a potential future higher existence. So, Dian couldn't be stingy at all with the help he provided. Zabia's hearty laughter filled Jafari Palace. Although this palace was far smaller than Soul Palace, it still spanned a 50-meter diameter, reigning with an imposing might. Since Zabia would soon be a Tao expert as long as he survived, there was obviously no problem with him building such a structure. The powerful would always be treated better. You didn't have to come personally, brother. I know you're busy. Dian smiled, withstanding Zabia's heavy shoulder pats. How could I not come personally? This is a matter of your life and death. Plus, I've been trying to go easy recently. That's good. Spend time with your wives, give them a few babies to care of. I take it that means I'll have another godchild soon? You work fast. Zabia grinned widely. He knew how difficult it was to have children after entering the Tao realm, so he insisted on having one more. All this time, he too had been taking it easy, spending time with his family. It was just unfortunate that Sarid was currently taking his tower trials, so he couldn't be with his father in these moments. Ulu, who was sitting not far away, smiling sweetly. It seemed she was sporting another baby bump. Dian knew that Ulu was a great talent in her own right, but taking care of a child had slowed her cultivation. It seemed her cultivation would be slowed once more, but she didn't mind. In the Jafari clan, it was a great honor to birth the children of your husband. In truth, Ulu felt that 2 was too little. You don't have to worry. Dian nodded seriously. With my backing you, even if the heavens want to kill you, they won't be able to. In the next moment, Dian took out many things. This is an essence reversal pill. They have the ability to revert someone back to their peak state the moment they eat it, and it can also give you an additional 1,000 years of life. Not that that'll matter once you break through. Dian only had one planet-grade healing pill of this level. He had received it from the Golden Flame mystical world, but he didn't hesitate to give it to Zabia. He had also received 10 yin and yang replenishment pills, but he gave 2 each to the Ipsum disciples. Although it is precious, do not hesitate to take it if your life is in danger. I can always concoct another pill, but I can't concoct a new friend. After Diane said this, he proceeded to take out several dozen heaven-soothing pills that added 10 years of life, not to mention numerous defensive treasures before he finally handed Annex Glaive to Zabia. Even with his 3-meter-tall stature, the 5-meter-long glaive dwarfed Zabia, but it still fit him far more than it did Diane. However, Zabia had long since stopped caring about all the precious things Diane was handing him. He felt an endless warmth in his heart. Maybe it was true that Zabia growing more powerful helped Diane too, but no one would go this far if they were only seeking benefits. After visiting Zabia, Diane left. It would take a bit of time for him to become accustomed to his new weapon, so Zabia decided to accept his tribulation in the following week. If he and Ipsum disciples managed to break through before the meeting Diane had planned, the level of pressure Diane could apply would be far higher. Due to the fact the celestial beasts were still a hidden secret, Diane decided not to use them for this coming meeting. Although Amphory was planning to expose the connection between Diane and the celestial beasts, that wouldn't happen for another few years. By that time, Diane would have just enough breathing room to not only complete the cloaking of the Dark Ocean, but to also finish enveloping the Soul Rend universe in a barrier as well. Luckily, Soul Universe and Diane's home universe were directly adjacent to each other. This was how the Jafari clan ended up coming to them after being forced from their homes during their war with the Keats clan and the Cathedral. So, Diane could cloak both universes simultaneously. Once that was complete, even if those monstrous clans and sects came to investigate, they would be out of luck. That said, there was one issue Diane thought of with this approach. If it became public knowledge that Celestial Universe was cloaked using the treasure known to be held by the elves, Jasmine might be able to connect Diane's identities to each other. However, that was a massive if. After all, the level of expert those clans would likely send to investigate should be far higher in stature than Jasmine. Since that was the case, how could Jasmine be privy to their information? Once Diane left Zabia, he went to visit the twins once more. Big brother. Have you made any progress in finding Big Brother Eli? Bella's voice sounded incredibly hoarse. It no longer carried the same light and airy fluffiness Diane was used to. By now, both Bella and Mia had lost their ability to see. In truth, they had become blind years ago, but because they didn't want others to worry about them, they hid this fact. It wasn't until Kita was doing a routine checkup 2 years ago that she noticed an oddity. These sorts of matters could force even the most cold-hearted individual to sigh. Diane knew that for Mia, this was especially heartbreaking. The poor girl had only just begun to gain a small grasp of her new painting Dao when the world was suddenly taken from her. Now, she couldn't even lift a finger to paint. What broke Diane's heart was that Mia actually apologized to him for this. She felt bad that Diane had spent so many energy stones buying her materials only for her to waste them. These two girls were too pure-hearted. Diane smiled lightly, gently holding Bella's bandaged hand. It was so frail that he was worried just this act would be enough to hurt her. You don't need to worry about that. Eli and I were ready for this a long time ago. In just a few years, I'll completely grasp my abilities as a planet lord and I'll be able to put our plan into action. Until then, I don't believe that they'll harm Eli. The only unfortunate thing is that Aiden won't be able to meet his father for a while. Hearing these words, Bella choked up. It was difficult for her to speak in this situation, but it was even more painful for her to circulate her essence. Their meridians had shriveled up long before their vocal cords had. Maybe one day they wouldn't be able to speak anymore either. They'd have to pass away in silence without anyone being able to hear their pleas for help. Seeing Bella like this, Mia wanted to comfort her younger sister, but she couldn't. She suddenly felt a deep frustration, one that she had tried to push down for so long. "Leave it to me," Diane said softly. "I'll make those bastards pay." Diane did his best to soothe the twins. He began telling them stories about the former soul slaves. It seemed they loved these sorts of stories the most. Dior has been improving rapidly. Although his energy cultivation is a bit lacking, his soul is already at the peak of the Saint realm. In fact, he's just about to break through the practitioner realm and become a master, yet he's only been studying for 5 years. Masada's even better. She's actually already a 3rd stage master, and her soul is also of the peak Saint realm. Diane began listing off the achievements of the former soul slaves. Hearing how they helped their lives tremendously, Mia and Bella felt gratified. Eventually, their conversation shifted to the time they took down the cathedral together. Speaking of which, back then, how did you two know it was me? Diane suddenly remembered that the twins recognized him immediately despite the fact the first time he met them, he wore his lightning willow mask. Although he never asked, this was a question nagging at his mind. The lightning willow mask was something even Dao experts couldn't see through. Yet, the two sisters recognized him even when his mask was off. It was too weird. Mia and Bella didn't know how to respond. They just knew. You just have a familiar smell on you. Mia finally said, a familiar smell? Do you recognize everyone by smell? Diane asked curiously. But he was surprised to see that the answer was no. No, only you have that smell. We haven't met anyone else with it. Now that you bring it up, it is pretty weird. Bella said absent-mindedly. It was no good to harp on matters he couldn't figure out. The twins spoke about his smell, but as things stood now, this piece of information was useless. Because of the state of their bodies, the twins had long since lost their sense of smell. So, it was impossible to experiment with what it might mean. Diane could only blame himself once more. With his intelligence, he had long since found it weird that the twins recognized him, yet he had never bothered to ask. Still, Diane had the faint inkling that even if their olfactory senses were still in good condition, it wouldn't have helped him figure out much anyway. According to the twins, they had never smelled that peculiar smell in their lives. But the moment they did, they felt a sense of comfort they had never felt before. At first, they were apprehensive to say any more, but under Diane's prying they finally spilled the rest. Around you. Our pain didn't feel as bad anymore. In fact, being around you feels quite good. Mia finally said. Hearing these words, the towering guilt Diane felt only rose higher. He was quite literally their panacea, yet they hadn't even shown any reluctance to let him go. They refused to burden him to the point where they harmed themselves. You don't need to feel bad, Mia said hurriedly. The reason why we never told you was because even you couldn't stop what was happening. Although we felt much better around you, we realized that the disease actually sped up instead of slowing down. Oh! Diane felt that an avenue toward hope was suddenly shut off. He had never felt at such a loss. There was a rumor in the mortal world that had always stuck with Diane. Apparently, when one died by asphyxiation, there was a final moment of absolute euphoria near the end of their lives. In that last moment, the world would suddenly seem incredibly bright. Maybe being around Diane was similar for the twins. According to Diane's calculations, they should have lived 10 to 15 more years, but it had only been 6 and they were already on their death's bed. Diane suddenly realized that he shouldn't visit the twins anymore. If what they said was true, then he was only speeding them toward their deaths. He had no idea why it was that they experienced these things around him, and he had no way of knowing. But he definitely didn't want to be the reason they died earlier than they should. Big brother, please don't stop visiting us. Bella said weakly. If you stop, then I'd really want to die. Diane's heart seized. How could he ignore such a request? All right, I won't stop visiting. In the end, Diane really couldn't bring himself to stop. He had originally planned on promising to come back, then not doing so. But whenever he thought about how the twins had never requested anything of him before, he broke his own promise to himself. Diane really didn't have a solution to the problem. If the two of them had to die anyway, shouldn't he try to make it as painless as possible? Another week later, Diane found himself within the Eostre family tombs. After the Elven kingdom sunk, so too did the holy lands of the various clans. It was only after a great collective effort that King Acacia was able to salvage much of these lands. Earth's oceans were far deeper than those of normal planets due to its explosive increase in size, so one could imagine just how labor-intensive this was. But King Acacia knew how important it was for clans to have a sense of belonging during this sort of mass migration, so he took up the task anyway. As things stood now, there were no members of the Eostre clan that remained alive, so their tombs only took up a small corner of Elven territory. It was likely good enough that they even got a spot to begin with instead of being ignored on Earth's ocean floors. Diane was glad King Acacia did this. The Eostre family sacrificed too much for the sake of the Elven kingdom, and although their descendants made a mistake, that didn't mean their ancestors should be punished. Still, Diane hesitated when he saw the image of the silver-haired beauty kneeling, frozen tears glistening on her soft cheeks. At that moment, Diane couldn't help but remember another silver-haired beauty that erupted into his life in much the same way Jade did. Luna had caused havoc for him during his second trial. In fact, if it wasn't for her, Amphrey would have never died. But, then again, had Amphrey not died, how could she be by his side now? As for Jade, Diane realized that he was more to blame for the pain she inflicted than he had previously accepted. Although this wasn't enough for him to feel he had the right to forgive her, it was enough for him to believe she deserved a second chance. The matters of the martial world were cruel. Diane himself understood what it felt like to suddenly have no control over your own actions, to feel as though we're a passenger in your own body. These were things Jade felt time and time again from the moment she met him. Finally, Diane rested his hand on the ice statue. With his current level of presence, this level of will simply couldn't hold its structure under his pressure. Slowly, maybe due to his hesitation, the ice began to melt. In the end, Jade fell into his arms. Even after Diane dispelled the cold, Jade's body uncontrollably shivered. When Diane realized why this was, he couldn't help but sigh. Jade currently had no cultivation to speak of. She had severed all of her meridians. This was likely her own resolve. Only in this way could she guarantee that she would never try to escape the iced cage. By now, her meridians had atrophied so much that even Diane's meridian nurturing pill would have no effect. Jade's eyes slowly opened, their swirling opal color seeming far dimmer than Diane remembered. She looked around in confusion, seemingly not realizing the only reason she could stand now was because Diane was holding onto her shoulders. She looked left and right, not registering that the wide chest before her was in fact a chest, since she was a head shorter than Diane despite being quite tall for a woman. If she didn't look up, she wouldn't see his face at all. Jade trembled when she realized she was in the Eostre family tombs. When she looked back to see Ms. Everdene's crystal coffin, a stream of tears began to roll over the already frozen ones that covered her delicate face. When she looked up to see Diane holding her up, her trembling turned into a fierce quaking. She couldn't control her own body, unable to rein in her own emotions. Suddenly, she began to scream. Her hands shot up to her head, knocking Diane's arms away from herself as she stumbled backward, falling onto the ground. "Put me back! Put me back!" Diane was stunned. Had he used any real strength, it would be impossible for Jade to brush him off so easily. But her frame had been so frail that he didn't dare to be too rough. In the end, the result was the situation he saw before him now. Still, of all the scenarios Diane had thought of before he awakened Jade, he couldn't help but kick himself for not thinking of this one. At the moment, Jade looked exactly like her 18-year-old self. She hadn't aged a single day, which let Diane know exactly how long she had been trapped within the ice. Sometime between when Mei-Ying escaped the Daiyu and before Diane fought Loki and Elder Daiyu, Jade had entombed herself here. Due to the ice freezing her aging, his and Jade's roles in each other's lives had completely reversed. If before Jade was the mature elder sister, it was now Diane's turn to be the elder. "Put me back!" Jade's ravings didn't stop. But there was something tangibly different between this time and the last. If last time Jade had lost her mind, this time it was precisely because Jade was entirely lucid that this was happening. Diane suddenly stood frozen. He had no idea what to do. The level of pain and heartbreak in Jade's voice was so tangible that he felt a trembling deep within his soul. She didn't want to be in this world anymore. The only reason she hadn't killed herself for the deeds she committed because being forced to kneel for all eternity was a far harsher sentence, one she gladly placed upon herself. She simply couldn't accept being released, least of all could she accept that Diane was the first person she saw. No matter how many changes he went through, no matter how powerful he became, Jade would never forget Diane. It was impossible for her to not recognize him immediately. He was as deeply ingrained in her psyche as this unending guilt she felt. In the beginning, Diane had planned to distance himself from Jade. A part of him couldn't bring himself to forgive her, while another part knew that the things that occurred weren't her fault. Even if he did choose to forgive her, what could he do other than distance himself? He couldn't accept Jade's feelings, so he only had this choice left. But when Diane saw Jade break down before him, his first instinct was to kneel down and pull her into his embrace. He didn't do so to express some hidden romantic feelings, but he did it because he just couldn't find it within himself to stonewall her. All those years ago when Violet confessed her feelings for him, Diane hadn't needed to hesitate to reject her. However, it was also at that moment he thought of what his reaction would be if it wasn't Violet who was before him, but instead Ava. How would he react then? And what if it was Jade? A woman he had imposed his lust on. Could he turn his back on her so easily? Jade fought with all her might, even scratching and clawing, trying to push Diane away. But how could she succeed? Not only was she now a cripple, even if she wasn't, would she really have the cultivation to contend with Diane? Soon, she simply ran out of stamina. Diane didn't retaliate, nor did he say any words. He just held her firmly. Jade's sobbing soon turned to wails. A grief that reached bone deep poured outward in an unceasing torrent. There was a hatred hidden deep within those cries for help. It wasn't a hate toward Diane or Ms. Everdeen, or even the Eostray family. It was an undying hatred she felt for herself. Diane didn't know how long he knelt on the hard stone ground with Jade in his arms. He knew well that had it not been for his body heat, Jade's mortal body would have long since collapsed under the strain she put on it. In the end, she expended all the energy she had left before she collapsed into Diane's chest, completely exhausted. With a thought, Diane placed 2 seals on her mind. The first blocked the memories of the atrocities she committed entirely, and the second would force her to sleep until her body was completely recovered. He didn't have a solution to this. Sometimes, it was impossible for things to be wrapped up in a neat and tidy bow. Jade would one day have to face the things she had done. But, for now, Diane would allow her some peace after almost 30 years of endless suffering. With a heavy heart, Diane laid Jade down in one of the countless bedrooms of Soul Palace. There would be no problem with her resting here for the foreseeable future. Since he had already tasked Kita with watching over her, there was nothing for him to worry about for now. As for what he'd do once Jade awoke, Diane could only wait for that moment to come. The level of mental fatigue she must have gone through over the past several decades wasn't something Diane could fathom. What made Diane's punishment of the Eostray clan so cruel was the fact their consciousness was intact. Due to the ice will, their thoughts were slowed to an absolute crawl, but they did in fact still have thoughts. In truth, this slowing was even more cruel than it seemed. It made a single second feel like several days. While it had been 30 years in real time, someone being punished in this way would feel as though they had experienced tens of thousands of years. Of course, it wasn't Diane himself who had comprehended this fearsome ice will. It was instead the Eder clan. Thinking back, Rhee's best friend in the Elven Kingdom was Primrose Eder. In fact, Diane remembered that Primrose spent years pretending to be Rhee and creating a resistance group within the elves. When Diane first met Princess Alexandria, he was in fact meeting Primrose. Unfortunately, due to their years apart, Rhee's relationship with Primrose had grown quite distant. But this was a story for another time. The important piece here was that the Eder clan, Primrose's clan, was responsible for this fierce ice will. As for how Jade sealed herself after thinking to this point, Diane believed he understood. Aside from Rhee, Primrose was very close with Opal, Mithrander, Celine, and Jade. After Jade concluded her contract with the Dayu clan and cut ties with them, Jade likely found Primrose in secret to help her with this task, swearing her close sister to secrecy. Diane could imagine the kind of burden Primrose held all these years. He had truly neglected the Elven clans too much. Each of their 9 clans, not even including the Acacia clan, had powerful legacies hidden within themselves. The Grimbold clan and their love of war and fire. The Eder clan and their water will specialization. The Sigebert clan and their mastery of seals. The Coventine clan and their delicate with nature. The Fletcher clan and their expert bowmanship. The Ingram clan and their comprehension of the enigmatic light will. The Noden clan and their command of the skies and wind. Not to mention the Norville family and their understanding of emotions, specifically desire. Of course, this leaves out the Eostray clan who had been sentenced to forever kneel before Ms. Everdeen's grave. But it was likely best that their manifestations never saw the light of day again. Even if they were one day pardoned, they would have to choose a new path for themselves. This realization made him understand that in his blind pursuit of power, not only had he lost himself, but he had also forgotten the strength that already belonged to him. He couldn't make these sorts of mistakes in the future. When Jade wakes up, I'll take her to the Elven Holy Land. By now, Ms. Everdeen's spirit should have managed to find her way to her ancestors. Only by spending time with her can Jade leap over this hurdle. The last time Dian went to the Elven Holy Land, he had taken the Aurora Steps and the Tao of Array Alchemy, not to mention endless piles of celestial stones. But he hadn't met Ms. Everdeen despite the fact she had already died by then. The only explanation was that it took time for a spirit to find their way. It was also questionable as to whether Ms. Everdeen would choose to enter the Holy Land or enter Reincarnation. It was impossible to know unless he checked himself once more. Dian knew from stories of what the Matilde clan did to the Florence clan that it was quite a process for a spirit to make it into the Elven Holy Land. If this wasn't the case, the Matilde clan wouldn't have been able to hide their treachery by creating Chaos Universe in order to stop those dead Florence clan spirits from ever reporting their misdeeds to their ancestors. Of course, Dian didn't magically learn these truths from thin air. He found them out through Ree, who learned them through the World Tree Spirit. It seemed the Matilde clan hadn't been able to hide their tracks perfectly. By now, one might be wondering why one would enter this holy land instead of entering Reincarnation. Wouldn't it be better to reincarnate sooner? And the answer to that is linked to the reason why ancestors choose to enter a deep sleep and be used as the secret weapons of their clans. Karma. As there is with everything, there are more efficient and less efficient routes to completing a task. When it came to accumulating karma, this truth remained steadfast. Monstrous empires like the Elven Kingdom were always capable of concocting novel and more efficient ways of accumulating karma. When a spirit enters the Holy Land after their death, a special property of the Elven Holy Land allows them to accumulate not just karma they earn for themselves, but the karma of the entire Elven Kingdom as a whole. One can imagine how amazing this sort of system was. With millions, if not billions of individuals accumulating karma for you, just how many extra benefits would you receive? The Elven Kingdom was always able to forge heaven-defying paths in this way. Unfortunately, defying the heavens didn't always result in a good ending. It was for exactly this reason that while the Elven Kingdom shone the brightest, it also dimmed the quickest. At this moment, in the largest master bedroom of Soul Palace, a pair of husband and wife had lost themselves to the throes of passion. Ree's delicate features were matted in sweat, her silver blue eyes gazing toward Dian with passion as she rode him. Whenever Ree got like this, Dian could only allow her to do as she pleased. She seemed to find great pleasure in dominating Dian in this way. It had been a long time since Ree had Dian to herself, so she took full advantage. Even now, her 10 white tails wildly pulsed across their large bed. "You're such a pervert," she whispered into Dian's ear seductively. "What would Clara say if she knew you asked me to bring my tails to fulfill your dark fetishes?" Her voice made Dian's bones melt. He held her flawless body close to himself, not allowing her to pull away. Dian didn't even so much as blush in shame. So what if he made such a request? It seemed this wife of his was getting too brazen. His hands slid across the sleek sweat that coated her back, making their way to her slender hips and grasping firmly. By the time Ree realized that things weren't about to go too well for her, it was already too late. Dian had thrust upward. Feeling Dian slide so far into her, Ree felt like she had lost control of her body. Her eyes even uncontrollably rolled back, her spine shivering without restraint as she became a pile of soft meat in Dian's arms. Unfortunately for her, since she had thrown down the gauntlet, how could Dian let her off so easily? Ree's moans grew fiercer. In the end, they became whimpers of mercy. Her muscles convulsed so much that they began to ache. The pleasure was so aggressive that a wash of endless fragrant juices dripped from her lower half, filling the room with an irresistibly tempting smell. This wasn't the first time Ree had had sex with Dian after his breakthrough. However, back then, Dian hadn't had a full grasp of his strength, so he held back a large portion of it, not willing to harm his wives. But once he understood his limits well, he drove Ree right to the edge of what she could handle, pushing her to a mountain peak of climaxes she couldn't come down from. At this point, Dian didn't even need to use his aurora flames. With his presence fused into each and every one of his actions, Ree might really pass out if he did so. But even still, having such a kingly aura wash over her, even though Ree herself followed the sovereign path, it tamed her spirit. It was as though her body had no choice but to become putty in Dian's hands. By the end, Ree could no longer move her hips. She could only lie on Dian's chest, fervently kissing him as he suspended her hips in the air, driving his cock into and out of her. Not long later, she didn't even have the energy to do that much. Soon, a gush of hot liquids caused her to convulse once more. At that moment, Ree wanted nothing more than to accept Diane's seed. Her mind was foggy due to Diane's presence, so she had reverted to her most primal instincts. Luckily, Diane realized at the last moment that she had lowered all of her defenses, so he took precautions of his own. Although he had joked about putting a baby in her, it really was too early for them. That said, he wouldn't hesitate after the two of them entered the Tao realm. At that point, Diane was confident that he would have accomplished many things. By that point, a lot of his plans could be executed without him having to be there to oversee every little detail, so he could settle back and enjoy life once more. Diane had a feeling that with his presence fused into his every action, it would either mean that his having children would be far easier than those of his cultivation grade or far harder. As for which it would be, only time would tell. Ree curled up like a little kitten in Diane's arms. She had always been more petite than Clara and Madeline, so this appearance of hers was truly adorable, especially with her not having retracted her 10 tails. Diane stroked her long silver-blue hair, wiping them away and behind her slightly pointed ears. Ree's ears weren't as long as true elven ears, but they still carried a distinct sharpness to them that made her enchanting. "You shouldn't be too hard on Jade," Ree suddenly said. These words caught Diane completely off guard. Before he had even decided to release Jade, he had of course spoken to his wives about it. He didn't hide anything from them. But it had to be remembered that Ree was the one who disfigured Jade's face, sending her down another terrible spiral. Diane had no idea how Jade fixed her deformities. Considering the point they had reached, no less than a comic-grade pill would have done the trick, but obviously Earth didn't have access to such an expert back then. So this would remain a mystery until she awoke. Not just Jade, but Eostray clan as well. Refinished. Diane raised an eyebrow. It seemed that she was quite a fan of dropping bombs today. "Okay. I'm listening." Diane's hand absent-mindedly stroked one of Ree's tail. This sort of feeling only lost out to gliding across the curves of her body. In truth, Ree was the Elven Queen. As long as she wanted to take control, even her father would have to take a step back. Although Ree kept it tempered most of the time, sovereignty was in her blood. Whether it be her royal bloodline or her constitution, both were inclined in this direction. It was in large part due to this that her personality was so fiery. If she hadn't met Diane, that side of her would have only grown fiercer. Unfortunately, because she sought the path of quick power, she abandoned much of her lineage. This resulted in her path being stalled and her personality becoming more reserved. It wasn't until recently that she felt like she could be herself again. The point here was that Ree had far more of a right to command the elves than Diane did. And, since she was his wife, he had no qualms about her doing so either. They were of one mind and soul. There was no reason for Diane to ever distrust Ree. "You know better than anyone the kind of control the heavens have over the minds of us cultivators. Oftentimes, even our personalities are chosen from birth to correspond with our constitutions. Good, evil, benevolence, or malevolence, sometimes many don't even have a choice. There are only a rare few that can break from this mold." Ree spoke softly. She had once believed that Diane was one of these people. Even without any affinities or constitutions to speak of, he carved out a place for himself. Once he finally grasped power, he became even more dazzling than before. However, she now knew that even her invincible husband had chinks in his armor. When she learned of what happened with Chaos Flame and how he stormed into the Grand Templar sect in a state of near hysteria, she felt a heavy weight on her heart. If even Diane couldn't escape, how could they? That said, as she watched Diane slowly climb out of that rut day by day, that lofty image he held in her mind didn't shrink. In fact, it grew to a level incomparable to before. His place in her heart was unshakable. Maybe if a day came where he wanted to toss her aside, she wouldn't be able to find it in herself to blame him, but would rather blame herself. This was all to say that Ree gained a new perspective on things. The heavens controlled so much of their lives, wasn't it better to celebrate those who could fight against it? Ree had once hated Jade as much as Diane did. She hated the Eostray clan almost as much. It was easy to forget, but Ree spent her childhood alone. After her mother was taken away by the kitsune and her father chased after her, she had no one else but herself. Although later on Primrose came to her aid, everything the resistance became was formed by Ri's own hands. Thinking about how the Eostre clan wanted to bulldoze all the work she put in down, it filled her with an unbridled anger. But now she had grown more mature. It was impossible for a ruler to micromanage everything their subjects did. What one had to do was foster a culture that could breed good without their interference. The Eostre clan was neglected by the Elven Kingdom for too long. In fact, my father's disappearance placed even more burden on them. After Dad left, there was no longer anyone who could lead the promising youths through the Holy Land's protective ancient game. Because of that, the Eostre clan's burden grew even greater than it had been before. The number of their clansmen who were forced into never using their manifestations again were too many to count. While they were helping the Elven Kingdom to grow more powerful by leading our talented youths to the Holy Land, their clan was growing weaker and weaker at the same time. Slowly, the Eostre clan's place among the 9 pillar clans grew perilous. However, their plights were ignored. Without experts who could use their manifestations, they were simply far weaker, and thus had far less of a say. Although Ri was explaining things that occurred within a 12 or so year span, it had to be known that the Eostre clan were struggling far before that. Before King Acacia was found, it had been a long time since the last true empath appeared in their kingdom. The years of attrition was finally put to an end when King Acacia appeared, but then he suddenly disappeared, and for a greatly selfish reason at that. It was true that it was his duty as a husband to save his wife, but he wasn't just a husband. He was a father, he was a king. The lives of his daughter and his subjects rested on his shoulders, yet he tossed them all aside. Maybe some saw that as valiant, but even more would see it as reckless and self-serving. It's true that what the Eostre clan did was wrong. Their actions, while helping themselves, would have sentenced thousands of elves to death. However, weren't they pushed to that point by us in the first place? Ri couldn't help but think of the state of the Elven Kingdom back then. Why did it take Diane's arrival for so many orphans to get a home? Did the so-called 9 pillar clans even do anything after the orphanage was burned down? You even had bastards like the Grimbold clan heir who tried to take the 5-year-old Lila as a concubine, thinking that she would be very beautiful in the future. The elves were infested with a disease, and the Eostre clan were just a symptom of it, not the cause. Diane nodded. His wife's thoughts on these matters were far more refined than his. But he also knew that releasing the Eostre clan after so many years of torture might not breed thankfulness, but rather resentfulness. If they were going to do this, they had to be extremely careful. "We'll do as you say then," Diane said softly, cradling Ri in his arms. Madeline sat quietly meditating in a sea of flames. Without even the smallest fabric to cover her gorgeous body, her flawless skin sparkled under the flickering lights. Currently, Junior was with Delia and Aiden. It seemed the 2 boys had become inseparable, and considering Aiden was quite a calm baby to begin with, Delia didn't find many problems babysitting them both. Although some worried about what would happen to Junior and Aiden's friendship once Junior awoke to his identity as a clone, there was nothing they could do about it for now. Over the past few weeks, Madeline's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Although this wasn't reflected in her stage, which had stagnated at the middle celestial realm, it shone forth in her comprehension. Whether it be the Book of Creation, the comprehension of rebirth from the Fire Phoenix clan, or these scolding blue flames around her, each was a treasure trove that could make even the Heart's Tao experts palpitate. The Book of Creation was none other than the technique book Diane retrieved for Madeline. He had originally believed that it was a composition following music will, but under Madeline's guidance, he learned that it actually acted as sort of abyssal core for the creation path. Abyssal cores for such ethereal, intangible paths were so beyond rare that their prevalence in the current martial world could likely be calculated with one's own 2 hands. After hearing Madeline's explanation, Diane believed that this Book of Creation was no less of a treasure than any of Orcus' core treasures and teachings. The odd part was that it was stored away in a mere second-phase castle. That said, after some thought, this mystery had an explanation as well. Orcus never comprehended the path of creation. In fact, it could be said that he followed a path directly opposite to it. Therefore, although his depth of cultivation told him that this was definitely a treasure worth keeping, he never understood its true worth. As Madeline said previously, Diane must have comprehended a path of creation without realizing it. If not, it would have been impossible for him to see the value of this technique book. As for what this path of creation was and where it stemmed from, Diane had no idea. But he speculated that it was related to his manifestations. He could still remember the words of his humanoid manifestation. Once his path of sovereignty met his path of creation, he would form a new path that dwarfed the 9 Tao hearts. Madeline's lips suddenly curled into a light smile as she felt 2 large hands envelop her breasts. Try as those hands might, the soft flesh continuously spilled from their grasp. It seemed Madeline's voluptuousness was unmatched still. "How's your progress?" Diane's voice whispered into Madeline's ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Whatever comprehension path she had been on vanished in a puff of smoke. Maybe someone else would have been angry at this turn of events, but Madeline knew that Diane would never interrupt her if she had actually been on the verge of something great. These were just insignificant gains. When Madeline opened her lips to answer, a soft moan escaped them. In her concentration, it seemed she had almost forgot how much she loved Diane's touch. Somehow, his hands felt better than they ever had. There was a domineering forcefulness, but a gentle care at the same time. Before she could even realize that she had involuntarily leaned back into Diane's chest, almost begging him to do as he pleased, one hand had already left her breast, delving into the dangerous territories below. Madeline's arms wrapped around that evil adventurer, but not to stop it. She simply clung on desperately, as though she was a lone passenger of a boat caught in a storm's onslaught. I think I'm close to grasping the essence of. Madeline bit her lip, tightening her grasp on Diane's arm. The sharpness of her nails almost begged him to go faster. Rebirth. But I'm missing. Missing an understanding. Of death. Of the 3 phoenix paths, rebirth was definitely the most enigmatic and difficult to grasp. But legend had it that its abilities were otherworldly. Techniques like reincarnation of heaven's staircase, which could allow Madeline to become a higher existence in one leap, was just the tip of the iceberg. But with that power came a corresponding difficulty. How could one grasp rebirth without first both comprehending life and death? Although Madeline's comprehension of life had skyrocketed, now standing on par with her flame Tao at the 9th intent realm, her comprehension of death was non-existent. Even worse, this sort of imbalance made rebirth even more difficult to comprehend. What made things especially difficult was the fact Madeline's comprehensions were directly associated with her flame's characteristics. Although it was precisely because of her flames that Madeline grasped life so easily, sifting through the abilities of 2 flames and 4 characteristics was still incredibly difficult. Madeline's lack of comprehension forced the characteristics into a terrible imbalance that not only weakened her flames overall, but also forced dormant characteristics into a corner, making them harder to grasp. "Oh." Diane smiled, lightly kissing Madeline's neck as her fragrant juices continuously coated his dexterous hands. "I think I might have a solution for that." Diane couldn't be happier with the solution he thought of. The dragon and phoenix dual cultivation technique surpassed the mystical grade. How could its uses be simple? It was just that Diane's comprehension was laughable in the face of an ancestral grade technique. However, now that he had grasped some understanding of primordial yins and yangs, a whole new world was open to him. Madeline's delicate body writhed with pleasure. She almost didn't register Diane's words. When she finally had, although she was surprised, she couldn't express it with Diane's hand still moving. If it wasn't for Diane's body refinement realm, Madeline's fingers would have probably torn through his skin and muscle by now. Diane didn't bother to explain his words any further. Since the comprehension was his own, explaining it to Madeline would not only confuse her, and it might lead to cultivation deviation. The only way to explain was to show her himself. After Madeline's final convulsion, Diane lay her in the bed of flames. What once was a sea of hot flames they were apprehensive around became nothing more than a backdrop to their love-making. After all, these flames carried the essence of life. Although they were hot, they were limited in the damage they could do. In fact, they actually had a level of healing that surpassed even the saint-grade holy-type energy Diane took from the bullbird's beast dung. Madeline's legs wrapped around Diane's waist, her fervent moans filling the third phase castle. Since they were the only ones in the mystical world right now, Madeline didn't hold back. It wouldn't be a surprise if the beasts below could hear Madeline's feverish calls. In that moment, Madeline felt a world open up to her. She began to faintly understand what Diane meant. The heavens were always fair despite what Diane might think of them. While a man gained a woman's primordial een and could even benefit from them as much as Diane had from Rees, how could a wife not benefit from her husband as well? All that was needed was a medium for them to do so. Normal dual cultivation without the aid of a powerful technique would net a husband and wife about a 5% sync. This measurement of sync was the level to which they could share their beings with one another. A common grade technique raises this limit almost negligibly, only providing somewhere between an addition 0.5% to 1%. However, even then they're considered a great boon. Dual cultivation techniques cost more than 3 to 5 times as much as normal cultivation techniques, which already cost 3 to 5 times more than combat techniques. So, their value is clear to see. An Earth-grade technique pushes this further, giving an addition 2 to 5%, while a Heaven-grade dual cultivation technique can give upward of an additional 10% for a grand total of 15% sync. Then, there were mighty divine and mystic grade techniques. A divine technique could provide up to 20%, while a mystic grade technique could prove upwards of 30%. However, there was a massive leap when ancestral grade techniques were reached. Ancestral grade techniques were only below origin grade techniques in value. As their name insinuates, they existed from ancient times. As such, they share a certain path with primordial matters, which would obviously help this sync along greatly. With ancestral grade techniques, it was possible to gain an additional 60% of sync. For genius talents with ungodly comprehension abilities, comprehending 65% of a person's thought process was more than enough to help them grasp the remaining 35%. This sort of sync level was almost to the level of overkill for geniuses like Diane and Madeline. As for origin techniques, only they could provide the full 95% needed to reach 100%. Unfortunately, even transcendence would kill for origin grade techniques. If they knew Diane as a mere mortal had an ancestral grade technique, they would cough up blood to the point of committing suicide. Simply put, origin grade techniques were far too rare, and yet not rare at all. This might sound odd, but it was the truth. Origin grade techniques were techniques so perfect that the heavens recognized them. However, once the heavens recognizes such a technique, it becomes part of heaven's legacy. For example, Abraxas Innate Aurora was an origin grade technique. It was so perfect that even trillions of years after its death, individuals were still being born with innate auroras, Diane included. For all Diane knew, an innumerable amount of things he encountered on the day-to-day basis were actually origin grade techniques. With the help of the Dragon and Phoenix dual cultivation technique, Diane's and Madeline's sync reached an addition 56%, reaching 61%. Madeline couldn't just see what Diane thought. She could feel it. Every fiber of his being seemed to meld into hers. The only thing Diane didn't allow her to touch was his comprehension of his chaos flames. He wouldn't be able to forgive himself if his wife lost herself to despair because of his comprehension. Due to practically now being one with Diane's mind, Madeline understood this fact and didn't probe in that area. However, everything else was laid bare to her. With every climax that caused a wave of pleasure to wash over her savory walls, it seemed as though she gained a new understanding. A cycle began to form between the husband and wife pair. Since Diane had yet to comprehend anything about Madeline's primordial eens, he was able to use the syncing with her to finally take a peek into it. He decided to focus on Amethyst's een, using her comprehension of life in order to bolster and strengthen his death will. This was a similar concept to a technique the Dragon King mentioned during Diane's fight with Loki and Elder Daiyu. Back then, he introduced a masochistic technique that required swallowing the Daos of others to strengthen your own. The difference here was that that technique was incredibly dangerous, while this one was incredibly gentle due to the fact Diane didn't need to accept the comprehension as his own. He could rely on Madeline to act as a go-between, lessening the burden on himself. While Diane strengthened his death intent, Madeline used his primordial yang to glimpse into his comprehension. Slowly, she began to use Diane's death intent to balance her rebirth will. Like this, she didn't need to waste time comprehending a new supreme law and could instead focus on her strengths. The husband and wife lost themselves in pleasure. By the time they awoke, several weeks would have passed and Madeline's rebirth would have finally reached a balance. This was the ungodly speed of an ancestral grade technique provided. Diane had truly begun enjoying the finer things in life. One might think him lazy at this point, but he felt the loosening of his mind had brought him to an entirely new level. He couldn't grasp exactly what this change was, but what he could say is that if the Diane of now fought the Diane who had just exited the Golden Flame mystical world, the battle would be a complete wash. It might be easy to assume that this was because Diane had gained a grasp of his strength now, and he was therefore better than his counterpart of several months ago. But Diane knew that this change was deeper than that. By now, the growth in his mental energy reserves and spirituality was great enough that he finally noticed the change. Could barely count as a 1% increase, but Diane was still excited about it. One had to know that cultivators could spend thousands of years tempering their minds for such an increase. The expanding of one's mental energy reserves was a tedious and laborsome task. Only rare species or individuals like Diane who completely grasped their own weaknesses could make such improvements in such a short period of time. If the clans didn't know Diane's masochistic tendencies well, they would have thought that he had begun to rest on his laurels. He had already pushed their meeting back 3 times by now, seemingly wasting every day away spending time with his wives. However, the breakthrough of Zabia and the Ipsum disciples provided good cover for Diane. Many of the clans under Diane's charge didn't have even a single Dao expert. In fact, that was the case. None of them did. So, watching Six breakthrough in this fashion, how could they not be awed? Many believed that Diane was probing their clans by continuously moving the meeting date, others believed he was prioritizing their new Dao experts, and still others believed that he was playing some sort of mind game. However, none of them guessed that Diane was just enjoying his free time too much to deal with annoying political affairs. You know you'll have to deal with it eventually, right? Clara looked at Diane helplessly. In order to increase Clara's effectiveness, Diane built her an office within Soul Palace. If a person of the martial world walked in, they would be greatly confused due to the fact many mortal world objects could be found within this office. Although the mortal world as Diane and Clara once knew it was destroyed, it had to be remembered just how much of that data Diane had stored on his twin bracelets. Today, those bracelets were turned into the necklaces that Ree and Madeline wore. However, the data within them was obviously something Diane would never destroy. They had been sitting idly in his spatial ring for years now. Considering Clara couldn't possibly remember every detail of everything, considering she learned much of what she knew about governance as a mortal with flawed memory, the codex of books, articles, and videos Diane had were an invaluable resource. It could be said that what remained of the mortal world could be found in this very room. At this moment, Clara sat on the edge of her desk, her knees sticking close to Diane's hips, as though she couldn't tell how tempting such a position was. Considering this wasn't the first time Diane had burst into her office to express his lustful woes, Clara knew was what likely coming after this, but she clearly didn't notice that she was subconsciously expectant. They can wait. Let them feel some pressure. Those who are smart can tell that I'm not happy about what's happened in my absence. I'll give them this one last chance to fix their mistakes. If they can't, the punishment will be harsh and swift. Diane smiled, grasping Clara's hips and bringing her closer. The fact they now had 6 lower Dao experts, one of whom was even of the 1st grade, made Diane endlessly excited. He really had to thank the demon sage for taking them in and training them for some many hundred years. That said, how could they possibly fail? Diane had outfitted them with some of the best equipment the celestial deer sect left behind, not to mention top-tier healing pills capable of adding to one's lifespan. They would have had to be completely incompetent to fail. As of now, Diane was wondering if he should give a divine pulse pill to Zabia or not. It was true that Zabia entered the Dao realm as a 1st-grade warrior, an absolutely monstrous feat that only true gods would dare guarantee success in, but he was still only of the 1st order. If he took the pill, he would only advance to the 2nd order, but he wouldn't receive a divine pulse, meaning he would never have a chance to gain the abilities of a martial saint. However, that was only one aspect of Diane's thinking. Another half believed that maybe he was being too greedy. A 1st-order Dao expert was amazing. Could he really expect much better? In the end, he couldn't make a decision, so he put it off. Clara rolled her eyes. You make it sound like you planned to apply this pressure. I know you've just gotten lazy. She wanted to continue her rant, but the trail of kisses Diane was leaving along her neck made her lose her train of thought. At the same time, her knees involuntarily tightened around Diane's hips, and that was all the invitation he needed. You know, if you wanted to temper your spirit to a little, you should try abstinence. Despite Clara's words, she had already thrown caution to the wind, running her hands across Diane's wide back as she lost herself to lust. By now, Damaris had lost count of how many times she had stumbled upon the faint moaning of Diane's wives. She was starting to think he was doing this on purpose to annoy her. If Diane knew what Damaris was thinking, he'd probably send her flying with another palm strike. Who asked her to keep trespassing on his property? Like this, an entire 6 months passed without Diane taking any action whatsoever. As this went on, those who were confident in his work ethic began to waver. Could it be that his promises were empty? That the images he painted of fame and grandeur were nothing but that? Images? Many couldn't help but feel disappointed. But there were others who enjoyed the current status quo. With Diane's funding, even working disciples of the various sects lived lavish lives, never running out of cultivation resources. What had once been a short supply of chi-gathering pills became a nearly endless. At the same time, the academies continued to flourish. With the addition of the mortal clan geniuses, their standards raised by another level. Although there were only 36 of them, each displayed talents beyond imagining, going from a point where they knew little to nothing of the martial world just 6 years ago, to a point where they had all entered the essence-gathering realm as ninth-order geniuses. Whether or not they could continue this momentum was up in the air. After all, with each subsequent cultivation realm, the title of ninth-order genius became more and more lofty. There were no shortage of mere second or even third-grade celestials that had once been ninth-order essence-gatherers as well. But what one could say was that these mortal clan geniuses had a unique drive to them. They were eager to return home wearing stripes of glory, ready to tell their fellow clansmen about how amazing the martial world was. Of course, these 36 geniuses only knew the flowery and beautiful portions of the martial world. Under Diane's protection, who would dare to harm them? Even the clans who Diane was currently displeased with didn't dare. But, for now, Diane allowed them to keep their rose-colored glasses on. During this time, another campaign season opened for Soul Rend Universe. It was obvious that even after Diane decimated them almost 10 years ago now, they wouldn't have given up after only a single attempt. But, although Diane could no longer enter the gate considering it was an essence gate, that didn't mean he didn't have his own countermeasures. The process of capturing gates was long and arduous. After Diane took control of all 9 towers, it was difficult for the 99 universes to make a move with them being at such a great disadvantage. At first, because of this, they didn't attack at all. For the first 5 years after Diane nearly killed all of their young geniuses, they didn't send anyone. In all likelihood, they were attempting to contact, or rather, hoping to contact their backers for a helpful solution. However, one had to know that the elusive backers of the 99 universes had been in control of them for several million years, from the destruction of Soul Rend Peak to now. With so much time having passed, several generations would have come and gone. Over time, their interest in the usefulness of the 99 universes would have plummeted. As expected, those backers hadn't contacted the 99 universes in numerous years already, closing in on more than 100,000 by now. And even before that, the time lag between contacts had been growing. In the end, the 99 universes would only rely on themselves. Unfortunately for them, those 5 years were enough for Diane to foster many competent essence gatherers, none more outstanding than Allura, Sybil, and Kedar, the leaders of the mortal clan geniuses. Although their quantity was lacking, and even their quality in some aspects, Diane had given them such a large lead that it hardly mattered. Over the last 2 campaigns, the 99 universes had spent all of their time trying to reclaim one tower, hoping to use it as a base of operations. But they were rebuffed again and again. By the time this 3rd campaign rolled around, Allura, Sybil, and Kedar no longer needed to rely on the tower advantage. But this just made the 99 universes lose more miserably. Unfortunately for them, the geniuses the 99 universes sent to face Diane had been pseudo-saints back then. By now, they had already passed their first tribulations and could therefore no longer enter the Essence Gate. They stood no chance. Aside from the mortal clan geniuses, there were other flourishing geniuses as well. Not to mention Geralda's son Ryu, who was seemingly a step above them all, having earned the only S grade thus far given by the academies. There were also the former soul slaves. Although it seemed like Dian was doing nothing, he would often send out his clones to diligently guide them. Before he began this small break of his, only Masada had entered the Master Realm, being of the 3rd stage. In truth, this was too low a standard. Considering Masada had a peak Saint Realm soul, her upper limit was that of a peak Grandmaster, yet she was still a master. However, under Dian's 6 months of guidance, every single lower blossom innate soul stage genius entered the peak practitioner realm at a minimum, with over 1,000 of them becoming masters, with Masada leading the pack as a 10th stage master. Not even the former soul slaves themselves knew this was thanks to Dian's guidance. Every day he would form thousands of clones and send them all out in disguise, claiming himself to be a nominal elder of soul-rending peak. In this way he slowly rose their standards day by day. Soon, on one particular day as Dian was absent-mindedly kneading Clara's breast, he decided that it was about time for the meeting to officially begin. On this particular day, the Soul Palace was bustling. The long-anticipated meeting was finally occurring. While many who had been invited felt pride, there was still a mixed bag of emotions. Those who understood what the title of true god meant had already long since submitted to Dian's strength, but that didn't mean they acknowledged his leadership. While having the larger fist and vast resources was great, the ability to run an empire was an entirely different matter. At the same time, there were those who didn't comprehend what the true god title meant at all. Due to the precarious situation they were in, Dian was very selective with the individuals he allowed to leave their universe and interact with the outside world. Of course, he trusted his demon generals, his wives, close friends, and even his little god sons and daughters, but that trust didn't extend to everyone. As a result, many had spent the last more than 7 years now holed up in this universe. Of course, it wasn't exactly like this place was a prison. After all, it was an entire universe. So, this didn't cause much dissatisfaction, although it was a source of slight discomfort. Currently, every notable figure in their soul-rend universe was gathering, whether that be those of the past powers, or the new ones that originated from Dian's home universe. The hall they gathered in was one Maying specifically designed for these sorts of occasions. It was a large, oval room, spanning over 300 meters down its longer length, and just below 150 meters down its shorter. The room was designed into layers, with each subsequent higher layer taking up a larger radius along with a higher elevation. Obviously, with the current scope of Dian's fledgling empire, this sort of size was overkill. As a result, everyone gathered toward the lowest layer, allowing the higher layers to be sealed off by curtains of lavish red and gold. As of now, the area they had access to was just a few dozen meters in every direction. In the lowest layer, the oval had a section of its head cut away, effectively separating Dian's faction and trusted aides from everyone else. Many could only confusedly walk into such a grand scene. Not only were the materials the hall was crafted in pristine beyond belief, but it had a distinctly modern design to it. After Dian's input, Maying decided to take some cues from the mortal world in its design. One could almost mistake it for a United Nations assembly room. At this moment, the quiet murmurings of the crowd calmed as the entrance doors to the hall opened. Their eyes all focused on the approaching group of individuals, unable to take their eyes off of them. Still, even with their imposing atmosphere, none were grander than the youth that led them all. Dian currently wore robes of black gold, beautifully crafted and etched with ancient emblems. Even without a crown, he undisputedly carried the air of a ruler, somehow overshadowing even the Tao realm cultivation of Zabia who followed behind him. Of his wives, only Ree and Clara followed him, each taking either one of his sides. As for Madeline, she had no interest in such matters. Although it would be important for her to be here once Dian officially established his empire, for this sort of meeting, her appearance was unnecessary. Ree was dressed in a gorgeous white gown. It clung tightly to her torso before falling light gentle rainfall from her hips, her slender shoulders covered by a shawl of elegantly crafted wool. One could almost see a tangible queenly aura around her that could make one's heart palpitate. As for Clara, She dressed formally in her Comet Lord robes. The silver fabric failed to hide the perfection of her curves, shimmering with streaking lights of illusory asteroids. Her gaze was cold and piercing, radiating with an attention to detail that those in attendance didn't dare meet. Many knew that Diane had many wives, but they knew next to nothing about the kind of women they had become. Some passively waved them off as tools Diane used to vent his lust and completely decided to ignore them. In all likelihood, or so they believed, when Diane matured, he would find a woman worthy to be an empress to be by his side. But who would have known that Diane's women had such presence? Those who had underlying intentions had already felt apprehensive after entering this hall. But seeing this sort of display, their hearts trembled all the more so. Aside from his wives and Zabia, Diane was followed by his 10 vice commanders. Along with Zabia, they all wore imposing black armor that seemed to waft with a dark aura that suffocated the atmosphere. Together, they walked forward without a word. Diane led them to the sectioned-off portion of the hall, taking his place on its central throne with Ree and Clara seated to either side of him. Diane took his time scanning the room. Amid the silence, there seemed to be a deadly pressure poised at the necks of all in attendance. Yet Diane didn't seem to mind meeting the gaze of each and every one until they were forced to look away. It wasn't until he reached his father and mother-in-law that he smiled slightly and released the tension in the hall. "I've kept you all waiting, I apologize for that," he said with an air of authority. It didn't seem like he was apologizing at all. "Since this meeting has been called for the betterment of Soul Rend Universe, how about we begin with your thoughts?" The various clan and sect leaders looked toward each other uncomfortably. Of all the ways they expected Diane to begin, this was the one way that caught them off guard. They had half expected Diane to storm in, list off a bunch of unquestionable, maybe even unreasonable commands, then stroll out. Diane waited patiently. He did absolutely nothing to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. He only sat silently. Seconds became minutes, and soon as much as half an hour passed without anyone saying a word. What a joke. Didn't they all have eyes? Just the one Dao expert to Diane's back could kill them all, and that didn't even mention Elder Nova, who wasn't here, or Diane's own fighting prowess. Still, Diane continued to say nothing. His expression made his point clear. "I know you have complaints, so we won't move on until you spill them. I don't mind sitting here for all of eternity as long as you all remain silent." Finally, one of those present couldn't handle it anymore. He was actually a member of a former god clan of Earth, the Cavasitas clan. After Loki turned their patriarch into a puppet, they fell to the wayside. But Diane did find their affinity with destruction will quite interesting. Much like Celestial Will and Celestial Supreme Law, Destruction Will shared the same relationship with Chaos Will. In fact, the Chaos arenas where Ulu nearly crippled Ree were run by the Cavasitas family. This was no coincidence. If Diane remembered correctly, the heir of the Cavasitas clan's younger brother was actually among the 11 geniuses he fought at the entrance of the Demon Sage's legacy world. Still, Diane didn't show any particular reaction when their representation cleared his throat. After all, he hardly cared about such matters anymore. "Leader Sicharo, if I might ask, why is it that you continuously pushed the meeting back?" The Cavasitas clan member decided to pluck some low-hanging fruit. His tone wasn't too reproachful, and he also picked a topic that everyone was clearly aware of. In this way, he could minimize the risk to himself while also moving this meeting along. Since he wasn't sure what he should call Diane, he settled upon Leader Sicharo. For now, that should be good enough since Diane hadn't officially established an empire or kingdom. "Oh, that." Diane smiled lightly. "I was taking a vacation, and I was reluctant to stop enjoying myself." Diane's words caused the leaders to not know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't this too blatant? They had all expected some flowery excuse connected to the betterment of their alliance. But who would have expected this? The Cavasitas representative coughed awkwardly again. "I see. You have been working quite hard. It's good that you've taken a break." Although Ree and Clara maintained their dignified expression, they were inwardly dying of laughter. Diane was so mischievous. Still, his words had the desired effect as the atmosphere seemed to lighten. Seeing this change occur, many began to speak, one after another. Diane's memory was good enough to remember every concern, but Clara still recorded everything. This was below her standing as Diane's wife, but for now everything was quite informal. Implementing strict protocol without a good foundation first was just as good as not doing anything at all. The complaints were quite wide-ranging. Some spoke about the need for additional academies. As things stood now, only 3 academies per planet was a bit lacking. Even the mortal world had countless schools. So, having only 3 academies each really was too little. Others were more worried about the economy. They lacked appropriate structures of commerce. Although Sol Rend Universe was overflowing with wealth, they didn't have proper channels for distribution of this wealth. This forced Diane, who obviously held the largest share, to be burdened with distributing it himself in the form of cultivation resources. What they needed were businesses and proper procedures for opening and regulating these businesses. Only by doing this would wealth naturally begin to spread. In line with concerns about the economy, there was the question of currency. With the influx of migrants, there were currently too many systems of exchange and there was no real way to balance them, often resulting in arbitrary numbers and exchange values that held no water. As matters continued, it seemed the economy really was the largest concern. As things stood now, many had fallen to using ancient and mundane trading systems, unwilling to take a loss by using currency. In the martial world, these things hardly mattered. After all, they had a universal system tallied by energy stones. But, because of the issue of redistribution of wealth, the energy stones that those under Diane had were even more pitiful than what Diane himself had. As for Diane, he often directly invested the energy stones he had on hand into spiritual ingredients to increase their fighting prowess as a whole. Until the day came when Diane didn't have to do this anymore, it was necessary for there to be either a universal, more mundane, currency or strict control over the numerous forms of currency. Diane listened to all of these matters silently. As expected, the more they spoke and understood that Diane wouldn't lash out at them for their complaints, the freer they became with their words. In this way, Diane could finally peel back a layer and delve into their inner thoughts. Finally, the topics that Diane wanted to get into started to be spoken about. Guild leader Nivius, the younger sister of the former Crown Prince Belmont's wife, spoke. Diane recognized her as well. She was with those 11 geniuses that he fought at the Demon Sage's Legacy World entrance, but she didn't attack Diane along with them. Considering Diane was the reason her elder sister was exiled and her mother figure, Matriarch Nivius, was now dead and continuously being tortured, he had great interest in her current thoughts. I believe that the standards of our 6 sects are too high. Many, after spending so many years in our energy-poor universe, have no way of ever living up to those standards. Obviously, these many she spoke of included herself, which was why she stubbornly skirted around Diane's banning of new sects by instead creating one under the moniker of a guild. It doesn't take a genius to understand why someone would be dissatisfied with Diane's actions. After all, the benefits for being a member of the sects was beyond imagining, yet even to now, they didn't have more than 5 inner disciples and only had 1 core disciple among all 6 of them. I think we should consider lowering these standards. Or, at the very least, we should allow other sects to be established if this isn't possible. As things stand now, youths graduate the academies only to realize they aren't up to the standards of the sects. Then they have nowhere to turn to because there doesn't exist a net to catch them. Arya Nivius looked toward Diane. Her features were just as calm as usual as she spoke, her white hair falling gently to her shoulders. Although in the past she could have been a beauty that didn't lose out to Diane's wives, years of toil had taken their toll on her. Even her cultivation had suffered. She knew quite well that Diane could see through her actions. Establishing the Inyang Guild behind Diane's back to circumvent the rules against the formation of sects was a slap to his face. She had already expected to incite his ire. Yet, Diane ignored the situation for half a year already. Whether it was his intention or not, she felt like she was walking on pins and needles. In fact, she wasn't alone. Numerous small factions and clans formed organizations like this. For example, the big sects that once gave Diane problems back at Focus Academy once more banded together. Although they didn't name their faction like Arya did, they had all built their clan lands near one another. Only a fool wouldn't be able to see through this in a single glance. Arya believed that since so many had done this, that it would be impossible for Diane to police it all. While others created these alliances for the sake of survival in a new environment, Arya did so because she couldn't bring herself to watch the Nivius sect crumble in her hands. While dying out making a name for himself in the martial world, Arya was struggling to keep what remained of the Niveus sect together. With matriarch Niveus dead and her elder sister gone, the burden fell on her shoulders. Yet, even after suffering through more than 30 years of hardship, Diane suddenly swooped in and banned the creation of new sects. How could she simply silently swallow such a thing? The Niveus sect was meant to be a haven for women who were often treated as nothing more than property in the martial world. Arya believed in this core principle, so she couldn't bring herself to stop. This was as good as an opportunity as any to bring Diane to a heel. In truth, she wasn't entirely wrong either. Even the oldest graduates of the academies were only 19 years old. After they had learned all the academy was willing to teach them, what were they supposed to do? Without a sect willing to accept them, they had no place to go. Many of them would become fed up with the lives they were living, and that would slowly breed animosity toward Diane. They'd all believe that he was an elitist that couldn't be bothered to deal with normal individuals like them. Unless they were outstanding geniuses, they had no use to him, so he tossed them aside. After almost 8 years now since the academies were established, this feeling was already beginning to brew. Considering Diane banned them from entering the tower, he was essentially also cutting off the chance they had to reverse their fates as well. This matter only bred more displeasure. Of course, Diane found these thoughts silly. He footed the bill for their carefree education from the ages of 7 to 18. Afterward, who said they couldn't enter sects? Diane placed no restrictions on who could become working disciples. Although they couldn't become official disciples, they would still receive cultivation resources that Diane, once again, paid for. However, sometimes when individuals are privileged, they forget the times when they had nothing to their name. Then there was the Niveus sect. What obligation did Diane have to allow their legacy to continue? Arya should consider that legacy to have shattered in the hands of matriarch Niveus, not him. Interesting. Diane nodded unperturbed. How many of you believe that the standards of the 6 sects are too high? Many of the leaders looked around at each other before raising their hands. More than 90% of them seemed to agree with this, causing Arya to breathe a sigh of relief. It's not that we don't understand your viewpoint, Leader Sacharo. A member of the former big sects supplemented. However, because you restricted the establishment of other sects, there are a large group of people left with nowhere to go. Of course, we know that it's possible to become a working disciple and receive some benefits, but the tasks one must complete to remain a working disciple are too great. Of course, Diane wouldn't allow individuals to simply freeload off of his hard work. Where there were those who had good intentions, there would always be those to take advantage. As a result, working disciples had a number of quotas they had to complete every month. Actually, much of the law enforcement of the 6 planets were made up of working disciples of the various sects. But, somehow, earning your keep had suddenly become too much of a burden. How amusing. Even the branch sects have ridiculous high requirements. To become an outer disciple, you must become an essence gather by 16 years old. For the main sect, it's even more exaggerated at 13 years old. Then, to become an inner disciple, you must become a saint by 21 years old for the main sect and by 30 for the branch sections. The core disciple requirements are even worse. As of now, only true God Agios has met the requirement of becoming a celestial within 50 cultivation years. As for the branch sects, which require a 120 cultivation year minimum, no one has managed to reach it. The middle-aged man wanted to continue to speak about legatees, but Diane had never made an announcement about them. You could only imagine the kind of crazy requirements they would have. Diane watched as the man entered a sort of pseudo-rant, and how many nodded their heads in agreement. If one kept up the pace Diane set for the main sect, they would have the talent of an elite king at worst. An entire sect of high-level kings, just how ambitious was that? As for the branch sects, their minimum requirement was the talent of a duke. To now, Diane always remembered that the mark of a true genius in the tower quadrants was celestial by 100 and Tao expert by 1000. How could he lower the standards of soul-rending peak below that standard? In fact, he would push it even further. What they didn't know was that, if it was up to Diane, the requirements would be even more exaggerated than they were now. He wanted the world to tremble in fear whenever the title of the peak disciples was mentioned. He wanted them to move unhindered across the world. Their request seemed reasonable. Even if he wanted to keep those strict standards, fine. But at the very least, he should allow the establishment of sects with weaker standards so that they could live. As things stood now, it wasn't enough. Diane nodded. Clara. Read me the numbers of outer disciples for the past 8 years. On the first year, there were only 3 total. These were outer disciples you directly appointed, not ones who met the requirement. The second year, there were 0. The third year, there were 0 once more. The fourth year, there were 0 once again. As Clara spoke, the clan leaders felt gratified. See? It was far too difficult. The fifth year, there were 63. For who managed to enter the main sect and 59 who were split randomly amongst the branch sections. The sixth year, there were 172 new additions. 9 who entered the main sect, and 161 who dispersed themselves among the branch sects. The seventh year, there were 586 new additions. 23 entered the main sect, 563 entered the 5 branch sections. This 8th year, there were 6,708 new additions. 804 entered the main sect, 5904 entered the branch sections. The massive jump in the 8th year caused the leader's eyes to widen in shock. Were these fabricated numbers? No, that couldn't be. It was too easy to verify if this was true or false. This 8th year, Diane had spent more than half of it right here. How could there not be improvements? If there weren't, wouldn't he be too incompetent as a leader? Many of the blatant forms of corruption stopped when he arrived, allowing the academies to flourish as they should. These numbers do not include those who didn't meet the age requirements, but did pass the sect trials. If those numbers are accounted for, the branch sects have an average of 1783 outer disciples, while the main sect has 851. Clara finished her report calmly. Diane knew quite well that these numbers wouldn't translate upward to the inner sect and subsequent core sect. After all, as one progresses in cultivation, the more difficult progression became. Those who weren't able to keep up with the age requirements would be demoted to branch sects. And, if by some oddity they couldn't keep up with the branch sect requirements, they would find their places as academy instructors, while some of the better ones would become working, outer, and maybe inner sect elders. Of course, Diane would also give them the choice of simply remaining outer disciples, if they so chose. Before I continue, I'd like to ask, do any of you have any more complaints to bring up? Diane asked calmly. Seeing no one seem to, Diane nodded. Good. I wonder, do any of you have any idea why the numbers shot up so much during this 8th year? Diane once more received no response, but he could see some break out into a cold sweat. When I established the academies, I guaranteed that every youth would receive free admittance, allowing them and their parents to live worry-free from the time they were 7 to 16 years old or until they became an essence gatherer. I established a grading system, not only for the students but for teachers as well. It was my way of keeping you all accountable. I even provided a Tao expert to teach your children and had my demon generals take time out of their busy schedules to guide the youth. But who would have known that I would come to find my good will had been corrupted beyond recognition? Teachers and clans in cahoots, using their superior population to boost the rating of certain instructors so that they keep a job they're undeserving of. Then those very same teachers hoarding resources I've provided for the sake of the next generation's growth and giving them out in exchange for favors and backing. Then there are a bunch who can't seem to follow my rules, circumventing and manipulating my words so that they can establish guilds and alliances. I bet you all had pretty good incentive to suppress the students of my academies. If they were held down by a system I created, they would go running off to you once they didn't meet the sex requirements. Then, you would bolster your numbers all while uses the resources I provided as your own. By the time this absent leader of yours returned, you would have consolidated your power and entrenched yourselves too deeply for this single OLME to uproot you all. Is that it? The more Diane spoke, the stiffer those in the room became. I have to say, Diane laughed. When I first got here, I was so angry that I thought of killing every single last one of you. These 6 months I took weren't for my sake, but for yours. The calmness in Diane's eyes was suddenly replaced by a repressed fury. What does it mean to have a divine sense capable of stretching 500,000 kilometers? It meant that not a single blade of grass, not a single crawling ant, not a single silent wind, was missed by Diane. With the help of the formation cores, Dian had the ability to not only multiply his power several-fold on planet Sol, but he could also project his soul onto its 5 branch planets using connected formations. For the past more than half year, not a single dirty dealing or private conversation was missed by Dian's senses. Dian was quite aware that this was a gross misuse of his power and an invasion of the privacy of many. Yet he had done it anyway. For the sake of this meeting and for the betterment of his empire, he did it. Maybe it was the case that every evil dictator and warlord of the past started with thoughts just like Dian had now, but Dian didn't have a choice. He didn't have the time to slowly form a culture, nor did he have the time to slowly ingratiate and assimilate these clans. Every day of break he took, he couldn't help but grow more anxious. If it was really easy for him to laze around all day, then how could such a thing help temper his mind? He would never tell these leaders how he did it. In fact, even if he did, they likely wouldn't believe him. What ungodly amount of soul strength did it take to monitor 6 planets at once? Even if the evidence was laid out before them, they wouldn't trust it. No, instead, they would start looking over their shoulders. Every time they thought of committing a bad deed, they would think twice. Whenever greed overtook their hearts, they would think twice. Whenever they thought of defying him, they would think twice. Area Niveus. Dian's sharp gaze sent a shiver down Aria's spine. Of the more than 20,000 women you've taken under your wing, are you aware of just how many of their futures you've cut off with your actions? Because you wanted to uphold the legacy of a woman who murdered an entire race of people, you schemed and bent them to your will time and time again. I would never. Aria tried to argue back. She was enraged that Dian would say that she cut off their futures. But what pissed her off all the more so were Dian's words about matriarch Niveus. But Dian cut her off. Under your influence, more than 500 young women left the path I laid out for them, instead joining your guild. Among those 500, there are at least 20 with the potential to become inner disciples and more than 200 who could have become outer disciples without your interference. Because of your actions, all 500 of them have received less than 10% of the resources they would have under my charge. In addition, you forced them to learn techniques of the Niveus sect that many of them are not suited for. You've wasted their youth, cut off their options, fed them a pile of shit, and yet have the audacity to come to me speaking about the stress and constraints I've placed on them and you. You're quite bold, aren't you? Aria's breath hitched in her throat, an uncontrollable sob overwhelming her. She had once been a young girl with a bright future. She had countless pursuers, a talent that outshone most, and an elder sister and adoptive mother that had her back. Now she had none of these. All that was left was despair. Dian didn't even bother with Aria's tears. No matter what her reasons, he was absolutely disgusted by her actions, and even more enraged that she would dare to try and salvage the legacy of a woman Dian hated to the core. He proceeded to list many more perpetrators, digging them all up one by one. Their crimes were laid bare, and no one could refute them. Dian's words were so deadly accurate that they felt there was a target on their backs. They suddenly felt that they couldn't trust anyone around them anymore. 3 years. You all stifled the growth of not just my dreams, but the dreams of your future generations. For 3 years. Give me one reason why I shouldn't just kill you all now. Of what use are you to me? You're too weak to take advantage of the opportunities one give you. Yet you also dare bar others from benefiting as well. How dare you? Every one of Dian's words were laced a presence that trampled upon their hearts. Even those who wouldn't usually feel guilt for such actions suddenly became incredibly ashamed. The tasks of working disciples are too harsh? Dian sneered. Do you have any idea how much the pills, the resources, the facilities, the technique books I provide cost in the martial world? You all come from societies, clans, and planets that would recognize mere 60% pure pills as heavenly treasures, yet I provide you with top-grade pills. Those very same societies, clans, and planets would never dream of laying eyes on even mere Earth-grade techniques, yet I provide you the opportunity to grasp heaven and even divine-grade ones. Has anyone gone hungry under my leadership? Has anyone faced poverty and unconscionable hardship? Have you been a victim of unresolved crimes or tragedies? The answer is no. Then no again. And no once more. Today forward, there will be resounding changes. With those changes will come severe penalties for those who fail to follow them. I am not a tolerant person, nor am I a patient one. I promise you all, from the bottom of my heart, that I've never meant the words I'm about to say more than anything else I've spoken in my entire life. If I ever catch you undermining my hard work again, I'll slaughter every last one of you. Diane's blazing gaze swept over the whole crowd. If the martial world saw this so-called assembly, they would laugh themselves silly. 80% of those present here weren't even celestials, with the vast majority being saints and even essence gatherers. As for those pitiful few who managed to reach the celestial realm, even the best of them was of the third or second grade. And yet these were the people Diane had at the core of his empire? If his enemies knew this, they would sleep at night like babies, not caring for him at all. Yet Diane's situation was so precarious that he didn't even dare to kill them for the transgressions. Even if they were weak, he couldn't risk alienating them all even if he was in the right. He had no choice but to give them one more chance. This sort of thing pissed him off more than anything else. Diane refused to be the sort of ruler that turned a blind eye simply to uphold some sort of fake semblance of unity. No matter what consequences it held for himself, if they dared to cross him again, he really would kill them all where they stood. Until now, there's been no structure. I've spent too much time focusing on my own combat prowess while ignoring the positions you're in. You all have your own thoughts and your own aspirations toward sovereignty. But in the end, if you're too weak, you'll never receive anything in return. Do you know why our home universes are so weak? Do you know why Soul Rend universe has been so weak until now? It's because individuals far stronger than yourselves forced your ancestors into a corner. Yet, as you all scramble for short-term benefits, you force yourselves into a vicious cycle of incompetence and weakness. For the past 3 years, you've spent time consolidating your power, hoping to carve out a place for yourselves. You tell me your 3 years of hard work, upward of 8 years for the rest of you who were born here, how long do you think it would take me alone to tear it all down? An insurmountable pressure gushed forth from Diane. Suddenly, those in attendance felt they were looking up at a mountain without a peak. Even the heavens themselves could only hug this mountain's feet. The cold sweat on their backs grew heavier. They really had no real concept of just how powerful Diane was. They all believed that since there were so many of them, they should be able to push back a single young man, no? Yet they couldn't believe just how wrong they were. The worst part was that it wasn't just Diane who pressed them like this. The moment the words left his mouth, Ree and Clara exuded their own auras, followed directly by the demon generals and Zabia. Not just this conference room, but the planet as a whole seemed to tremble under their might. That was right, Diane wasn't alone. Even just one of his wives could slaughter them all, not to mention his demon generals and himself. What chance did they stand? They could only temper the fire in their hearts, unable to rebut in any tangible way. Today I'll be laying down the laws of order. They'll be separated into various categories, each with their own purpose. Carve these laws into your hearts, or face the consequences. The first and most important matter to note is the clan ranking system. This conference hall you see around you all will be named the Mortal Hall. In this place, the voices of the various clans will be heard. Once every 10 years, a meeting just like this one will take place and titled the Mortal Meeting. These mortal meetings can also be called outside of this 10-year period if proper protocols are met. Clans will be divided into 9 tiers from the 1st tier to the 9th tier, with 9th tier clans being provided the highest honors. Above the 9th tier, there are nobility clans. These tiers decide everything from the amount of land you have sovereignty over to how many resources you are allocated, and how much of a say you have in the Mortal Hall during mortal meetings. As for earning merits to improve your tier, they're also separated into many forms. These include military merits, talent merits, and contribution merits. In addition, to even be recognized as a clan by Mortal Hall, it is necessary to reach a certain threshold. As things stand now, none of you are even 1st tier clans, let alone 9th tier. Military merits speak for themselves. This involves clans, namely the warriors under their banner, earning merits through battle. Those of you who send your youths to battle in campaigns can earn merits in this fashion. Talent merits branch outside of combat strength to a certain extent. On the cultivation side of things, clans with certain numbers of talents who take quality roles in the branch sects and main sect are entitled to a certain number of merits. But this also stretched to talents within secondary professions. Contribution merits are a miscellaneous category. This includes handing over traders, finding valuable resources, or supporting subordinate clans, a system that will be explained further. To become a first-tier clan, 10 separate members of your clan must contribute 1,000 merit points of various types. In addition, you must accumulate a total of 25,000 merit points overall. This will be the first goal of all of you here. Diane's reasoning for forcing clans to accumulate merit was obvious. They needed to feel a sense of belonging. As they accumulate merits and earn a place, they'll be less likely to betray him. In that way, Diane could start slowly fostering that ever-elusive culture he looked for. Of course, Diane knew how much he hated nobility clans. However, this was a problem for a future. Usually, the founding members of nobility clans were great people. It wasn't until they passed away that their descendants became complacent, relying on the foundation their ancestors set to bully others. To deal with this problem, Diane planned to lay a demerit system as well. Since there is the merit system, there will also be a demerit system. Unlike the clan tier system, which requires multiple individuals of a certain standard to move forward, the demerit system makes it so that even one person who commits terrible deeds can bring an entire clan down. In addition, even if this person is ostracized and disowned by the clan, the demerits they earn won't disappear. Instead, they'll be cut to a tenth. Meaning, if you allow a traitor to your clan to run free for too long, they'll eventually accumulate enough demerits to cause your clan to fall in ranking. Diane's words caused the leaders here to suck in a cold breath. What a harsh demerit system. Diane had been witness to too many debauchee bastards who committed terrible deeds only for their powerful fathers and mothers to cover for them. In this way, even their fathers and mothers wouldn't tolerate their evil deeds. Even if a clan only had a single debauchee, it could bring them all down. In addition, Diane forced them into policing their own clansmen. With this sort of incentive, it would lessen Diane's burden. This way, he wouldn't have to chase after every bastard his kingdom produced. In addition, it would also incentivize clans to have their own strict policies, lessening Diane's burden even further. Of course, he was under no delusions that this would fix everything. There would be no shortage of clans that did their best to hide and cover the bad deeds of their own, hoping it never reached the public eye. If they managed it well enough and it never came to the light of day, they obviously wouldn't earn demerits. No system could be perfect, but Diane could only do his best. Since Diane could only ignore this flaw for now, he began expounding upon the demerit system. Most of the things he said didn't shock the clans very much. For example, rules against rape and murder were pretty standard. It was obvious that they would earn severe demerit strikes for such a thing. But what surprised them were the many refined smaller details Diane added. For example, when Diane reached the possible demerit strikes one could earn in the field of commerce, he included severe penalties for commerce warfare. This included examples where larger, more established stores or businesses tried to force monopolies on certain market shares. If a business owner was found drastically lowering their prices to force small businesses into a corner, they would face demerit strikes that would also be attached to their clans. In addition, if business owners were found price gouging in an alliance, they would also face strikes. These sorts of matters were unheard of in the martial world where such commerce warfare was a day-to-day occurrence. With this introduction, Diane also introduced a similar ranking system for what he called business empires. Ninth-tier business empires could even receive exclusive contracts with the Sicharo clan, gaining a great advantage over their competition. The introduction of business empires caused Arya's eyes to light up with a faint glint of hope. The entertainment sector would without a doubt be an incredibly important market. In the martial world, there was almost nothing men, and sometimes women, loved more than to spend time with beautiful women. Although she might have found this beneath herself in the past, she was obviously very desperate at this time. As things stood now, she had the largest collection of beautiful women in the entire Soul Rend universe. If she took advantage of this head start, she could carve out a place for herself. Though nothing in the demerit system forbade prostitution, this wasn't the lane Arya planned to take. That said, Diane heavily regulated this potential brothel system. He felt that since prostitution would likely occur anyway, it was best if he at least set the conditions such that the women forced into such a way of life were protected. This was something Arya appreciated, and it was Diane's very words on the topic that made her stop sulking. This meeting would birth the Inyang Pavilion of Soul Rend universe. Now that you've understood the merit and demerit system, you should understand what benefits they give you and what you stand to lose. First-tier clans are allowed one first-tier official. A second-tier clan is allowed one second-tier official and two first-tier officials. A third-tier clan is allowed one third-tier officials, two second-tier officials, and four first-tier officials. This pattern continues until noble clans are allowed one noble official title, which is the only title hereditary in nature, two ninth tier, four eighth tier, eight seventh tier, 128 third tier, 256 second tier, and 512 first-tier officials. Of course, it should be noted that while this is the number you're allowed, whether or not you have the number of qualified clansmen to fill these positions is another matter entirely. These numbers might sound unnecessarily large, but one must consider that Dian planned on controlling several universes at once. Even for a single planet's population, this number was a drop in the bucket. So, in reality, Dian might have picked too few. Still, for now, he felt that this would be enough for now. Officials have many perks, not to mention the fact they have the right to vote on certain matters during the mortal meetings. These perks extend outside of these walls as well. For one, they're allocated a great amount of resources. Even first-tier officials will be awarded with one celestial stone worth of resources a month. As for ninth-tier officials, this increases to one enigmatic stone worth of resources a month. The hearts of those who heard these words palpitated. But Dian's next words threw a bucket of cold water over their heads. However, don't even dream about becoming a first-tier official without first entering the celestial realm. This standard will only rise as time passes on. Within 1,000 years, the system will be as follows. First through third-tier officials must be peak celestials at the worst. Fourth through sixth-tier officials must be Dao experts. Seventh tier must be middle Dao experts. Eighth tier must be higher Dao experts, while ninth tier must be peak Dao experts. As for the right to gain a hereditary title of nobility, your clan must produce a higher existence. Those leaders here half wanted to complain about the standards being too high once again. But when they saw the staunchness in Dian's eyes, they could only swallow their words. For now, I'll allow you to become a first-tier official as long as you enter the celestial realm. And what about second-tier official? A clan leader asked probingly. Dian sneered lightly. In order to become a second-tier clan, you need 100 separate individuals to contribute 10,000 merit points and accumulate a minimum of 10 million points total. Hearing these words, the one who spoke silenced himself immediately. Who knew how many years it would take to reach that sort of level? It wasn't impossible considering there were many people working together. But for clans who hadn't even earned one merit point, 10 million still seemed much too far off. These standards shouldn't be impossible to meet as long as one fosters a good culture within their own clans. Many of you come from clans and families with hundreds of individuals. Some of you larger clans have tens of thousands under you. Always remember that for how difficult you may believe these tasks are to accomplish, there's always an adequate award waiting at the end. While a first-tier official will receive one celestial stone worth of goods a month, a first-tier clan will receive 10,000 celestial stones worth. In the same vein, a ninth-tier clan will receive 10,000 enigmatic stones worth. These don't even touch upon the numerous benefits including territory and power. Leader Sacharo, King Belmont, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Although he couldn't necessarily be called King Belmont anymore, but rather Patriarch Belmont. You spoke of subordinate clans. How will this system work? For Patriarch Belmont, who had had 5 god clans under his purview not too long ago, he found this concept intriguing. Plus, after being cured of the bi-clan curse, he was doing far better now and was well equipped to make up for his mistakes in the past few decades. Dian nodded. Higher tier clans have the right to take lesser clans under their wings. That said, this isn't a sort of absolute dictatorship. The amount of land in a given territory is limited. This is why you can gain merit points discovering and mapping new lands, as I've stated before. As a result of this scarcity, it is inevitable that there will come a time when the territories of clans overlap. This is especially so for 9th-tier clans who will begin the right to rule over an entire universe. When these sorts of overlaps occur, the lesser clan will become a subordinate clan. On the one hand, they will have to pay a certain tax to the higher-ranked clan, but on the other, the higher-ranked clan will then become responsible for the lesser clan's safety. In addition to this, The higher-ranked clan will be able to recruit talents within the lesser clan into their fold. However, in order to do this, the higher-ranked clan must be willing to give this recruited talent the same privileges as a founding pillar of their clan. Dian chose this law of order for a reason. He didn't want large clans bullying smaller ones by taking up all of their talents. In that way, that would create a cycle where smaller clans would never be able to rise up. Still, he also knew that these sorts of practices were inevitable, so he also decided to heavily regulate it. Clans would definitely think twice before giving an incoming talent the rights of a founding member. That was borderline nonsensical. Excluding this founding member position, the subordinate clan will also become exempt from taxes they once gave to their higher-ranked clan. But the higher-tier clan will still be required to protect them. This sort of penalty just for one person. Would those larger clans be willing to take this on? If a larger clan decides to take a second talent from a lesser clan, they will in turn have to pay remunerations to the lower-tiered clan. These sort of reverse taxes, so to speak, will increase exponentially for every talent taken and will continue until the death date of that talent. Mind you, this will occur whether the talent is willingly leaving their clan or not. Unless this talent can provide proof that they've been mistreated by their paternal clan, they will be forever tied to that clan in one fashion or another. Many of clan leaders more than just accepted Dian's words, they felt greatly gratified. Because of the fact becoming a lofty 9th-tier clan that ruled over an entire universe was too grand for them to imagine as things stood now, they felt themselves to mostly be the little guy in Dian's examples. Seeing that he was protecting them, they only felt more guilty about their previous actions. Dian hadn't been wrong. He gave them all avenues for improvement, but they all but spit in his face. They were far too used to a martial world that trampled and forgot the weak. Of course, this sort of victim mentality wasn't something Dian was willing to forgive without punishment. Those here did their fair share of perpetuating the unfairness. But he would be lenient on them this single time. Speaking of the matter of clans, I'll also be implementing a system that controls how a person's merit points can be allocated and what clans they choose to be affiliated with. From the very beginning, when a youth is born, they will be registered as a citizen of our Mortal Alliance. Dian chose the title Mortal Alliance for now since he wasn't yet ready to establish a kingdom. If he named himself king, he would be far more restricted than he was now. In such a case, he wouldn't be able to do many of the things he wanted first. So he held off for now. This registration comes in a few parts. The first is a soul tag. This soul tag is uniquely tailored to an individual and is impossible to fake. These words of Dian's weren't entirely true. Theoretically, if someone with greater soul path comprehension than himself studied these soul tags for an adequate amount of time, it would be possible to replicate and even fake them. However, there were too many obstacles to this. First of all, finding someone who could match the Tao of array alchemy in comprehension was near impossible. This soul tag was a concept Dian gleaned from it, which made it a dime a dozen in the martial world. Secondly, Dian was a planet lord with the comprehension of a moon lord. No one within the tower quadrants could match him. Only some lofty individual from the outer quadrants might be able to. But considering it took a minimum of 10 years to travel from one universe to another even within this cluster of tower quadrants, one could imagine how long it would take to come here from the outer quadrants. One might wonder, then, how Lilith and the other devil cultivators got here while still so young. And the answer to that lies within the planet-grade teleportation formation soul-rending peak ancestors left behind. After doing so much business here, of course the devil cultivators would take one for themselves for the sake of convenience. Unfortunately for them, that formation was now useless since Dian cut off the connection. This aside, Dian's soul tag was impossible to replicate as far as those here were concerned. Though, hearing about this soul tag, those in attendance felt apprehensive. A soul tag? They had to be tagged like animals? Wasn't that too? While the soul tag has a crude name, its uses are very benign. Dian spoke, reading their minds. A soul tag can 1. Identify a person, 2. Act as an entry pass to freely enter and leave this universe, 3. It acts as a calculator of merit points and a policer of the legitimacy of those merit points, 4. It can track your location, and 5. It ties you to up to 2 clans. Isn't that a bit too invasive? One of the clan leaders couldn't help but ask. Maybe acting as an identity and a pass was fine, but the mere act of calculating merit points means that the tags are capable of monitoring you. This is only made worse after knowing it can track location as well. Diane nodded, understand their points of view. It may seem so, but once you understand how it works, it's actually not very invasive at all. The location tracker is a feature that is only activated in case an individual commits an irredeemable crime, and is also something only the clan of the individual controls. I will not have access to this information. If I should want access to this, the burden of proof will be on my shoulders to prove that it is necessary. In addition, there will be regulations on individual clans in utilizing this information as well. The formation that needs to be used can only be activated by a Comet Lord, of which, as things stand now, we only have two. One of which is me, and the other of which is my wife. For now, if you want to track an individual, you can only ask one of the two of us. In that case, you will need to provide proof of why you need to access such information. I know what you're all thinking, Diane said after a pause. With the power in my hands and with none of you having such expertise, it's impossible for you to know whether or not I abuse this power. But this is why the soul tag alerts its owner of the fact he or she is being tracked once it occurs. This in turn also alerts the clan. Though this explanation wasn't airtight, the clan leaders could only accept it. This plan of Diane's had another layer hidden within it as well. You want the right to know whether I'm cheating you or not, right? Then produce Comet Lords for yourselves. Only when his subordinates were fueled with the desire to gain strength for themselves could Diane's dreams be accomplished. Diane smiled lightly, knowing that his plans were coming together slowly. Then there's the matter of calculating merit points. This matter isn't as invasive as you believe either. Those of you from Earth are already aware of how this works. When you sent your youths to campaign, it was the Sapientia that provided a tag in order to calculate points. Those from Earth came to realization. Back when Diane fought in the World Tournament, wasn't he ranked first? How did that happen? Wasn't it because the Sapientia utilized a merit calculating system much like that one? The only difference between this and that was that this soul tag would follow one for life while the Sapientia tag only activated during campaigns. This merit calculating system is only a passive observer. If it detects a merit, it will reward points. As for demerits, it has no ability to calculate such a thing. This is because the system can be turned on and off at a person's leisure. Although I have the ability to have it calculate demerits as well and always be on, I've deemed it inappropriate to do so. The clan leaders nodded in agreement, appreciating Diane's point of view. Should you accidentally forget to turn on your system or are unable to before an act of merit, then you can always provide proof of your feat through a system of administration to be awarded your points. Diane looked around for a moment before he continued. Now, the main purpose of these soul tags aside from what's already been said is their ability to affiliate an individual with a certain clan. Upon birth, a child will be connected to two families, the family of their mother and that of their father. The merit points a child earns can go to either clan depending on their choices. However, it must be noted that should this child have a child of their own in the future, this newborn will only be affiliated with that parent's paternal clan. For example, if a woman of an elven clan marries a man of the Pacal clan, their child will be affiliated with only the paternal clans of their parents by default. Should they want to acknowledge the maternal clans of their parents instead, they can once more go through a channel of administration. This system is put in place so that individuals cannot become merit mercenaries, selling off their merits to the highest bidder. Not because I believe that a father's clan is more important. The clan leaders nodded in acknowledgement. Every law of order had its own reasons that they mostly accepted. It was clear a lot of thought went into them. While we're on the topic of such matters, marriage is another matter that is incredibly important. I want to emphasize how important consent of both parties is. Patriarch Belmont blushed in slight shame when Diane's gaze quickly swept over him. How could he forget how he took it upon him to test if Diane was worthy of Madeline? Even though he reprimanded Lionel for treating Madeline as his own, he still had the audacity to do such a thing. Thinking back, he was quite embarrassed. He was a parent to neither child, yet he stepped in as a third-party parent to his son who was clearly a victim of unrequited love, and still had the audaciousness to test Diane. Of course, he felt that, back then, Reason was on his side. Earth was in danger with enemies from all sides, and Lionel and Madeline were great talents. If Madeline married Lionel, they'd have two individuals capable of wielding violet flames, which would have been a great boon. But seeing what kind of man Diane became, the sort of person that could kill him without any effort, it was kind of embarrassing to even think about comparing his traitorous son to him. I know that this sort of clan hierarchy system incentivizes picking and choosing marriage mates and squandering the happiness of your offspring, but I'm telling you now that I won't tolerate such a thing. Marriage will be registered by the administration, wherein every case will be analyzed on a point-by-point basis. No marriage will be accepted if there is any evidence of subterfuge. Of course, if no clans are involved and they are simply two unaffiliated individuals, the requirements will be much less stringent. Diane didn't believe he was going too far in this. With how much effort clans usually put into marriage alliances, going through one more hoop wasn't too big of a deal. But he knew that this policy of his would create the most dissatisfaction. After all, it was firmly ingrained in the culture of the martial world for the parents to decide the marriage of the child. Unfortunately for them, Diane was willing to die on this hill. Even seeing their dissatisfied expressions, he continued unperturbed. Up to now, I've mentioned this administration 3 times. This branch of governance will be the first I establish. It will be known as the Mortal Administration and be responsible for rules and regulations. Everything from merit points to title conferrals and clan promotions and demotions. I'll be appointing my wife, Clara Cicharo, as the head of this branch. She has full authority to appoint and structure it as she sees fit. The next branch of governance I'll be appointing is the ruling branch. This branch will fall under the sole purview of the Cicharo clan. No one was very surprised by Diane's words. If his Cicharo clan fell under the same rules and regulations theirs did, then what reward would he receive for giving them a chance at greatness? The head of the Cicharo clan receives veto powers. There are only 2 methods to ignore this veto. The first is for 75% of officials to disagree with the Cicharo clan head's decision. The second method is for a majority of noble title holders to disagree. This second method will not come into effect until there are 2 individuals with a nobility title. The head of the Cicharo clan also receives the right to implement 3 new policies every mortal meeting. These will be called ruling orders, and unlike other policy proposals, they only require 30% consensus to be passed as opposed to the normal 75% others will. The first head of the Cicharo clan will be myself. During my life, the Cicharo clan's position cannot be removed from the ruling branch. I believe that I've earned the right for such a thing. However, after my death, this protection will be removed. As for the method of becoming the new ruling branch clan, this is something that can be touched upon another time. However, since I'm sure that many of you might be secretly dissatisfied with this truth despite how shameless it is for you to have such thoughts, I've implemented another system. If you can find someone within 50 years old of myself that can defeat me in battle, I'll willingly abdicate. I guess that I'm about 60 years or so years old right now if I account for the time I spent there. So if anyone of 110 years or younger can defeat me, their clan can replace my own. Diane smiled lightly, watching those who had their thoughts seen through blush in shame. Diane's words were correct. What right did they have to covet the ruling branch for themselves? This was all built up by Diane's hands. The mere fact he was even allowing them the chance to replace his clan after his death was something no one else would do. As of now, there really was no one who could defeat Diane within such an age range. Amphory was almost 160 years old now, and even then she was his wife and thus part of the Cicharo clan. As for Zabia, he too spent a lot of time in the demon sage's mystical world, so he was over 500 years old already, while the Ipsum disciples were well over 1,000 years old. The closest individual who fell within that age range and was powerful was Damaris, but they all knew how that turned out by now. Diane could even defeat their clan heads with a single finger. Where would they find a youth capable of beating him? It was impossible. They could only forever give up the idea. After defeating me, Diane continued as though he couldn't tell what their thoughts were at this point. This individual must gain the support of 75% of officials. If there are any nobles by then, they must also win over a majority of them as well. Diane swept his eyes over them before continuing. The next branch I'll establish is this very assembly right here. This mortal hall will be known as the Judgment Branch. Not only will high-profile crimes and sentences be tried here, but the laws and regulations that the mortal administration enforces will be decided here as well. Following this, the final branch will be known as the Conqueror's Branch. The Conqueror Branch will have a certain level of autonomy in waging war, although it is possible to veto their efforts should 60% of you here disagree. This branch will be led by the demon generals and myself. Military merits won't only be used to upgrade a clan's standing, but it will also reflect one's military ranking. There will be 4 main factions within this branch: the Land Faction, the Air Faction, the Sea Faction, and the Array Alchemy Faction. The Land Faction will be composed of both warriors and land-type beasts, although they will be able to fight in the air as well due to the inherent abilities of cultivators. It will not be their specialization. Their rankings will be as followed: Foot Soldier, Squadron Captain of 10 men, Second Lieutenant of 100 men, First Lieutenant of 1,000 men, Captain of 10,000 men, Major of 100,000 men, Colonel of 1 million men, Vice Commander of 10 million men, Commander of 100 million men, General of 1 billion men, and finally Commander General of 10 billion men. The Air Faction will follow these same rankings, but their role will be different. They will control not only winged beasts, but also specialized airships. While the Land Faction can fight in the skies, it will be the Air Faction's duty to command the skies. The only rank above Commander General will be the Star Generals, but this will correspond to prestige and merit, not necessarily men commanded. Lower ranking positions will also be associated with stars as well. These numbers seemed obscenely large, but the scope of war Dian planned for the future wouldn't allow anything less. The current population Dian had command over was pitifully small at less than 15 billion total compared to the Goliaths Dian would face in the future, who could command trillions with a wave of a hand. This was nothing. Plus, much of these individuals would never be able to fight on the battlefield in any meaningful way due to them following poor paths of cultivation. Considering Dian fused 11 planets worth of people together, this number truly was pitifully small. As for the military, their numbers were even worse, sitting at a meager 30-15, which was the combined total of the demon generals, the Ipsum disciples, Zabia, and Dian himself. They had a long way to go before they were prepared. After all, Dian could just thrust anyone into the army. Then there's the Sea Faction. The Sea Faction will specialize in deep water battles. After learning of the Dark Ocean from Dian realized that the number of otherworldly environments in the martial world were innumerous. How could Dian, a mere mortal, ever imagine a day when he'd meet a vast ocean that spanned almost 30 universes total? Now, imagine for a moment if Dian came up against an enemy who was born and raised in such an environment. What would happen if he blindly charged, leading his army into the depths of the ocean? Wouldn't he be asking to be wiped out? What chance would he stand? In line with this logic, Dian had plans for numerous smaller factions that he would fit into these larger 4 main factions. He wanted to be prepared for any sort of environment, whether it be the ocean floor, the depths of a volcano, or a chilling ice cap. He wanted an army capable of adapting to anything. The Sea Faction will prioritize the nurturing of water path cultivators and water-type beasts, just as the Air Faction will prioritize wind path cultivators and beasts. Much like the Air Faction, while the Land Faction could fight in the sea as well, it will be the Sea Faction's duty to dominate the seas. Their rankings will be as followed: Seaman, Naval Squadron Captain of 10 men, Naval Second Lieutenant of 100 men, Naval First Lieutenant of 1,000 men, Naval Captain of 10,000 men, Naval Major of 100,000 men, Vice Commodore of 1 million men, Commodore of 10 million men, Rear Admiral of 100 million men, Vice Admiral of 1 billion men, and finally Admiral of 10 billion men. Much like the Air and Land factions, Admirals will also have the opportunity to earn stars. Dian could see the skeptical look on the faces of those around him. Was it really necessary to invest so much in a task force tailored to the sea? Seemed a bit silly. After all, they weren't mortals, and this wasn't the mortal world. Whether it was land, sea, the air, or even the depths of space, cultivators could easily fight in them all. However, Dian didn't bother to explain. These were matters that could only prove their worth with time. Finally, there is the Array Alchemy faction. This should be self-explanatory. Many of you have been bred to believe that alchemy and formation theory should be kept separate and apart. but this philosophy is wrong. Still, while I have my staunch beliefs in such things, I will allow youths to pick their own paths. As for those good enough to understand the value of fusing both principles, they will enter the Array Alchemy faction. Though it has such a title, the faction itself will recruit all secondary professions of the soul path. Their duty will be support. No, their duty will be to provide the greatest support in war imaginable. However, the minimum requirement for entering this faction is the title of Grandmaster. As things stand now, only my wife and I meet these standards. I hope that, in the coming years, things will change. In truth, Dian planned for the minimum requirement to be that of a Comet Lord in the future. But, for now, he could only loosen the standard. Even the best of the former soul slaves were still middling around in the Master Realm. But, in just a few more years, even a few short months for the likes of Masada, they would slowly begin to meet Dian's needs. Eventually, Dian envisioned an Array Alchemy faction that stood above the guilds. Not just any Comet Lord could enter, only the best could enter. Only by attaching such pride and prestige to certain things could Dian slowly brew a culture. But he knew that he had to be careful, or else with that pride would come a sense of entitlement and elitism. It was a delicate balance. Now, I've spoken about the military factions that will be public knowledge, but there is one that won't be. As things stand now, the minimum requirement to learn the minor details of this faction will be the title of 4th-tier official, and you won't be able to influence its decisions until you become 7th-tier officials. As things stand now, none of you are qualified. The only reason I've brought this up at all is for the sake of fairness and transparency. For now, you'll know this faction as the Shadows faction. An empire cannot be built in a day, but that doesn't mean it shouldn't have its own standards. Don't take these lofty goals that I've set as something to demoralize yourselves. Take them as motivation for a mountain peak you want to reach one day. I'll be giving you all 10 years. For these 10 years, you'll all be given the probationary privileges of a 1st-tier clan. This is the advantage I will give you as founding members. During this time, you will receive that same benefits, resources, influence, and support, not to mention territory, as a 1st-tier clan. Take this time to set your foundations, build up your youths, and entrench your roots. At the end of the 10-year period, those of you who have met the merit point bar for a 1st-tier clan will be allowed to maintain this title, while those of you who don't will have your land and resources stripped. Dian's eyes burned with a fiery passion that lit a similar fire within those listening to him. His presence affected them so much that they couldn't help but feel their hearts pump with desire. This was their chance to rise up. Dian ended the first ever mortal meeting by wrapping up a few miscellaneous matters and small details. First, he handled matters pertaining to the soul tags, scheduling with every clan in attendance when to be prepared to receive their tags. It would still take quite a bit of time, even for Dian, to form 15 billion soul tags. So he could only take things step by step since he was the only one capable of making them. It would likely take at least a year for everyone to be properly tagged. After this, he could start loosening the reins on everybody and allow them to grow. With this also came setting up the tracking formations as well. They were far more difficult to make in comparison to soul tags due to the fact they had to work autonomously most of the time. Luckily, he only had to make one per clan. As for those without clans, or for small families, he would attach all of their soul tags to one big tracking formation at the administrative hall. After dealing with this, Dian began to mark off the land these clans would be able to occupy. As things stood now, everything was too loose and the borders weren't set well enough. While a 9th-tier clan would be allowed to rule over an entire universe, obviously lesser clans had far less territory. 1st tier would be allowed about 5% of the land of a planet, 2nd tier would receive 20%, while a 3rd tier would receive 50%. Once one becomes a 4th-tier clan, they would be allowed dominion over an entire planet. A 5th-tier clan would be allowed control over a solar system, while a 6th-tier clan would be able to dominate a star cluster. 7th-tier clans would control a galaxy. 8th-tier clans would rule over a galaxy cluster. And finally, 9th-tier clans would be given an entire universe to call their own. This wasn't all either. Every tier came with what Dian called an exploration range. This exploration range was often shared by multiple clans. The goal of a clan would be to, as the title states, explore this area, map it out and seek resources. These maps and resources are then sent to the administration for merit points. In addition, for the resources, the clans will be allowed to monopolize 30% for themselves. Of course, there were also demerits assigned to those who chose to hide resources. However, this was also part of the reason Dian assigned multiple clans to the same exploration ranges. This way, if a clan wanted to cheat Dian, they would have to hide the resources from the surrounding clans as well. If they were found out, the punishment would be severe. But if they simply handed the resources over as soon as they found them, they would be rewarded with 30%. Even a fool would know which path to choose. This aside, Dian did his best not to move clans too far from where they had already settled, but for clans like the Pakals who seemed dead set on pulling themselves away from everyone else, Dian purposely moved them closer to the capital. However, he wasn't blatant with these wishes of his. Dian directly placed the most powerful clans on Sol Planet, promising them territories personally designed and constructed by Maying herself. Everyone knew what a Maying constructed land meant. Not only would it look beautiful, but they'd even be able to cultivate faster.